casualties in the Gaza Strip are rising too, with Palestinian sources holding that over 2,700 people have been killed. Hamas continues to launch rockets at Israeli cities in the south and the center, while the IDF continues its striking of Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip. Exchanges of fire also continued on the northern front between the Israeli military and Hezbollah. In recent hours, an anti-tank guided missile was fired from Lebanon, which has wounded 2 in Israel's north and seen the area of Metula closed for military operation. The United States continues to stress Israel's right to defend itself, but it's also working hard at easing tensions in the region. Here's more from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Today, and at our request, the United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, and them alone, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way. It is critical that aid begin flowing into Gaza as soon as possible. We share Israel's concern that Hamas may seize or destroy aid entering Gaza or otherwise preventing it from reaching the people who need it. If Hamas in any way blocks humanitarian assistance from reaching civilians, including by seizing the aid itself, we'll be the first to condemn it, and we will work to prevent it from happening again. We welcome the government of Israel's commitment to work on this plan. The President very much looks forward to discussing it further when he's here on Wednesday.
Let's cross now live to our correspondent Ariel Osaran, who is standing by for us in the south. Ariel, reports in the last couple of hours of rocket fire coming over the border from the Gaza Strip, but also the IDF spokesperson's unit saying that about 100,000 Gazans remain in Gaza City, even though they have been putting through numerous warnings to evacuate to the south.
Right, Batya, so we'll start with the situation here. We're talking about sirens blaring about 45 minutes ago in some of the communities surrounding the Gaza Strip. There was no indication of injuries or damage caused by those rockets launched here at that time. Now, as for the situation in Gaza, indeed, the situation there is deteriorating amid continuous Israeli strikes, almost nonstop for days now. And amid calls by Israel for Gazans to make their way down south past the Gaza River, there are many have heeded the call by Israel, but many others haven't, as you mentioned. Now, some of this is due to not only pressure by Hamas for locals not to evacuate, but also some acts on the ground that they've taken to hinder that, such as confiscating cars or even putting up checkpoints. These are all things that we've seen evidence of. And so as time progresses, there are more and more Gazans making their way south. But yeah, there will be Gazans there who remain there either by choice or are forced to do so by the ruling Hamas.
U.S. President Joe Biden set to be taking off tonight, being Tuesday, from the United States, and landing in Israel tomorrow, being Wednesday. No doubt will also probably want to tour some of the areas hardest hit in the south. What is that like? You've driven there this morning from Tel Aviv, from our offices here in Jaffa, through to the south. Are the roads open? Are there still people out and about, or have the majority of people, in particular in Sderot and the southern communities, been evacuated?
Well, but as we've discussed, there's been a mass evacuation here in the town surrounding the Gaza Strip, also Sderot, the biggest town in the area that I'm standing in right now. But it is expected that when President Biden arrives, if he does choose to tour the area, it will be under heavy security. The area, the closer you get to the Gaza border, that's already a closed military zone. Some of the routes are closed. Also inside the city, areas are limited access by the military. But when it's the leader of the free world and the strongest person in the world, I imagine he'll be able to make his way wherever he wants under the proper security by Israeli forces as well as the Secret Service.
An update on what's happening in the south from our correspondent Ariel Osaran. Thank you very much for that. With me here in studio is Rafael Yerushalmi, a former IDF senior intelligence officer and security analyst, and our correspondent Guy Azriel, Gabriel. Rafael, in the last couple of hours, reports of anti-tank missiles being shot from Lebanon over the border into Israel. 2 are said to be wounded in the north, but also Metula appears now to be closed off for the military.
Yes, this little game, so far it's a game that the Hezbollah is playing with us, could have dire consequences. Would one of these anti-tank missiles reach its target lethally, and the whole team in the tank would be killed, or somebody, family in the house, this might be a game changer. The vibes inside the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, are getting a little less optimistic as to what is happening in the north. There is more and more an evaluation that there might be a large-scale conflict developing there, and there are even some people who are saying that maybe it should. Maybe now is the time to get it over with. Of course, not at the same time, because simultaneously requires a bigger effort, even though we can do it, but maybe after the Hamas is dealt with, we should deal with this problem. Right now, from what we heard of the IDF spokesman this morning, the main point is that the IDF, after the initial shock, has regained control of all operations. The IDF has regained control in the south, meaning we now have the initiative. We were surprised, we had a shock. Now we're in control. We decide if and when we go into Gaza, what kind of strategy we're going to use. Right now we are just mostly concentrating of eliminating high-level figures of the Hamas, and continuing, of course, mostly the nightly bombings, with the problem of trying yet and again to evacuate innocent civilians. In the center, in the Central Command, we have a very big success in keeping the West Bank quiet and avoiding terrorist activity. Every night, even though there's a war going on, every night we arrest and eliminate dozens of terrorists. In the north, the IDF has deployed its forces as it wished to. It has chosen the strategy, which I'm not sure is the best one, of dosage of response to the provocations of the Hezbollah. I would have preferred a little stronger signal to create some kind of a deterrence, but we are in control. The army is in control. There is the military capacity. We are back to the big, strong Tzahal. Now we have to see the political will, because Tzahal doesn't act in a vacuum like the Hamas does. We have to report. They have to report to the political level, to the cabinet. And but let me tell you that there are strategies there. The way you present to the cabinet, the way you present to anybody a proposal, will influence his response. So now really it's the responsibility of the chief of staff of the IDF to present to the political level plans of action that are the plans the IDF would like to do, and to show them what is the rate of success if we go launch this kind of operation. They have to convince the political level, because now the biggest danger is a lack of political will. The biggest danger is, with like all due respect and all our gratitude to the American help, Joe Biden might impose some limitations of what we want to do. He's already dictating, rightfully so, certain directions. Do not occupy Gaza. Do not make sure there is a humanitarian corridor for the people. So, and it's fine and it's legitimate, and we should do it. But let's not hope that it will not impact on some decisions that on the objectives of the Israelis. So right now, let's stay on the positive note. We have regained control of our borders. We have regained control of our country. We are past the shock, and we are even advancing very small steps towards freeing the hostages.
Well, that's a point that I want to move to now. So, gentlemen, stay with me. But yesterday, being Monday, Hamas released disturbing video of one Israeli French hostage, Mia Shem. She is 21 years old and was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival on Saturday. In the video, she begs to please bring her home to her family as soon as possible. The footage has been seen by the family, and so it is okay that we be airing it. But please note that this type of footage is used as part of Hamas's psychological warfare.
היי, אני מיה שם, בת 21 משוהם. כרגע אני נמצאת בעזה. חזרתי ביום לפנות בוקר, ביום שבת לפנות בוקר מאזור שדרות, הייתי במסיבה. נפצעתי קשה מאוד ביד, לקחו אותי לעזה, ניתחו אותי ביד פה בבית חולים 3 שעות. דואגים לי, מטפלים בי, נותנים לי תרופות, הכל בסדר. אני רק מבקשת שיחזירו אותי הביתה כמה שיותר מהר, למשפחה שלי, להורים שלי, לאחים שלי. בבקשה תוציאו אותנו מפה כמה שיותר מהר. בבקשה. תודה.
Now, following the release of that psychological warfare video of the captive daughter, Mia, her parents, as well as others, are going to be giving a press conference in the coming moments. We'll be waiting to take you there live. They'll be speaking at the Missing Families Forum headquarters in Tel Aviv. In the meantime, though, I would like to bring in our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman. Owen, what is the latest from this presser? What are we expecting exactly the families to say? Again, we've been reporting that this is being used as propaganda of a psychological warfare. Even here at I-24 News, questioning whether or not we should be showing this video to the families themselves.
Yeah, Batya, first of all, I'll have to drop once the press conference starts. We may not have much time, but just so you understand the scene here, there are literally hundreds of journalists here. It's hard to find a space and a place to speak. You just see the numbers, the sheer numbers of foreign journalists who've just converged on Israel to cover this war. It's just it's an unbelievable scene, how packed it is, how many people are here, how much attention this is receiving on the four corners of the earth. And yes, we're waiting to hear from the families in the wake of that video and what they want to see from the government and the military on this issue. Obviously, it's a highly charged and emotional issue here in Israel, and we can all well understand it. And a real puzzle, I think, for policymakers to see how this fits in to the rest of the planning around the campaign and around the war as a whole.
Right, and knowing you're saying there's hundreds of journalists, we're talking about both foreign and national. There's national journalists there from Israel as well as media international.
Of course, there are Israeli journalists here, but what's especially striking is simply the number of foreign journalists. And Thatcher, you can tell just how many of them have come here just to cover this war. Obviously not surprising. We see the coverage around the world. We see the amount of attention that is focused here. But here you see it in very, very stark relief. I put a picture of the presser and of the setup of the presser on my Twitter. You can get a sense of it from there. But it's just absolutely stunning what this war has brought upon this country, including especially attention from the international media. And shortly, as you mentioned, in just a few moments, we will hear from the families themselves. And we hope to actually interview some of the families one-on-one after the presser and bring that to our viewers later on in the day.
Right, we can see the numerous microphones that are sitting there on the table as we wait for the family to come in. Oh, and I want to actually, while we're waiting for the press, and I'm sure you're going to have to put down soon, I want to come back to our guests in studio, Guy Azriel and Rafael Yerushalmi. Rafael, you wanted to make a comment on the hostage situation.
Yes, very short. First of all, we do not know when this video was shot, and it's to play with our nerves, okay. I just want to remind you that during the Second World War, during the Shoah, there was a concentration camp called Theresienstadt, which was a beautiful camp to show to the Red Cross and to the UN and to the press. This camp was built to hide the atrocities of the other camps, Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen. This video is the Theresienstadt of the Hamas.
And just to touch on your first point, New York Times examination this morning says that according to their experts, this video was in fact filmed at least 6 days ago. So it's hard to know the condition of Mia Shem. Today we already see in the video that she's pretty badly wounded in her arm.
And sedated, she's on drugs.
Right,
obviously.
gentlemen. Well, we are going to go to this presser live now as we see the family sitting up at the table there. Again, this is happening at the hostage, a makeshift at the moment, hostage area for the families to come and speak in Tel Aviv. You can see the countless microphones that are on the table of both national and international media, as our senior correspondent Owen Alterman alluded to. And while they're setting up, we'll make sure to dip in now to be able to hear, in particular, the family of Mia Shem of this video that was released, a psychological warfare. All right, well, we are waiting for them to set up for the time being, so we'll just keep the conversation here in studio. It does appear that we can see her parents sitting there, obviously looking absolutely distraught. Their child has been taken into Gaza. And again, as Guy pointed out, 6 days this video may have been shot at the beginning of when they were captured. We don't necessarily know the condition of Mia for the time being, but from what we could see, she was wounded and did appear to be somewhat heavily drugged. We can see pictures of her currently being put on display there. It looks by her mother. And Guy, I'd like to ask you for your comments.
We can translate. Yesterday we received the video. We can see her alive. The responsibility for her well-being is on Hamas. I wish to give the microphone to Karen, Mia's mother. Yesterday, in the news, the video of Mia. In that moment, I was moved and I screamed because I saw that my Mia is alive. But after all the excitement, I saw the footage again, and I saw that Mia is wounded. She was shot. You can see that she's wounded in her arm. I can see that she's in pain. I can say that she's being dictated what to say. I see that her condition is stable, but I'm very worried for her well-being. I see some positive sign in it about her. We need to remain positive. I am assuming that they're being taken care of.
Est-ce qu'on peut avoir quelques mots en français, s'il vous plaît?
All that I'm asking is to bring my baby home, exactly at the same state with which I saw her on TV yesterday. She has other medical problems. And I ask the world leaders to bring all of our captives back home. We've been through a crazy terror attack that took place on Israeli soil. It's a cruel enemy. It's a crime against humanity. If the world doesn't come together and we bring back the kidnapped,
No English. Yes.
yesterday I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. I saw that she was. I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain. I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know if she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
So hi, my name is Eli, Mia's brother. Eli Shem, ben 23, אחי הבכור.
Eli Shem, the eldest brother.
So my name is Eli, Mia's brother. We're here to say one thing and one thing only. We want Mia and all the other hostages that are captured in Gaza Strip to bring them back home. That's all the reason we are here. Mia is an innocent child that just went to go to a party with her friends and end up kidnapped and being away from home. And that's what we hear. We want to bring her back.
אנחנו נעבור לאורי, אחיה של מיה, בן 17.
Omri, 17 years old, brother of Mia.
שלום, קוראים לי אורי, אני אח של מיה.
I'm Mia's brother.
ראיתי אני בן 17.
I'm 17 years old.
הסרטון הזה אתמול.
I saw the film
כמה שאני רואה גם
yesterday.
שמיה שם זועקת שנציל אותה והיא...
Mia's asking for our help.
עדיין בסופו של דבר זה סימן שהיא בחיים.
But we see that she is alive. All we care about is that she comes back alive with all the other kidnaps. I trust our government, I trust the world leaders to do everything possible to bring all the kidnapped back home safely. Together with my friends, I joined the efforts to assist the family and to help the return of all the kidnapped, including Mia's family. You heard the statements from the brothers and from the mother. She seems to be in relatively good shape. Hamas is responsible for the rest of the medical care and for her well-being and for her return. We also have experts with us, including Professor Hagai Levin and medical experts who can assess her medical situation. Mia is one of those in medical need. The first This is the first video given by Hamas. This means that people are alive, people are in need of medical care, and we put all responsibility on Hamas, both for the medical treatment and for the well-being of the others kidnapped. The film of Mia, released by Hamas, the responsibility is on Hamas together with all the kidnapped. All of them must receive proper medical care. Hamas needs to immediately supply the information and data about the medical condition of all the kidnapped. According to our data, and we published a medical report, there are other wounded and sick, some of them in serious condition, and we demand to know their condition and ensure they are given proper care. We need to understand that the condition of the kidnapped who need urgent medical care is deteriorating from one moment to another. The suffering that is inflicted on them is immense, could link to death. We in Israel treat every person, including Palestinians from Gaza, that we bring in to take humanitarian care in Israel. We expect, and together with the Red Cross, we expect the Red Cross to fulfill its destination and operate in all possible means to ensure information and medical care to all of those at need. I will not address the particular medical condition shown in the film, but I must say that Mia is in need of medical care. English now.
From the video, I'm Professor Hagai Levin, the head of the medical team. From the video of Mia, we can learn that the responsibility is on the Hamas to make sure that all the hostages are returned safely home. The Hamas is obliged to supply the medical data on all the hostages and to allow all of them to get proper medical care. According to our data, there are other sick and injured hostages, including in high severity, and we demand to know their condition and to ensure that they get proper care. Their medical situation is deteriorating from moment to moment. The misery is enormous, and they are in immense danger for disability, permanent disability, and death. As a physician in Israel, we, the Israeli physicians, provide the best medical care to anyone, including Palestinians from Gaza, who gets humanitarian treatment in Israel. We are in contact with the Red Cross, and we expect the Red Cross to fulfill its duty and to act in all measures to ensure that information for the families is provided for all hostages, and that proper medical care is given to all hostages, especially the severely injured and sick. Thank you.
תודה רבה. כעת אנחנו נאפשר מספר שאלות.
Some questions now.
בבקשה, מי מעוניין.
לא, אבל יש עכשיו זמן לשאלות מסודר, אי אפשר בלי מקום. תודה. מעבירים מזור.
Karen, Matt Gutman from ABC News. Thank you. I guess you saw the video.
Yes.
Is there a particular message you want to send her captors, the people holding her? Something personal about Mia that you would want them to know?
I want them to know that Mia has other problems, and she needs a medical care, and every moment is risking her life. I mean, if she won't be here, it might end very bad.
And why do you think they chose her?
I don't know. I know that, since it happens, we opened a war room in my sister's house, and we did a lot of work on the net, and we talked to people, and we worked a lot. We talked to people here with Gal Hirsch and Yaakov Perry, and we did a lot of work. We put all these signs all over the country, in Jerusalem, in every city. So maybe it helped. And maybe she was captured very first or something, because she sent message at 7:17 in the morning. They're shooting at us. Come help us. So maybe, maybe she was taken first.
Well, I want to add to the Mia's mother, to your question. We don't know really what was the choice of the Hamas. But it's a fact that Mia was appearing in the first video that Hamas sent to the public media. And Mia represents at least more than 200 captures. And we can hear her mother and her family. She needs medical care, and she needs to go or to come back and safe home. We are not going to interfere in the choices of Hamas. We can only tell that we are doing our utmost from the civilian point of view and from the military and governmental point of view to bring the people back.
I have to say that all these days that I didn't know nothing, only that she's missing. I knew that she's alive because my daughter, she's a fighter, she's a warrior. Really, she's a lion. She really is. She's been through a lot in her life, and we all knew that. You can ask her brothers too. I knew it. The problem was that every time I opened the TV and I saw the numbers of the dead people and the missing people and the captured people, it was a bit hard to stay strong. But I really knew that she's fighting and that she will not give up. And I'm thinking that she's encouraged other captures there. I'm sure she is, because that's who she is. She likes to cook to everyone, and she likes to make everybody happy, and she has the biggest heart. She's my best friend. Her brothers, they are attached to her. She has a small sister, only 10 years old. She's like a mother to her. Every mother will say that her child is the best, but she's really, really very special girl.
איתי שיקמן, כאן 11.
קרן, פה. אתם במגעים מעבר לגל הירש, אולי עם ראש הממשלה נתניהו, האם שמעתם ממנו?
Have you heard anything from the Prime Minister?
האם אתם במגעים עם הממשל הצרפתי?
Have been any contact with the French government?
זה לא כזה חשוב עכשיו.
It's not so important right now, because everything that I care about after seeing the footage,
אני לא הצלחתי לישון.
I couldn't sleep at night,
רק איך מיה חוזרת הביתה.
is only on how Mia comes back home. We need to stay united. Everyone that can helps. Our army is the strongest in the world. It will do everything, and he's doing everything. I have friends in the army, in high ranks. Nothing else matters right now. We're all together on the same boat. And we all want our children to come back home. We are coordinated with the government officials. And we pass the information between us. The goal of both headquarters is to bring the kids home and to do this as quickly as possible.
When you first saw your daughter, the first time you thought after a week that she is alive, can you tell me your emotions as a mother?
I started to shout. I fell on the floor and to scream. So I wasn't concentrating. I didn't really knew what I'm seeing. I saw my baby, and then it became. We started to sing, and we were, to cry, and wow, she's alive, and to be so happy. And then I started to be and I felt scared. I mean, this is wow. It's a roller coaster. It still is.
1 second. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay.
It's an important point. Are you confident that the Israeli government can do the deal, can make the concessions to enable your daughter and all the other hostages?
I'm confident that Israel will do all they can to bring everyone home. I'm sure of that.
Hi.
Well, you were just watching a live press conference with the Shem family following Hamas's released psychological warfare video of their captive daughter, Mia. They were speaking at the Missing Families Forum headquarters in Tel Aviv. Still with me here in studio is our correspondent, Guy Azriel, and also Rafael Yerushalmi, a former IDF senior intelligence officer and a security analyst. Guy, firstly, thank you very much for translating that presser into English for many of our viewers. Rafael, the thing I think that appealed to me the most was the mother mentioning all these human qualities. Their daughter likes to cook, she's got a big heart, she's kind. But we're talking about the fact that they're not just in another country being held by another government. We're talking about Hamas, who has been branded by much of the world as a terrorist organization. How are these... I'm finding it difficult myself to draw the line between the human qualities versus the inhumaneness of Hamas.
So, like the mother of Mia just said, the only weapon the hostage has is his mind to stay strong. Of course, it depends on your personality. Everyone has a different attitude. They are in a situation, a nightmare, a horrible situation. But some of the hostages will have this presence of mind, this fighting spirit. That's the only thing that can save them. They will not give in. Also, all of them will, because we are human beings, have hope. They hope, and especially when you're an Israeli hostage. If there is one country in the world that you're taken prisoner as a soldier or hostage, as a civilian, that you can be sure of, is that the country will do absolutely everything it can to come to your rescue. Every single person. We do it for dead soldiers, for corpses. So can you imagine? So that's the hope that keeps people going. Gilad Shalit never lost hope. 5 years, he said it when he came out, prisoner, soldier in the hand of the Hamas. When he came out, he said he had trust. He trusted the country was doing its utmost to save him. Now, of course, we have no idea what is happening. One other thing that is important to notice is the number of hostages who have dual citizenship. This might be also kind of very positive point in liberating them. We know that what I just said about Israel is being applied also to America, because the Biden administration, I think, even was faster in responding to the crisis. They immediately took, it's easier a little for the Americans because they have more contacts. We cannot contact Qatar the same way, or Saudi Arabia the same way the Biden administration can. But the fact that the American will help a lot, the power of America is there, the military presence in the Mediterranean of the United States is there. That's a lot of weight. Of course, countries like France are used. France has owned many hostages. It has been known to react differently to different situations, including giving money. I don't know if Mr. Macron is going to give a check this time to the Hamas, but there's also one way. Everything has to be tried. In France right now, not this family, but another family with dual citizenship has put down a complaint to the International Anti-Terrorist Tribunal, and also to the Hague Tribunal. So there are now crimes against mankind. Everything, and people are desperate. This press conference is only one of the hundreds of things they're trying to do to alert the people, to let people know, and not to forget that this is the priority. This is the priority.
Obviously, the timing of this, it's significant because of the fact that, as you mentioned, US President Joe Biden coming to the region tomorrow, but also we just see the microphones, the international presence, the fact that many of these hostages have dual nationality, but then there are those that don't. And there needs to be a heartfelt feeling as well for the hostages that are purely Israeli, that don't have dual citizenship, knowing that their country is coming for them. This must be incredibly difficult for all the families, but for those that don't have dual citizenship as well.
And we need to remember, Batya, we're talking about also about babies as young as 9 months old. The world needs to understand this. I don't think that any person can comprehend the idea of a 9-month-old baby kidnapped in Gaza at the hands of these animals, of these brutal terrorists. We've seen crushing images of children as the age of 6 being brutally assaulted on the streets of Gaza by these animals. And these are just some of many. We're talking about as much as 200 Israelis captive at the hands of Hamas. And adding to the complexity of this situation, yes, thousands of Hamas terrorists, these well-trained, bloodthirsty terrorists who came for Jewish blood on that Saturday morning, entered Israel. But to add to that complexity, it was not just those well-trained Hamas operatives, but many Gaza residents, many civilians, and we saw them in so many of the footages, that used the opportunity to cross into Israel, also both butchering Israelis, taking people captive. So we have many Israelis who are captive not just at the hand of Hamas, but also at the hands of regular Palestinians who used the opportunity, who joined the party of some Jewish blood and carried many of the captives back to their homes. Obviously, there is no idea where could they be. Many of them, for sure, are assumed to be underground in those Hamas tunnels, entire towns that Hamas has built for so many years from billions of dollars that it received in aid from the entire world, including European countries that have sponsored Hamas in Gaza for such a long time, not caring where that money goes to. And we've seen so many examples of the misuse of that money. And just yesterday, UNRWA, the UN agency in Gaza, announcing, declaring that their fuel, their equipment has been stolen by Hamas. No surprise. And you need to think about that when the world is expecting aid to come into Gaza now. That will not go to the people of Gaza. Hamas doesn't care about the people of Gaza. Hamas wishes more deaths, more casualties in Gaza. That is their weapon, those human shields for them. That any aid that comes into Gaza right now will go into the hands of the terrorists of Hamas.
Which again touches on the human aspects of this. I want to point out we're still looking at live images at the moment of the press conference with the Shem family following the Hamas's released psychological warfare video of their daughter Mia. And Raphael, there was a viral video as well that went all across the media and the news outlets just a couple of days ago. Emily, she was 8 years old, from one of the kibbutzes in the south, who was at a sleepover. Her father breaking down on television saying that he screamed yes when he found out that his daughter had died instead of being in Gaza. And looking at the faces of these families, I mean, I can't even fathom the devastation and the pain that they must be going through. But there does seem to be a slight, but so slight sense of optimism. And perhaps that's putting on a brave face in case their daughter sees this, in case the rest of the world needs to see this.
Of course. They are now on the front line. The same way as our soldiers are fighting on the border with Gaza, the family of the hostages are fighting on the world stage. They are the front line of the Jewish people. Not only the Israelis, the Jewish people, because let me remind you that in our hearts and in our minds, this brings back to memory many episodes in the history of the Jewish people, many such similar atrocious episodes at the end of hateful people. And we have to be now the front, the interior front. We have to be the rear to support them with all our might. I admire the way they react. You cannot judge their reactions. You cannot even start to understand what they feel. I admire how they put such a brave face, how they have the courage to address the press, to be almost everywhere at the same time, to do anything they can to save their children. The Hamas is leading now in this psychological war. It knows we are a very ethical, moral people. We have a heart, we have a conscience, they don't. And that's the problem. That's the danger. Would there be hostages anywhere else? I don't know. But with these people, there are no guarantees. Like Guy said, some of them are just there just for the cruelty of it. I don't want to think of scenarios what they're doing with these hostages. We've seen what they were doing in the massacres. We are having a horrible time, and I think the response will be appropriate to that. I think the response will be violent. I think people in the Hamas can start saying their prayers, because they're going to soon go back and meet their maker, and our revenge will not change anything for those who are dead, but it will maybe ensure a better future, first for us and then even for the Palestinian people of Gaza. And that's it. The only thing we can do now is take an example on these brave parents and keep our cool, keep confident, and fight on.
Gentlemen, stay with us. While we were speaking, sirens were going off in the south of the country. I want to cross now to our correspondent Ariel Osaran, who is standing by for us in Sderot in the south. Rocket alerts going as far as the Negev desert, even near Beersheva. What do you have the latest updates for us on the ground?
Right, Batya. So about 10 minutes ago, sirens blaring in Beersheva and the towns surrounding it, because due to a barrage of rockets launched there. According to emergency services, there have been no reports of injuries there. And so this is just another targeting of Israeli civilian populations, as has been happening since Saturday morning. All the while here we can hear what we can hear from this side, close to the Gaza border, are constant Israeli jets flying overhead, drones, as well as the periodic artillery shelling every once in a while. This is the reality here in Sderot.
And we are seeing that skirmishes are breaking out on the northern border. It's been relatively quiet up there because evacuations are taking place in around 28 communities. But the area of the south has largely already been evacuated. Explain to the viewers a little bit about what the city, in particular Sderot, one of the largest in the south, is like at the moment.
Right, so the city of Sderot was evacuated, or the last part of its evacuation was completed in the past 2 days. We're talking about a total of 10 to 15% of locals have stayed here. That's about 4,000 to 5,000 people. In the communities closer to the Gaza border, those were evacuated earlier, given that many of them are uninhabitable following the events of last Saturday. And so going around here, you don't see any pedestrians on the street, hardly any civilian vehicles. Mainly we're talking about police, military vehicles patrolling the streets. Many of the routes closer to the Gaza border are closed off as a closed military area. We were also driving around here trying to get a good vantage point, but nearly every spot we got to, we were told by soldiers to move away because this is an active military zone. And so this is pretty much a ghost town where we're like 100 feet from the big commerce center, the big shopping center here. It is completely closed. Nothing here is open, and that's mainly because no one's here. The city is inhabited mainly by emergency services as well as police and military forces.
The visual situation of literally a state in war. Our correspondent Ariel Osaran there in the south, no doubt will be checking in with you later on in the day for more updates. In the meantime, let's cross to the northern border where our correspondent Robert Swift is standing by. Robert, earlier skirmishes breaking out across the borders. What can you possibly tell us? What is the latest? Have there been sirens in the north? We know that there have been in the south, as Ariel Osaran was reporting, but what can you tell us for the time being in the north? It appears that we have lost Robert. Hopefully we can check back in with him in a little bit. Still with me in studio, Gaia Azriel, our correspondent, and Rafael Yerushalmi. Gentlemen, I want to just go back to the hostage situation because this is really just beyond heartbreaking. It's difficult to explain, and I think Owen put it quite plainly, the amount of international media coverage that is there, and that's because, and Rafael alluded to this, Israel values life more than anything, and more so than that, even a life that was taken. We've been speaking on the channel for years now, speaking to the mother of a fallen soldier, Hadara Golden, to come and speak to us, to explain to the world why it is so detrimental that she be able to bury her son, that she be able to actually give him a grave, to be able to have a site to see him. Now we're talking about live hostages. We don't know the conditions in Gaza, and we're dealing with an enemy that doesn't abide by international law. Yes,
I think that is that is the bottom line. That is the problem with managing this conflict. The fact that Israel cherishes human life. Israel, as this brave mother that we just saw, the mother of Mia, said, Israelis assist Palestinians. We saw the doctor there saying Israelis bring Palestinians from Gaza into Israeli hospitals. In fact, we also interviewed here on the channel a grandson of an elderly couple in one of the kibbutzes, a couple that was driving Palestinian patients on a regular basis every day from Gaza into Israeli hospitals, caring for these patients, for these people of Gaza. I know of so many Israelis that were looking for the chance to employ Palestinians in Gaza. I had a Gaza man working in my home just 2 weeks ago.
Not even that, but we've actually done reports at hospitals like the Sylvan Adams Children's Hospital just outside of Tel Aviv, where there are Israelis and Palestinian kids side by side. I want to continue this conversation in just a minute, but I believe we do have our correspondent Robert Swift back up again. Robert, I was asking for an update on the northern border in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, so there was that firefight that took place on the eastern end of Israel's northern border around Metula. It's understood that Israel has responded with artillery and tank fire against a team of an anti-tank team that fired a missile against a civilian vehicle. It's understood that there was 3 casualties in that strike on the civilian vehicle, 2 lightly wounded, with 1 being in a serious condition. They've been evacuated to a hospital in Safed. And that is the situation on the far eastern end of the northern border. But it's worth remembering that all along this border, in 28 different communities, people are being evacuated. We're actually filming from the garden of one of those families that are in the process of evacuating. They hope to leave here sometime today, and they're going to be living for, to be honest, they don't know how long they're going to be living in Jerusalem for, and that's one of the things that's worrying them. The family here, their back garden looks out onto the border, which is behind me, and they're concerned about when they'll be able to return. The mother of the family here, she was saying that her eldest son, she was pregnant with him last time the situation was as bad as this. That was back in 2006. He's now getting ready to go into the army. He said that he wished he could go into the army sooner, but his mum's telling him he's too young. But they're just one of the many families that are in this situation, with communities all along this border evacuating. Now, the evacuation order was officially went out yesterday with the army telling people to leave. But even before that, for days, the populations of these villages have been reducing as people, took the choice upon themselves to leave, and now it really does seem like, apart from a last few stragglers, everybody will be departing.
Correspondent Robert Swift giving us an update on the northern border. Back in studio while we still have time before we go out for a break. Rafael, I want to touch on what we were speaking about with Guy just a short moment ago, dealing with an enemy that doesn't have the same lines of international law, the same humanity. And I think that it is fair to say that, given the crimes, the atrocities that we've seen. But something perhaps even more striking is that the Jordanian king is warning that the Middle East is on the brink of falling into the abyss. Israel, for many, has been seen as a smaller country, a weaker country, non-existent in Middle East politics. But this just goes to show it's, in fact, the opposite.
Well, the Jordanian king is not a great friend of the Jewish people or of the people of Israel. And right now it is a test case to see these countries we have peace agreements with, their reaction. We can be quite disappointed by the reaction of Jordan, quite a bit with the one of Egypt. And if you're speaking crimes against mankind, the fact that Marshal Sisi doesn't allow refugees from the south of Gaza to cross into Sinai and open a refugee camp similar to the ones that were opened in Turkey for Syrian refugees. That's a huge crime against mankind that should be judged after.
Abdallah says refugees are a red line for Jordan and Egypt. There you have it.
Gentlemen, thank you both very much for the analysis and breaking that down as we saw the live presser. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Welcome back to our rolling and breaking news coverage of day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas. It's now official. U.S. President Joe Biden will be making a wartime solidarity visit to Israel on Wednesday, the latest demonstration of Washington's overwhelming support for Jerusalem following the October 7th Hamas's onslaught. This as Israel continues to count its dead. Now the toll stands at over 1,400. The casualties in the Gaza Strip are rising too, with Palestinian sources holding that over 2,700 people have been killed. Hamas continues to launch rockets at Israeli cities in the south and the center of the country, while the IDF continues its striking of Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip. Exchanges of fire have also continued on the northern front between the Israeli military and Hezbollah. In recent hours, an anti-tank guided missile was fired from Lebanon, which has wounded 2 in Israel north, that being the 5th anti-tank guided missile fired in the past 24 hours. The United States continues to stress that Israel has a right to self-defense, but is also working hard at easing tensions in the region. Here's more from the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
Today, and at our request, the United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, and them alone, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way. It is critical that aid begin flowing into Gaza as soon as possible. We share Israel's concern that Hamas may seize or destroy aid entering Gaza, or otherwise preventing it from reaching the people who need it. If Hamas in any way blocks humanitarian assistance from reaching civilians, including by seizing the aid itself, we'll be the first to condemn it, and we will work to prevent it from happening again. We welcome the government of Israel's commitment to work on this plan. The President very much looks forward to discussing it further when he's here on Wednesday.
Yesterday, being Monday, Hamas released disturbing video of one Israeli French hostage, Mia Shem. She is 21 years old and was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival massacre on Saturday. In the video, she begs her to please bring her home to her family as soon as possible. The footage has been seen by the family, and so it's okay that we're airing it, but please note that this type of footage is used as part of Hamas's psychological warfare.
אני מיישם, בת 21 משוהם. כרגע אני נמצאת בעזה. חזרתי ביום לפנות בוקר, ביום שבת לפנות בוקר מאזור סדרות, הייתי במסיבה. נפצעתי קשה מאוד ביד, לקחו אותי לעזה, ניתחו אותי ביד פה בבית חולים 3 שעות, דואגים לי, מטפלים בי, נותנים לי תרופות, הכל בסדר. אני רק מבקשת שיחזירו אותי הביתה כמה שיותר מהר, למשפחה שלי, להורים שלי, לאחים שלי. בבקשה תוציאו אותנו מפה כמה שיותר מהר. בבקשה. תודה.
Now, a short while ago, Mia's family held a press conference in Tel Aviv, pleading to both the national and the international media for help.
Yesterday, I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. I saw that she was. I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain. And I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
From the video of Mia,
come on,
we can learn that the responsibility is on the Hamas to make sure that all the hostages are returned safely home. The Hamas is obliged to supply the medical data on all the hostages and to allow all of them to get proper medical care. According to our data, there are other sick and injured hostages, including in high severity, and we demand to know their condition and to ensure that they get proper care.
Now, our senior correspondent Owen Alterman is at the presser in that headquarters in Tel Aviv. Owen, what can you tell us? How was it being surrounded? You mentioned earlier when we had you on the phone, national and international media in the dozens.
Yeah, Batya, absolutely emotional. You just heard the comments from Mia Shem's mother and from others here. Without further ado, I'd like to bring Daniel Sheck over to us. Our longtime viewers and even those who've joined us over the past week will recognize Ambassador Sheck, a former Israeli ambassador to France, frequent guest on I-24 News. But we have him here for another reason. He's head of the diplomatic team for the Families Forum. Our time is limited. I'm going to ask you one question. It's the main one. Daniel, the possibility of a prisoner exchange. Gilad Shalit was freed in 2011 in exchange for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners who went on to kill and maim and lead Hamas, including participating in an event that cost 1,400 lives. Aren't there real risks, and Israel's going to have to confront the real risks of a prisoner exchange, as difficult as these stories are and as difficult as it is for the families? Is Israel going to have to face this very difficult choice? And how do you explain to the public the justification potentially for taking a step such as that one?
Well, to be honest, you're 15 years late with this question. I'm no longer the diplomat who will have to deal with this dilemma. But you are right, Owen. This is a terrible dilemma, and it will be in the minds of any person who will have to think of how to free these over 200 people, we don't have the final number yet, from 6-month-old babies to 87-year-old adults and elderlies. This is a terrible dilemma. But here in the Families Forum, we have only one agenda. We are the voice of the families. We don't have any other interests. We are interested only in the unconditional freeing of each and every one of the abducted people. regardless of their nationality, of their age, and of their origin. Are they military or civilian? That is our demand. Do we think that this will happen immediately all at once? No, of course. We are aware that there might be stages in this effort, but the dilemmas, they are not ours.
Daniel Sheck, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be hearing much more from you, sadly, in the days and weeks to come. Batya, back to you.
Thank you, Owen, for that update. I'd like to now cross to Herzliya in central Israel, where I'm joined by Itai Raviv. Itai lost one of his relatives, while 4 others have been kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz by Hamas and taken into the Gaza Strip. Firstly, thank you so very much for joining us here on our breaking news editions of I-24 News. How are you and your family doing? I can't begin to imagine how hard this must be for all of you.
Yeah, it's really hard. What we're doing our best to speak in the name of our relatives who have been abducted and do everything in our power to help release them as soon as possible. Like everyone before me said, that's what we've been doing. We've been talking to the press. We've been trying to meet with whoever is possible. My mom, for example, is meeting today with the president of Cyprus. I know there's meeting with ambassadors. And yeah, I think the world needs to do everything in order to release them. I heard Mr. Blinken talking about humanitarian aid to the people, the civilians of Gaza. And I'm thinking, how can we do that before we're helping the civilians in Israel who are inside Gaza? You know, they talk about the Red Cross and how they need medical support and everything. But these laws refer usually to soldiers in captivity. Nobody even talks about civilians. Civilians in captivity, it's not even in the rules of war. It's something beyond that. I think all civilians there should be released immediately, regardless of their nationality or other nationality. So I have my cousin, Roy. He was murdered in Kibbutz Nir Oz on Saturday morning. He was found shot to death on the grounds of the kibbutz. The rest of my family, my uncle and aunt, Avraham and Ruti Munder, both 78 years old. They're all people. This is Roy, who was murdered. So my uncle and aunt, they're both 78 years old. Avraham is an old person. He needs his medicine. He can barely walk. He walks with a cane. His vision is not great. We don't know how he's surviving over a week now, almost 10 days, I think. Together with their daughter. Roy is their son. He was murdered. Karen, their daughter, was there with them, with her son, who is almost 9 years old. All 4 of them have been abducted by Hamas. We have not seen any video, nothing. We just know that their shelter at home at the kibbutz was clean and empty, and there was no sign of struggle or blood. And we know that their golf cart was gone. So the assumption is that they were taken by that into Gaza. And I have to say about Ohadi, he has his 9th birthday in a few days. And we really want him to celebrate his birthday at home. We're trying to do everything in our power to do that. We're now also trying to gather football players and tennis players that he supports. He loves to send him messages, maybe videos, maybe help get their support to release him. It's just, every time I talk about it, every time I'm sure that you see it on the news, it's just unimaginable to see kids, babies inside of Hamas's hands. We saw what those terrorists are capable of. We saw what they did in all of the villages, all of the kibbutzim, all across the border. This should not be in Hamas's hands. If we're talking about helping civilians, if the world wants to help civilians, they need to release civilians from Hamas's hands. That's what the world needs to do, and whoever hears this, do everything in your power. Speak to everyone, speak to the press, speak to your political leaders, and do everything you can to release them, to bring them back home.
Itai, have you spoken to anyone in the government? What is being done to bring your family home safe? We know that the media has been covering this extensively, but has anyone official reached out to you?
So some people slowly, but it happened eventually, but with no any extra information. They just talked to us. There's been a meeting with Netanyahu this week with a few representatives from the headquarters of the families of those who've been abducted. But nothing extra has been done. We're not aware of any. They haven't told us anything that's being done in order to release them. I'm sure it's for. I hope it's for good reasons, in order to keep everything as a secret and try to be as smart as possible about it. And I hope we can trust them as much as possible. And again, nothing has been done too much in communication with us, except for telling us, yes, they have been abducted. And that's pretty much it.
Itai, I wish more than anything that I could tell you that they're watching you right now and that there's a message that you can send to them. But unfortunately, I don't have that power, and I don't know if they are seeing this. But if there was a message that you could send to your family right now, what would it be?
I keep saying it, is that we love them. I love you, and we're doing everything in order to get you back home. Everything. And stay safe, stay strong. I hope you're well.
Itai Raviv, who lost one of his relatives while 4 others had been kidnapped from kibbutz Nir Oz by Hamas and taken into the Gaza Strip over the last couple of days. Thank you so much for joining us, for sharing your story. May your relatives return home safely, and we're sending you a huge hug. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Batia.
And with me here in studio is Reserve IDF Colonel Grisha Yakubovich, the former head of the Civilian Department of Kogat for the IDF and an Israeli-Palestinians relations expert, and our correspondent Guy Azriel. This has been an incredibly difficult last couple of hours, listening to some of the families coming out and speaking. Itai himself saying that his cousin, nine years old, is being held in the Gaza Strip. It's incomprehensible that this has nothing to do with military warfare. We are talking about civilians.
If you refer to the Westerns and how we engage our wars, yes, you're right. But here we are talking about subhumans. They manage their wars in a different way. But this is not new. This is exactly what Hamas wanted to create. This is exactly what Hamas continue implementing their plan. And the plan was that to create a dilemma for Israel, to think twice before entering boots on the ground into Gaza, they will I will not be surprised there will be more videos of other people that were kidnapped into Gaza. And this is exactly what we see. You know, journalists, families, maybe later on demonstrations. This is exactly what they want to achieve. So Israel will be in a dilemma to think twice before entering to the Gaza Strip. They know that if Israel will do it, they will probably be eliminated. So they will use any tool that they have.
How has there not been mass condemnation from the rest of the world? Again, we're not talking about... You laugh, but it's a serious question. We're not talking about the military being taken in. It still doesn't take away the fact that these are somebody's children, but they're part of a military. Now we are talking about actual children.
First of all, we need to differentiate between much of the Western world, and we have seen a very strong stance from the US, Israel's strongest, biggest ally. We're also seeing messages of support and visits from the UK, from Germany, from France, and from other Western countries, and that is extremely important, the backing that Israel needs now. What is most interesting is the reaction of much of the Arab world, including Israel's neighbors, the ones that Israel signed peace accords with a long time ago. I'm speaking about Egypt and Jordan. The German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, is on his way here, but before he arrives in Israel, he met with King Abdullah in Jordan. And what came out of that conversation was this statement from King Abdullah saying, receiving refugees is a red line. There will be no refugees in Jordan and Egypt. Quite extraordinary statement from these Arab states around us that seem to care so much about the Palestinians in Gaza, obviously showing very little sympathy for the 1,400 Israelis murdered by these subhumans, as Grisha just noted. sympathy and statements, yes, for sure. Will they actually help those Gazans and take any refugees? Of course not.
Gentlemen, stay with me. Israel's Institute for Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv has been faced with the daunting and sensitive task of identifying the bodies of, as Guy mentioned, over 1,400 people killed in the Hamas attack. Many of them have been burnt or mutilated beyond all recognition. Our Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran was there yesterday, being Monday, and filed the following report.
It's been 9 days since the horrific slaughter in the communities surrounding the Gaza Strip, and the dust is still settling. But at Israel's National Medical Forensic Center, examiners are working around the clock to identify as many of the 1,400 bodies. And at times, it's an impossible task.
And the remains here are charred. You cannot see what is there. Again, go another one. And this, when we separated it, we see that there are 2 people there at least. We don't know how many people are there. So these people were sitting in the room, and they were not shot because we don't see any metal fragments there. But they were burned because they were not shot. This is like a crematorium. They just were burned in the security room, and this is what is actually left from them. I don't know if you will be able to take DNA from these samples because they are very charred. But you can see here 2 spines, another one. See, 2 spines, and Dr. Nachman, can you show, and 2 ribs, 2 sets of ribs. And this is an adult with a child. They're sitting together and hug the. Sorry. The adult is hugging the child. And the first one. And Dr. Nachman thinks it might, this metal wire that you see here, might use to tie the
2 bodies
together. And they were burned like this.
Since last Saturday, the center's examiners have checked over 950 body bags. Some have the remains of more than 1 body of victims from the border communities, the Desert Music Festival, and security forces. So far, there are about 500 bodies that were identified, and there are still close to 300 bodies that remain unidentified, and new ones keep coming in.
We've been getting samples from the deceased. We're sampling them for the right amount of material that we'll need to extract DNA for. Then we'll use that to create a genetic profile and compare it to the family members who wait for the answers.
Many of the bodies have bullet wounds, some also in the hands, as the victims were trying to protect themselves in their final moments. Burnt babies, headless bodies. Some of the bodies are in such bad condition that they may never be identified.
So this is a baby mattress, but just by addition, by the sign or the size of the spot, it seems that he was bleeding, or he or she were bleeding in the bed.
I never saw anything like this. This is heart-wrenching because you can see innocent people that were just butchered, and people that were shot while they were tied, people that were burned to death, people that were tied together. So this is cruelty. It's something that, you cannot imagine anything like that.
With a ground invasion looming and increasing international criticism over Israel's response, there is also a growing movement of people denying that Hamas terrorists committed such horrific acts of violence and torture. But hundreds of people, from first responders to the medical examiners at this center, have seen it all.
You've seen this happen. I show you pictures of dead bodies and also babies. You've seen it. And I don't know how many were decapitated and so on. We see people without heads. But things have happened. Just to deny it didn't happen. You saw the picture, you see the bodies, it's here.
You can tell yourself any story that you want, and you can believe it. So if you refuse to believe that this happened, even though you see the pictures, you see the videos, you see the signs, it is all recorded.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. So that report, obviously just harrowing. I myself had to take the earpiece out because I couldn't listen to it. But we're talking still about live people being held in Gaza, a lot of them civilians, not IDF. If a deal is to be struck, what is a deal that Israel would be able to live with?
I want to add something small to what you've just said. It's the humanitarian card that Hamas pulled 4 days ago, okay? A crisis in Gaza. No electricity, no nothing. And I want to say that they are lying. Just UNRWA declared an hour ago that the quantities of water in Gaza will be enough for another 24 hours, okay? It means they have some reserve of diesel to operate some generators. So first of all, let's be clear about it. Number two, if there will be a deal, okay, and I'm saying again, if, it will be unconditional deal. It means if the Western countries and the Arab countries will demand from Israel to open the, Rafah crossing, so the people of Gaza will get aid, there will be one condition to do it: release all the people, all the civilians that were kidnapped, all the kids, all the babies, all the women. And the West, they hold the key to that. They are giving money to UNRWA that supplies aid and gives aid to 1.2 million refugees in Gaza. Just close it, and I think it will...
But they're refugees.
Oh, come on, let's not enter to that definition, who is a refugee and not. Let's put it aside, okay? There are 1.2 million people in Gaza that get money, aid, food, water, medical treatment from UNRWA. And UNRWA get the funds from the Western world. Okay, just stop the flow of cash, close UNRWA, okay, for the following till the end of the war, and tell them this is the condition. We as the West have the tool to do it. So let's do it. Let's free and let's release those people by creating a coalition, okay, of human beings of the West, okay.
You mentioned that they hold the key, and I tend to agree with you, but we still face the situation. I don't think Israel gives a continental at this point about harming the international community in terms of what they think. Because again, we heard the speeches yesterday, in particular from President Isaac Herzog. These are our children, Israel's children, that are being held captive, and Israel will do what it needs to do. But at the end of the day, we are still going to come under fire for creating a humanitarian catastrophe. In particular, shutting off UNRWA.
It's not we. When Hamas started this massacre last Saturday, they understood what will be the consequences to something like that. It's their responsibility to deal with their people. It's their responsibility to help their people. As we help our people, as we help our civilians, they started the war. It's their responsibility to to help the ones who are actually paying the price of their actions. Why to blame Israel always? Enough with that.
And as Israeli officials keep pointing out, everything and anything that emanates outside or inside of the Gaza Strip is on the heads of Hamas. Reserve IDF Colonel Grisha Yakovich, I want to thank you very much for being with us on the special edition. Stay with us because we have much more to come on our rolling and breaking news coverage.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
actually starts from scratch. And the way that it works is it generates this random body that kind of looks like a sponge, and it evaluates its behavior.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Frases que sabes desde dónde vienen.
Ven acá, ¿y el paquetico pa' cuándo?
Y recargas que ya sabes hacia dónde van. Envía recargas internacionales Altis a tu gente en RD. Accede a nuestra página web recargas.altis.com.bo. Selecciona recargas y digita el número al que deseas colocarle la recarga. Además, ellos reciben el doble de balance en recargas de $8 o más.
Altis, la red global de los dominicanos.
Welcome back to our rolling and breaking news coverage of day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas. It's now official. U.S. President Joe Biden will be making a wartime solidarity visit to Israel on Wednesday, the latest demonstration of Washington's overwhelming support for Jerusalem following the October 7th Hamas's onslaught. This as Israel continues to count its dead. Now the toll stands at over 1,400. The casualties in the Gaza Strip are rising too, with Palestinian sources holding that over 2,700 people have been killed. Hamas continues to launch rockets at Israeli cities in the south and the center of the country, while the IDF continues its striking of Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip. Exchanges of fire have also continued on the northern front between the Israeli military and Hezbollah. In recent hours, an anti-tank guided missile was fired from Lebanon, which has wounded 2 in Israel north, that being the 5th anti-tank guided missile fired in the past 24 hours. The United States continues to stress that Israel has a right to self-defense, but is also working hard at easing tensions in the region. Here's more from the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
Today, and at our request, the United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, and them alone, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way. It is critical that aid begin flowing into Gaza as soon as possible. We share Israel's concern that Hamas may seize or destroy aid entering Gaza or otherwise preventing it from reaching the people who need it. If Hamas in any way blocks humanitarian assistance from reaching civilians, including by seizing the aid itself, we'll be the first to condemn it, and we will work to prevent it from happening again. We welcome the government of Israel's commitment to work on this plan. The President very much looks forward to discussing it further when he's here on Wednesday.
Yesterday, being Monday, Hamas released disturbing video of one Israeli French hostage, Mia Shem. She is 21 years old and was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival massacre on Saturday. In the video, she begs her to please bring her home to her family as soon as possible. The footage has been seen by the family, and so it's okay that we're airing it, but please note that this type of footage is used as part of Hamas's psychological warfare.
אני מיה שם, בת 21 משוהם. כרגע אני נמצאת בעזה. חזרתי ביום לפנות בוקר, ביום שבת לפנות בוקר מאזור סדרות, הייתי במסיבה. נפצעתי קשה מאוד ביד, לקחו אותי לעזה, ניתחו אותי ביד פה בבית חולים 3 שעות, דואגים לי, מטפלים בי, נותנים לי תרופות, הכל בסדר. אני רק מבקשת שיחזירו אותי הביתה כמה שיותר מהר, למשפחה שלי, להורים שלי, לאחים שלי, בבקשה תוציאו אותנו מפה כמה שיותר מהר. בבקשה. תודה.
Now, a short while ago, Mia's family held a press conference in Tel Aviv pleading to both the national and the international media for help.
Yesterday, I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. And I saw that she was... I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain. And I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
From the video of Mia, come on, we can learn that the responsibility is on the Hamas to make sure that all the hostages are returned safely home. The Hamas is obliged to supply the medical data on all the hostages and to allow all of them to get proper medical care. According to our data, there are other sick and injured hostages, including in high severity, and we demand to know their condition and to ensure that they get proper care.
Now, our senior correspondent Owen Alterman is at the presser in that headquarters in Tel Aviv. Owen, what can you tell us? How was it being surrounded? You mentioned earlier when we had you on the phone, national and international media in the dozens.
Yeah, Batya, absolutely emotional. You just heard the comments from Mia Shem's mother and from others here. Without further ado, I'd like to bring Daniel Sheck over to us. Our longtime viewers and even those who've joined us over the past week will recognize Ambassador Sheck, a former Israeli ambassador to France, frequent guest on I-24 News. But we have him here for another reason. He's head of the diplomatic team for the Families Forum. Our time is limited. I'm going to ask you one question. It's the main one. Daniel, the possibility of a prisoner exchange. Gilad Shalit was freed in 2011 in exchange for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners who went on to kill and maim and lead Hamas, including participating in an event that cost 1,400 lives. Aren't there real risks, and Israel's going to have to confront the real risks of a prisoner exchange, as difficult as these stories are and as difficult as it is for the families? Is Israel going to have to face this very difficult choice? And how do you explain to the public the justification, potentially, for taking a step such as that one?
Well, to be honest, you're 15 years late with this question. I'm no longer the diplomat who will have to deal with this dilemma. But you are right, Owen. This is a terrible dilemma, and it will be in the minds of any person who will have to think of how to free these over 200 people, we don't have the final number yet, from 6-month-old babies to 87-year-old adults and elderlies. This is a terrible dilemma. But here in the Families Forum, we have only one agenda. We are the voice of the families. We don't have any other interests. We are interested only in the unconditional freeing of each and every one of the abducted people, regardless of their nationality, of their age, and of their origin. Are they military or civilian? That is our demand. Do we think that this will happen immediately all at once? No, of course. We are aware that there might be stages in this effort, but the dilemmas, they are not ours.
Daniel Sheck, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be hearing much more from you, sadly, in the days and weeks to come. Batya, back to you.
Thank you, Owen, for that update. I'd like to now cross to Herzliya in central Israel, where I'm joined by Itai Raviv. Itai lost one of his relatives, while 4 others have been kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz by Hamas and taken into the Gaza Strip. Firstly, thank you so very much for joining us here on our breaking news editions of I-24 News. How are you and your family doing? I can't begin to imagine how hard this must be for all of you.
Yeah, it's really hard. What we're doing our best to speak in the name of our relatives who have been abducted and do everything in our power to help release them as soon as possible. Like everyone before me said, that's what we've been doing. We've been talking to the press. We've been trying to meet with whoever is possible. My mom, for example, is meeting today with the president of Cyprus. I know there's meeting with ambassadors. And yeah, and I think the world needs to do everything in order to release them. I heard Mr. Blinken talking about humanitarian aid to the people, the civilians of Gaza. And I'm thinking, how can we do that before we're helping the civilians in Israel who are inside Gaza? You know, they talk about the Red Cross and how they need medical support and everything. But these laws refer usually to soldiers in captivity. Nobody even talks about civilians. Civilians in captivity, it's not even in the rules of war. It's something beyond that. I think all civilians there should be released immediately, regardless of their nationality or other nationality. So I have my cousin, Roy. He was murdered in Kibbutz Nir Oz on Saturday morning. He was found shot to death on the grounds of the kibbutz. The rest of my family, my uncle and aunt, Avraham and Ruti Munder, both 78 years old. They're all people. This is Roy, who was murdered. So my uncle and aunt, they're both 78 years old. Avraham is an old person. He needs his medicine. He can barely walk. He walks with a cane. His vision is not great. We don't know how he's surviving over a week now, almost 10 days, I think. Together with their daughter. Roy is their son. He was murdered. Karen, their daughter, was there with them, with her son, who is almost 9 years old. All 4 of them have been abducted by Hamas. We have not seen any video, nothing. We just know that their shelter at home at the kibbutz was clean and empty, and there was no sign of struggle or blood. And we know that their golf cart was gone. So the assumption is that they were taken by that into Gaza. And I have to say about Ohadi, he has his 9th birthday in a few days. And we really want him to celebrate his birthday at home. We're trying to do everything in our power to do that. We're now also trying to gather football players and tennis players that he supports. He loves to send him messages, maybe videos, maybe help get their support to release him. It's just, every time I talk about it, every time I'm sure that you see it on the news, it's just unimaginable to see kids, babies inside of Hamas's hands. We saw what those terrorists are capable of. We saw what they did in all of the villages, all of the kibbutzim, all across the border. This should not be in Hamas's hands. If we're talking about helping civilians, if the world wants to help civilians, they need to release civilians from Hamas's hands. That's what the world needs to do. And whoever hears this, do everything in your power. Speak to everyone, speak to the press, speak to your political leaders, and do everything you can to release them, to bring them back home.
Itai, have you spoken to anyone in the government? What is being done to bring your family home safe? We know that the media has been covering this extensively, but has anyone official reached out to you?
So some people slowly, but it happened eventually, but with no any extra information. They just talked to us. There's been a meeting with Netanyahu this week with a few representatives from the headquarters of the families of those who've been abducted. But nothing extra has been done. We're not aware of any. They haven't told us anything that's being done in order to release them. I'm sure it's for. I hope it's for good reasons, in order to keep everything as a secret and try to be as smart as possible about it. And I hope we can trust them as much as possible. And again, nothing has been done too much in communication with us, except for telling us, yes, they have been abducted, and that's pretty much it.
Itai, I wish more than anything that I could tell you that they're watching you right now and that there's a message that you can send to them. But unfortunately, I don't have that power, and I don't know if they are seeing this. But if there was a message that you could send to your family right now, what would it be?
I keep saying it is that we love them. I love you, and we're doing everything in order to get you back home. Everything. And stay safe, stay strong. I hope you're well.
Itai Raviv, who lost one of his relatives while 4 others had been kidnapped from kibbutz Nir Oz by Hamas and taken into the Gaza Strip over the last couple of days. Thank you so much for joining us, for sharing your story. May your relatives return home safely, and we're sending you a huge hug. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Batia.
And with me here in studio is Reserve IDF Colonel Grisha Yakubovich, the former head of the Civilian Department of Kogat for the IDF and an Israeli-Palestinians relations expert, and our correspondent Guy Azriel. This has been an incredibly difficult last couple of hours, listening to some of the families coming out and speaking. Itai himself saying that his cousin, nine years old, is being held in the Gaza Strip. It's incomprehensible that this has nothing to do with military warfare. We are talking about civilians.
If you refer to the Westerns and how we engage our wars, yes, you're right. But here we are talking about subhumans. They manage their wars in a different way. But this is not new. This is exactly what Hamas wanted to create. This is exactly what Hamas continue implementing their plan. And the plan was that to create a dilemma for Israel, to think twice before entering boots on the ground into Gaza, they will I will not be surprised there will be more videos of other people that were kidnapped into Gaza. And this is exactly what we see. You know, journalists, families, maybe later on demonstrations. This is exactly what they want to achieve. So Israel will be in a dilemma to think twice before entering to the Gaza Strip. They know that if Israel will do it, they will probably eliminate it. So they will use any tool that they have.
How has there not been mass condemnation from the rest of the world? Again, we're not talking about... You laugh, but it's a serious question. We're not talking about the military being taken in. It still doesn't take away the fact that these are somebody's children, but they're part of a military. Now we are talking about actual children.
First of all, we need to differentiate between much of the Western world, and we have seen a very strong stance from the US, Israel's strongest, biggest ally. We're also seeing messages of support and visits from the UK, from Germany, from France, and from other Western countries, and that is extremely important, the backing that Israel needs now. What is most interesting is the reaction of much of the Arab world, including Israel's neighbors, the ones that Israel signed peace accords with a long time ago. I'm speaking about Egypt and Jordan. The German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, is on his way here, but before he arrives in Israel, he met with King Abdullah in Jordan. And what came out of that conversation was this statement from King Abdullah saying, receiving refugees is a red line. There will be no refugees in Jordan and Egypt. Quite extraordinary statement from these Arab states around us, that seem to care so much about the Palestinians in Gaza, obviously showing very little sympathy for the 1,400 Israelis murdered by these subhumans, as Grisha just noted. Sympathy and statements, yes, for sure. Will they actually help those Gazans and take any refugees? Of course not.
Gentlemen, stay with me. Israel's Institute for Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv has been faced with the daunting and sensitive task of identifying the bodies of, as Guy mentioned, over 1,400 people killed in the Hamas attack. Many of them have been burnt or mutilated beyond all recognition. Our Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran was there yesterday, being Monday, and filed the following report.
It's been 9 days since the horrific slaughter in the communities surrounding the Gaza Strip, and the dust is still settling. But at Israel's National Medical Forensic Center, examiners are working around the clock to identify as many of the 1,400 bodies. And at times, it's an impossible task.
And the remains here are charred. You cannot see what is there. Again, go another one. And this, when we separated it, we see that there are 2 people there at least. We don't know how many people are there. So these people were sitting in the room, and they were not shot because we don't see any metal fragments there. But they were burned because they were not shot. This is like a crematorium. They just were burned in the security room, and this is what is actually left from them. I don't know if you will be able to take DNA from these samples because they are very charred. But you can see here 2 spines, another one. See, 2 spines, and Dr. Nachman can show, and 2 ribs, 2 sets of ribs. And this is an adult with a child. They're sitting together and hug the. Sorry. The adult is hugging the child. And the first one. And Dr. Nachman thinks it might, this metal wire that you see here, might use to tie the
2 bodies
together. And they were burned like this.
Since last Saturday, the center's examiners have checked over 950 body bags. Some have the remains of more than 1 body of victims from the border communities, the Desert Music Festival, and security forces. So far, there are about 500 bodies that were identified, and there are still close to 300 bodies that remain unidentified, and new ones keep coming in.
We've been getting samples from the deceased. We're sampling them for the right amount of material that we'll need to extract DNA for. Then we'll use that to create a genetic profile and compare it to the family members who wait for the answers.
Many of the bodies have bullet wounds, some also in the hands, as the victims were trying to protect themselves in their final moments. Burnt babies, headless bodies. Some of the bodies are in such bad condition that they may never be identified.
So this is a baby mattress that just by addition by the sign or the size of the spot, it seems that he was bleeding, or he or she were bleeding in the bed.
I never saw anything like this. This is heart-wrenching because you can see innocent people that were just butchered, and people that were shot where they were tied, people that were burned to death, people that were tied together. So this is cruelty. It's something that, you cannot imagine anything like that.
With a ground invasion looming and increasing international criticism over Israel's response, there is also a growing movement of people denying that Hamas terrorists committed such horrific acts of violence and torture. But hundreds of people, from first responders to the medical examiners at this center, have seen it all.
You've seen this happen. I show you pictures of dead bodies and also babies. You've seen it. And I don't know how many were decapitated and so on. We see people without heads. But things have happened. Just to deny it didn't happen. You saw the picture, you see the bodies, it's here.
You can tell yourself any story that you want, and you can believe it. So if you refuse to believe that this happened, Even though you see the pictures, you see the videos, you see the signs, it is all recorded.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. So that report, obviously just harrowing. I myself had to take the earpiece out because I couldn't listen to it. But we're talking still about live people being held in Gaza, a lot of them civilians, not IDF. If a deal is to be struck, what is a deal that Israel would be able to live with?
I want to add something small to what you've just said. It's the humanitarian card that Hamas pulled 4 days ago, okay? A crisis in Gaza. No electricity, no nothing. And I want to say that they are lying. Just UNRWA declared an hour ago that the quantities of water in Gaza will be enough for another 24 hours, okay? It means they have some reserve of diesel to operate some generators. So first of all, let's be clear about it. Number two, if there will be a deal, okay, and I'm saying again, if, it will be unconditional deal. It means if the Western countries and the Arab countries will demand from Israel to open the, Rafah crossing, so the people of Gaza will get aid, there will be one condition to do it: release all the people, all the civilians that were kidnapped, all the kids, all the babies, all the women. And the West, they hold the key to that. They are giving money to UNRWA that supplies aid and gives aid to 1.2 million refugees in Gaza. Just close it, and I think it will...
But they're refugees.
Oh, come on, let's not enter to that definition, who is a refugee and not. Let's put it aside, okay? There are 1.2 million people in Gaza that get money, aid, food, water, medical treatment from UNRWA. And UNRWA get the funds from the Western world. Okay, just stop the flow of cash, close UNRWA, okay, for the following till the end of the war, and tell them this is the condition. We as the West have the tool to do it. So let's do it. Let's free and let's release those people by creating a coalition, okay, of human beings of the West, okay.
You mentioned that they hold the key, and I tend to agree with you, but we still face the situation. I don't think Israel gives a continental at this point about harming the international community in terms of what they think. Because again, we heard the speeches yesterday, in particular from President Isaac Herzog. These are our children, Israel's children, that are being held captive, and Israel will do what it needs to do. But at the end of the day, we are still going to come under fire for creating a humanitarian catastrophe. In particular, shutting off UNRWA.
It's not we. When Hamas started this massacre last Saturday, they understood what will be the consequences to something like that. It's their responsibility to deal with their people. It's their responsibility to help their people. As we help our people, as we help our civilians, they started the war. It's their responsibility to to help the ones who are actually paying the price of their actions. Why to blame Israel always? Enough with that.
And as Israeli officials keep pointing out, everything and anything that emanates outside or inside of the Gaza Strip is on the heads of Hamas. Reserve IDF Colonel Grisha Yakovich, I want to thank you very much for being with us on the special edition. Stay with us because we have much more to come on our rolling and breaking news coverage.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Encuesta News 24.
Claro que sí, Carlos, quisiéramos saber desde dónde nos están viendo.
Todo lo que deben hacer es preparar el teléfono, apuntar el lector de QR. Exacto. Y allí se abre un breve cuestionario muy fácil de completar.
Otra opción es ingresar en el link que aparece en la pantalla.
Esperamos vuestras respuestas.
passe maintenant le micro.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Good afternoon and welcome to I-24 News' ongoing coverage of Israel's war against Hamas's murderers. I'm Ariel Levin-Waldman. The war has now entered its 11th day, and U.S. President Joe Biden will be making a wartime solidarity visit to Israel on Wednesday. It's the latest demonstration of Washington's support for Jerusalem following the October 7th Hamas invasion and widespread crimes against humanity in Israel's south. Israel continues to count its dead in the aftermath. That toll now standing at over 1,400, with around 200 civilians confirmed kidnapped by those terrorists, many of which are still in critical condition with no medical care. Hamas is continuing to launch rockets at Israeli cities in the south and the center, while the IDF continues striking Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip. The IDF says in preparation for a ground invasion to finally break the genocidal terror group once and for all. More skirmishes along the northern front as well, as Iran's Hezbollah terror group launches rockets, mortars, and anti-tank weapons at Israeli cities and military bases. Hamas's atrocities have unified the Israeli public behind a ground invasion of Gaza. Recent polling shows that a full 87% of Israelis support a full-scale war against Hamas in Gaza. Even Israel's typically anti-war left are 86% behind that ground operation. Israel's leadership has vowed to prosecute the war until Hamas is destroyed, despite heavy and mounting international pressure for a ceasefire and de-escalation. Nor has Israeli leadership fully ruled out the reoccupation of the Gaza Strip, even as the U.S. urges Israel to develop an exit strategy for after Hamas is destroyed. Iran, though, once again threatening to directly involve themselves in the conflict, saying that should Israel enter Gaza on the ground, Iran cannot predict how they might escalate. The majority of America's political leaders have voiced their full support for Israel, with the exception of members of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party known as the Squad. These U.S. lawmakers have vowed to supply Israel with arms to ensure Hamas is annihilated.
The surest way to stop violence against Israelis and oppression of Palestinians is to wipe terrorists like Hamas from the face of the earth.
And we first go to our correspondent, Ariel Osaran, who is in the south of Israel at Sderot, the border town where we saw so much of the violence. Give us some updates, because that city is still under constant bombardment, and you are close to the staging grounds for Israel's military.
Right, Ariel. Well, I'll start with saying we're not going to disclose where these staging areas are, but there are a lot of them along the border, as Israel has amassed a very significant force here surrounding the Gaza Strip. Now, I'm here in Sderot, the main town close to the Gaza Strip. Now, like most of the communities around the Gaza Strip, Sderot too has been evacuated. Only about 10% of the population remains here. We're talking about between 4,000 and 5,000 people. Now, as for the situation here in the ground, in the morning there were sporadic rocket launches towards the communities here surrounding the Gaza Strip, but over the past couple hours it has been fairly calm. As for the situation in the Gaza Strip, we can hear every once in a while artillery shelling, significant activity of Israeli Air Force fighter jets, as well as surveillance drones flying overhead constantly. And this comes as Israel is preparing for its ground invasion, as you mentioned, also amid calls for the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip, mainly those in the north, to head their way down south of the city of Gaza, as Israel anticipates a impending ground operation. Now, as you mentioned, the Iranian threat. So Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, tweeting not too long ago saying that the world needs to respond to Israel's acts, and saying that if the crimes committed by the Zionist regime continue, no one will be able to stop the Muslims and the resistance forces. We've been hearing messaging coming out from Iran, Lebanon, that indicate that Hezbollah could be joining the fray soon. Obviously, this is something that Hamas would like to see very much.
That's obviously the breakout event that everyone is waiting to see if it happens. Ariel, thank you very much for your reporting on the border. We'll come back to you over the course of the show as things change on the ground. But first, to discuss that threat of Iran and some of the threats they made just this morning, we have in studio with us Professor Uzi Rabi, a senior researcher at the Center for Iranian Studies at Tel Aviv University. Uzi, thank you for being in here with us. Just this morning, we saw Iran's foreign minister say that an operation, a preemptive operation from the axis of resistance, in this case, most certainly meaning Hezbollah, could be imminent in the coming hours. Are they bluffing, because they've been saying this for days now, or are they going to commit Hezbollah to the war effort?
You know, under the circumstances, we cannot actually speculate on that, because Israel, by any standard, has to be well prepared to such an eventuality. So we are focusing on Gaza. There is kind of a strategic aim there. We know it. But at the same time, we have to just look carefully at what's going on in the north. But I would say that the situation is pretty different once actually you have here the United States in full volume, highly involved in this conflict. It seems that it would be misleading to isolate Israel and Gaza as if it stands by itself. This conflict has, I would say, long ramifications. Regionally speaking, one would say even globally speaking. So I guess that we are in a grand game. And this grand game or great game has to do with actually the threats coming from the US against Iran as not to get involved in this conflict. Otherwise, this is going to be a different opera, and we are in the midst of a regional war. Having said that, you know, we are amidst of a war. The war is basically the home of miscalculations, and we know that it takes this one shot actually to make things get out of control. So we have to be very, very careful, as I said before. But this is actually the differentiation. This is how actually the division of labor here, so to speak, Israel has to do with Hamas. Israel got the go-ahead from the United States about annihilation of Hamas. When it comes to Hezbollah/Iran, it seems that the United States is here to prevent such an eventuality. Why? I think that once looking at the great scope, one would say actually that, you know, the United States is keenly aware that what we have in Gaza now is kind of a battle, the results of which are going to affect the future of the Middle East, maybe more than that. And, you know, there's no place now or room to just elaborate on the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but the United States has vested interest in it, and it goes without saying that once actually we are annihilating Hamas, this would be kind of a message to be learned all over the place.
By the same token, Iran has invested a great deal of time, money, and effort into arming Hamas as one of their primary chess pieces in their campaign to destroy Israel and all the Jews inside it. They're running the risk right now of losing that piece on the board if they fail to activate their forces in the north. It puts them in a bit of a dilemma themselves. What sort of forces could they be committing from the north? What sort of game changers might they have brought in?
I think that you well described the Iranian dilemma. I fully agree with you. This is kind of a thing which is basically sort of a blow on Iran, because what Iran has built in Gaza is one of the arms of the octopus. We know it. But Iran would not sacrifice Hezbollah, this is my take, for the sake of Palestinians. Iran is very cynical, very cruel. It uses, Arab organs here and there as proxies. And this is actually the dilemma. Stakes are getting higher. Iran knows that. If Iran is going to just open up a sort of regional war, I think that Lebanon is doomed, because Lebanon is going actually to see kind of a demolition haven't seen before. And we have to let Lebanese know that, also, of course, the Lebanese government. And for Hezbollah, listen, sooner or later, Israel would have to do the replica. Israel would have to do the same scenario when it comes to Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is much worse than Hamas. Not ideologically, I mean, but when it comes to its capacity, missiles, etc. So we are in the midst of an axis. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, let's just remind them too, and then Hezbollah. Hezbollah is next in line when it comes to Israel, because Israel has learned a bitter lesson. You cannot actually calculate or foster your future when you have that kind of a neighbor. So I think that sooner or later we are going to see that. The question remains whether we're going to see that now, if Iran is going actually to keep up to its sayings, and we're going to have kind of a regional war. This would be another opera. Thanks God, United States is here. I am thrilled with that, because I think that bad guys are going to be retaliated in kind of a way that would leave them with the right lesson for years to come.
And we're going to continue on the possible ramifications of this in a minute, but first we are going to go to the northern border, where our correspondent Robert Swift is going to be giving us the latest from that front. We understand there was some fire coming from the north, from Lebanon, not that long ago.
Ariel, that's correct. There's fire coming from the border right as we speak. In the last couple of minutes, we've been hearing single-round small arms fire, possibly a marksman, firing from the Lebanese border, which is just behind me. If I step aside, you'll be able to see the border. We heard shots for about the last 2 to 3 minutes, and then in the last 30 seconds, we've heard some very loud bangs, which is possibly Israeli artillery responding to whatever it was that we have been hearing. Now, there has been attacks by Hezbollah using small arms fire against Israeli observation towers, so it's possible that that's what was occurring there. That has just been happening in the last couple of minutes. Prior to that, we were having a couple of hours of relative quiet, with the last major incident being an anti-tank missile attack. Sorry, that's yet another explosion off to our right-hand side. With the last major attack being the anti-tank missile attack against a civilian vehicle, which was on the eastern end of Israel's northern border. That resulted in 3 Israeli casualties, 1 seriously wounded and 2 lightly wounded. They've been evacuated to a hospital in Safed, and the Israeli military responded to that attack using artillery and tank fire. And I should say that this the exchange of fire that's taking place behind me, that's not the only one we've heard today. It's at least the second incidence of small arms fire that we've heard. That one, it was just small arms fire being fired by both sides, but this, what we're hearing now, appears to be a larger exchange with small arms fire taking place and what sounds like an artillery response from the Israeli side.
Well, definitely there is a serious escalation going on there, just this constant barrage. The question that everyone is wondering, is this just a series of probing attacks? Are they attempting to test Israel's defenses? Or is there a real feeling up there that they are going to be committing?
That's $1 million question. Because Hezbollah didn't enter the war right on day one when they had the element of surprise, it's very much an open question. These attacks, these sort of skirmishes and probing attacks do seem to be at times escalating, but it's not clear if that means that they are going to fully commit or if the objective itself is to keep the Israeli army fixed here. Now, the higher intensity these attacks are, the more resources that the Israeli military has to tie in here. And that means that those are forces that cannot be used down south with the operations in Gaza. Now, it's worth bearing in mind whether Hezbollah intends to commit or not, for the residents of the communities living all along here, for the residents of in fact, I'm just seeing fire behind me. We'll zoom in on that in just 1 second. It's worth bearing in mind that for the residents of these communities, they are very much stuck in the middle of this, and that's why 28 different communities have been evacuated. And if we just zoom in now, that appears to be smoke or dust thrown up by an Israeli artillery strike. And once again, we can hear additional shots. And yes, and Ariel, as I was saying, the communities in this area have been forced to flee, many of them. And we were just a little bit earlier, we're speaking with one family who were basically packing up their bags, getting ready to leave the area and to move to Jerusalem. And we'll take a listen to what they had to say now.
Shalom.
Hello, I'm Shiri Sito. I live in the amazing Shlomi.
Shlomi המהממת. אז קודם כל אנחנו...
Firstly, we're living through a not easy period throughout the country after the terrible massacre on Saturday. But first of all, we rely on the creator of the universe, and we rely on our powerful military, on Netanyahu taking the right decisions, crush them once and for all, Hamas and Hezbollah, because we live here under constant threat, and we want to put an end to it, to live in calm.
אין שקט.
Right. There is no quiet. We are going through a period that is very difficult. For me personally, my middle son is on the autism spectrum. Before you saw a scene that was not easy to see, a crisis. He doesn't want to be evacuated because he doesn't understand the situation. It's not simple. In principle, we don't want to evacuate because our home is our fortress, but the situation forces us to. We have children to safeguard and look after. We really hope that the situation will pass quickly, that we will come out on top, please God, and will return to our boring and welcome routine.
And we're going to go now to Seth Decano, a resident of one of those northern communities, that's Har Halutz, which has been evacuated by order of the military. Seth, thank you very much for being on. Can you describe what the past few days, really a week and a half, have been like and how the evacuation has gone down?
Well, I can tell you that me and my family, we were really worried. I'm a part of the emergency response team, volunteer team in Natua. So we've been just trying to keep account of everybody that is in the Moshav, leaving the Moshav. People were leaving before, people were leaving just now that they were ordered to. And for us personally, my sister and my wife are both pregnant right now, 8 months pregnant. And it was just yesterday or 2 days ago when there was real gunfire on the border, just a couple kilometers away. And we told each other, okay, I'm in a part of this volunteer squad and I'm going to try to help the community, but we're going to have to get out of here sooner or later. And sure enough, the order was, we were told to evacuate just the next day. And now we're here, and it was a huge sigh of relief for me, my family, my sister, and our 3 kids. It was, it's been a ride for sure.
I guess, what's the attitude of many people you know? On one hand, there's this sigh of relief, as you mentioned, that you're no longer on the border where everything is happening and everything's taking fire. On the other hand, everyone's been driven from their homes. What's the general attitude?
Well, yeah, so my father yesterday, my father also came down with us just yesterday, and he really didn't want to leave. And we have dogs on the property, and we don't know, it's very hard. We have to take our dogs with us, but can we take our dogs? My cats, they're living outside. We had to put bowls of food, just enough. We have to leave the windows open. Hopefully stray cats don't ruin my couch. It's like, it's a very interesting situation, and it's our home, and we didn't want to leave, and there was so much comfort there. But, praise God, we do have a place here. This beautiful American family helped us give my family, my sister's family, and my parents a place to stay, and we feel really comfortable. It's not that far off. You can still hear some activity from this area, but it's a lot better than Atua. And me and my family personally have been preparing bomb shelters and places like that, the Bet Am, for the community, and the soldiers have taken it over completely. And so a lot of what we were doing is just getting water, getting internet to these bomb shelters to prepare. And we just slowly started figuring out that our town Natua is turning into, a base of operations on the front line. And so I had to get my pregnant wife and my son out of there, and my sister and her family.
Seth, for your part and people what are they saying? Are you confident that this is finally going to be the knockout blow that will let you and your family and your neighbors live in safety? Or are people saying that they think it's going to be a status quo that keeps on continuing?
Well, the one thing that's been concerning to me is that I'm seeing all the activity from Gaza, even though we've hit them back so heavily and so immediately. And so I know that Hezbollah in the north is going to be a bigger enemy, a bigger thing to conquer. And since it's still going on in Gaza, I'm really worried that this is going to be a long stretch for all of us. And that was one of the reasons we moved out, and just to get a breather, if nothing else, to breathe, and then maybe even just go back home and be on the line again, and then leaving. And we don't know how long this is going to last, but we are hoping that this is going to be, God willing, this is going to be the end of it. We're going to take peace in this area. We're going to take out our enemies if we have to. We're going to. This is my hope, is that this won't ever happen again. And I think the government's responsibility to make sure it doesn't. And that's a scary thing to say. I know that's a scary thing to say, because I know that could be a very long time. But that is our hopes. That's what's been said on the ground here with my family, is we are hoping that we're not going to have these organizations up in the north or in Gaza doing this ever again.
And I guess my last question for you is going to be, do you have a personal message as somebody who is from the north, who has been along this front line, a personal message to your fellow Israelis at this time?
I would say stay strong and trust in God. Trust in God, because He's moving. These are historic times. These are prophetic times. And start reading the book of Ezekiel and Jeremiah, and you'll see that there's a lot of, this is our historic times. If it's prophecy or not, this is historic times, and we all have to come together as a country and as a people.
Thank you, Seth, and you stay strong as well out there.
Thank you so much, Ariel.
I'm going to come back to you in the studio, Uzi, to talk about that threat of Iran, because we've always been talking about Hezbollah as the major player in the room, much better armed than Hamas, 130,000 rockets, missiles, much more advanced and sophisticated, aimed at Israel. But there's also this passageway all the way from Iran to the north to arm all of its proxy groups. Is there a threat that they've been able to move as well weapons of mass destruction through Syria, gas attacks, chemical weapons, and the like, that we could see surprise us in this conflict?
Well, you have to be very, very careful and prudent as to make sure that this is not the case. I think that they are trying. I know that there have been many attempts doing that. Remember, it's not Iran and Lebanon. Amidst them, you have two other states, Syria and Iraq. This is a huge corridor. This is what they call, actually, also Arabs, not only Israelis, the Iranian threat, or the Iranian axis, or the Shiite axis. Now, Israel is monitoring that day by day. And we are witnessing, actually, kind of a daily action by which, actually, to target a convoy or whatever, trying to deliver Hezbollah stuff which is very, very dangerous. I know that Hezbollah is highly equipped with capacities. It's not only missiles, it's some other things too. Israel is far more stronger still than Hezbollah. And I just repeat what I said before. Annihilating Hamas by itself is just a first step in the right direction. The main battle is waiting for Israel behind the corner. It would be Hezbollah. We need the United States to have a backup when it comes to Iran. So here you have kind of a premise of a, I would say, regional war. And this is why I am afraid of something that I just heard Ali Khamenei saying that Muslims, wherever you are, actually rise to the occasion. This more and more gets the flavor of what I would call inter-civilizational conflict. This is highly important because if it comes to that, that would be something which is much greater than we think. Let's hope that things are going actually to be handled carefully. Let's hope that the American presence is going to create kind of a sign of caution for Iran not to get into the battlefield. I think, and this is just my take, and we are in the midst of what we said, everything could happen. I think Iran actually would get the message this time. By the way, if Hezbollah and Iran, from the beginning, would have had in their back of mind, the scenario of having the same thing Hamas did in Gaza, they would actually capitalize on the occasion and the first day actually take the element of surprise. They didn't do so. It's not to say that they are not going to do that. And you can, justly ask that once Israel is in Gaza, how about kind of an Iranian plan that let them in and then we are going actually to attack them? This is also a possibility. So we are in sort of a kaleidoscope with so many possibilities that I think that we should not actually speculate on that. We have to work. We have to get a working assumption as if Hamas is there, but Hezbollah is going to attack us, and Iran could be too. I think that lucky for Israel, United States is here.
And in the last minute we have together right now, what would be the trigger for United States direct involvement?
Well, United States is not getting back to perform boots on the ground. We understand that. All these aircraft carriers, etc., actually just here to make sure that Iran is not turning this whole thing into a regional war and inter-civilizational war, as I said before. But having said that, I think that the United States has some practical, I would say, interest here. I think that the United States would still like to actually give rebirth to the normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Annihilating Hamas would be the first step. Preventing Iran would be the second step.
Thank you very much, Uzi, and thank you for joining us. We're going to be right back in just a few minutes to cover Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza and the war around Israel in all aspects.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
It actually starts from scratch. And the way that it works is it generates this random body that kind of looks like a sponge, and it evaluates its behavior.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for staying with us as we continue our coverage of Israel at war. The Hamas terror organization has just released a propaganda video featuring one of the Israeli civilians kidnapped by the terror group. It's a move that Israeli defense officials have termed a form of psychological warfare. The victim, Mia Shem, appears alive but injured as her parents beg news outlets not to share the video, something we will not do. A video that many believe is being used to shatter Israeli morale.
Yesterday, I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. And I saw that she was. I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain, and I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know if she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
The United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, which gives more than $1 billion annually to Palestinian causes, said yesterday that Hamas in Gaza has stolen their supplies, fuel and medical. UNRWA originally said that people claiming to be Hamas health ministry officials had showed up with a truck and taken tens of thousands of liters of gasoline, and that UN people were forced to evacuate. Shortly afterwards, UNRWA deleted the post they made and denied that any looting took place. But UN officials, as well as Israelis, Israelis have confirmed the theft of critical supplies by Hamas did in fact happen. Israel has long maintained that Hamas steals humanitarian aid to use for their war against Israel, and said there's no clear oversight of those billions of dollars that UNRWA funnels into Palestinian areas, saying that it typically ends up arming terrorists. For more on this, we are talking to Hillel Noor, Executive Director of United Nations Watch. He's going to be talking to us a little bit about how Hamas has been running their propaganda and how that seeps off into the UN's own refugee agencies.
Look, UNRWA deleted a tweet that could not be more clear. They had reported that Hamas, the Ministry of Health, and by the way, this is an agency that is quoted every day by the New York Times, by BBC, and every other leading newspaper, the Palestinian Ministry of Health. It's run by Hamas. They don't mention that, and they quote their statistics as if they're reliable. That is dishonest journalism, to say the least. So the UNRWA had revealed, as you're showing in the tweet on the screen, that the Palestinian Ministry of Health, Hamas, came and stole fuel and medical equipment. We estimate 24,000 liters of fuel. That's enough to power water desalination plants for 4 days to provide water to hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. That was stolen by Hamas, this fuel. They're going to use for their terrorist purposes. So this is very clear that anyone who supports Hamas, and we're seeing people on campuses and in European capitals who support Hamas, certain Muslims and others who are supporting Hamas, that is shocking because it means you don't support the Palestinian people. You're supporting a terrorist organization that steals fuel that's supposed to be for a humanitarian agency. Now, UNRWA deleted the tweet. I don't think we need to guess why. 2 years ago, when there was a previous war with Hamas, there was the head of UNRWA's Gaza office, a guy named Matthias Schmel. He had said in a TV interview when asked, he said that the Israeli strikes on Hamas were very precise. He acknowledged that Israel was targeting the Hamas terrorists and not, as many media and others allege, that Israel targets civilians. He said, no, Israel's targeting the terrorists, and it's very precise. And when he gave that interview, he suddenly became persona non grata in Gaza. Hamas organized protests, orchestrated protests against him, and basically pushed him out of Gaza and pushed him out of his position. So the second tweet, which denied the first tweet, which they deleted, it suggests that the person writing it may have been dangling over a Gaza City rooftop, being held by his ankles by a Hamas terrorist.
Now, you've detailed how Hamas uses propaganda efforts when speaking to the world in general, but as of this morning, we started seeing Hamas making propaganda efforts towards the Israeli people. I want to analyze some of the purpose behind that video of the hostages they were showing.
Well, the latest Hamas video of a young Israeli woman, Mia, and you just showed her mom before, begging the world to save her baby, who just went to a music festival to have fun and was kidnapped when Hamas terrorists swooped over the music festival and just fired bullets at people, mowed them down, and killed hundreds, and abducted many, including Mia. The video purports to show her getting medical treatment in a 1-minute video, and that suggests that Hamas is trying to portray itself, perhaps for Western audiences, as if it's humanitarian, to empower its apologists. And we've seen some on campus who deny the atrocities. 1,400 people were murdered, thousands were wounded, people were tortured in front of their families. Horrific atrocities occurred that really call to mind the Nazis. And that's something I rarely use a comparison, but that is the comparison that comes to mind, the evil and brutality. And so Hamas was proud of that. When they did the massacre on October 7th, they had GoPro videos on their helmets to record what they were doing. They recorded some of their atrocities live stream on Facebook, but to empower their apologists, they'll make these other videos which will allow people to claim that Hamas is humanitarian. And of course, it's psychological warfare to terrorize Israelis, to keep circulating videos of the hostages. That's something that Hamas will, of course, do throughout this conflict to try to terrorize Israelis and torture the entire Israeli people in a psychological way, as they're torturing psychologically, at least, the hostages they have. And bear in mind, these are young women, these are children, babies, great-grandmothers who are Holocaust survivors. Hamas has cruelly abducted hostages who are completely innocent civilians. It's really shocking.
And you mentioned how they play on world sympathies during these times. And we're already seeing now European powers vow increases in funding to Palestinian causes, ×3, ×10 in some cases. How much of this, in your experience, because you've seen how the money moves hands to some degree, is just going to end up back in the hands of terror groups aiming to perform genocidal acts against the Jewish people?
Look, the United States had an internal memo, the State Department, not long ago, this administration, when they decided to give funding to the PA, to give to certain Palestinian agencies. And the internal State Department communications acknowledged that there was a risk or a high risk that the money would be diverted to terrorist purposes. You know, you give money to UNRWA, and we're seeing it now that Hamas has taken 24,000 liters of fuel they're going to use for terrorist purposes. And I need to say, you know, our organization, UN Watch, has exposed UNRWA teachers and school principals as recently as last week who openly on Facebook celebrate terrorism. They celebrated the massacre of October 7th. They cheered this. They said God is great. And they glorified the mass murder of Jews. These are UNRWA teachers. They're UN teachers. We are paying for that. You know, America gives about $300 million a year. The EU is giving maybe $150 million a year. Germany, $200 million. Canada gives money to it. Australia. All the major democracies are funding UNRWA when we know that they have hundreds of teachers in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon, in Syria, who are educating a new generation of Palestinians to anti-Semitic hatred. And you just go on their Facebook posts, and we've documented it. You can see it on our website, unwatch.org. And we urge all countries that give any money to UNRWA to demand that these teachers be fired immediately and to try to understand why UNRWA systematically hires anti-Semitic, pro-terrorist teachers. There seems to be something pernicious and poisonous within UNRWA itself.
Well, Hillel, thank you for giving us a glimpse inside how Hamas can reach even beyond their weapons range to influence minds in such a pernicious way. We're going to move on now to other nations reaching well beyond their borders, and that would be Russia in this case, who has thrown their support, at least diplomatically for now, behind Hamas's murderers. Putin acknowledged that this support comes because of Moscow's strategic ties with the Arab world, and chief among them being Iran, the key backer of the Hamas and Hezbollah genocidal militias currently arrayed along Israel's borders. Putin has condemned Israel's operation in Gaza, calling it unacceptable, and is set to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping this week as the two set out their vision for a new regional and world order. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called Vladimir Putin for the first time since Hamas launched its war against Israel to tell Moscow that Israel will not stop until Hamas's military and governmental capabilities are broken. The UN Security Council yesterday rejected a Russian ceasefire proposal that did not even name or blame Hamas at all for the massacre of over 1,400 Israelis on October 7th. And this weekend, Putin went so far as to compare Israeli military operations in Gaza to Nazi Germany's siege of Leningrad in World War II.
Military and non-military measures could be taken against the Gaza Strip in the same manner as during the siege of Leningrad in the Second World War. We understand what that entails. In my view, that is unacceptable. More than 2 million people live there. Not everyone supports Hamas. By the way, not everyone. And everyone should suffer including the women and the children. We have, I have said many times, a great many of our compatriots, former citizens of the Soviet Union and Russia, living in Israel. This is a real factor for us, of course. We cannot forget about it. On the other side, we have the Arab world. We have very good relations with them. For many years, for decades. First of all, with Palestine.
And to break this down further, we have with us in studio Amir Oren, defense and government commentator. Russia, more or less formally endorsing Hamas here. What can they bring to bear in this conflict, given how much they've tied up their military support in Ukraine?
So it's quite a revelation to find out that Vladimir Putin has some soft spot for human suffering, not necessarily the right one, and this is from the butcher of Ukraine. Now, of course, it's all realpolitik. Israel, while trying to remain almost neutral in the Ukraine war, nevertheless is in the Western camp. And it is helping the United States and NATO, and those alliance and the leader of the alliance are helping the Ukraine. So from Putin's perspective, Israel, if not an enemy, is an adversary, including in Syria, and therefore one should not look for too much sympathy from him. And when he compares the siege of Gaza, not really a siege because the Rafah crossing is under Egyptian control, when he compares it to Leningrad, this is because Putin is from St. Petersburg, at that time Leningrad. So this is his warped vision of what is happening here. But what is even more important is that Putin is now visiting China, and the Chinese and the Russians are arrayed against the United States, Israel, Europe, and the Palestinian Authority led by Fatah, the arch rival of Hamas, is supposedly in this camp, along with Egypt and Jordan, who are now fearful of destabilizing their nations and regimes because of the turbulence in the Israeli-Palestinian or Israeli-Hamas conflict. So it has become a global issue. It is not just focused on the border between Gaza and the Negev, the southern part of Israel. It has to do with Muslim and Arab sensibilities and with great power competition.
And on one hand, it's no surprise with the case of Russia because they have always been the backer of the Arab world, even when the Arab world was trying to conduct wars of genocide against Israel. The game changer here appears to be China, which is the world's second largest economy with a massively growing military. Are they ready to put more than just their thumb on the scale of words, but also in material support?
Well, China usually takes a backseat. And even here, it has not come out forcefully, but neither has it supported Israel. And again, when China plans the taking over of Taiwan, obviously there will be civilian casualties. China is not in the business of condemning civilian victims of aggression, and it's all a very calculated game of power politics.
Yeah, certainly they're not against genocidal ideas either, given what they've done to their Uyghur population.
Right.
I guess the question that's on everyone's mind, though, is what could they do to really contribute here? What should Israel be on the lookout for, given that Israel has been trying so hard to move closer to China in recent decades?
It won't help. China has its vision for 2030 and beyond, and it is all planned out. And only recently, the United States, led by Biden in India, put forward a competition for the Road and Belt scheme. The corridor, which Biden suggested would be paved from India through the Persian or Arabian Gulf, including the Levant, Israel, towards Europe. This is in direct competition with China's own vision. So obviously, they see it as a zero-sum game. They are not going to help anyone helped by the United States, and the Palestinians at the same time are gleeful that their dream of internationalizing the conflict is coming true, because whoever descends on Israel or Sharm el-Sheikh for a summit is now going to expand the issue at hand. This is not only the massacre perpetrated by Hamas, not only the Israeli response, at least by air for now, in Gaza, not only what is happening in the Lebanese border, but the entire conflict which is simmering and which the world understands must be calmed down.
And there's been this sort of cold calculation that everyone's making with the United States and these two carrier groups. Does Lebanon get involved? Does Hezbollah launch their attack? If so, does the United States get involved? If the United States gets involved with those carrier groups, what will that do as far as China and Russia is concerned?
The United States is not going to get involved because next week we, and especially they, are marking the 40th anniversary of the bombing of the Marine barracks at Halde Airport, the Beirut airport, in October of 1983. 241 Marines and sailors perished in one moment. And this caused President Reagan to take back, not the carriers, at that time it was a battleship, New Jersey, which shelled Souk al-Rab, the Druze, Syrian proxies. But it's the same. The Americans are not going to get involved in fighting. They have here, in Tel Aviv, not far from where we are sitting, a special forces contingent helping with intelligence and advice the Israelis who may be trying to locate the missing, the prisoners, for a hostage rescue operation, but as they say, nothing more.
It's a concerning situation, a very tense one that has the possibility to bring in a lot more power than anybody expected. Amir, thank you very much for explaining. We're going to look at the grim task ahead for Israel's Institute for Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv, that is identifying the bodies of over 1,400 people killed, burned, and mutilated in that Hamas attack, many of them destroyed beyond recognition. Our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, was there today and filed this grim report.
It's been 9 days since the horrific slaughter in the communities surrounding the Gaza Strip, and the dust is still settling. But at Israel's National Medical Forensic Center, examiners are working around the clock to identify as many of the 1,400 bodies. And at times, it's an impossible task.
And the remains here are charred. You cannot see what is there. Again, go another one. And this, when we separated it, we see that there are 2 people there at least. We don't know how many people are there. So these people were sitting in the room, and they were not shot because we don't see any metal fragments there. But they were burned because they were not shot. This is like a crematorium. They just were burned in the security room, and this is what is actually left from them. I don't know if you will be able to take DNA from these samples because they are very charred. But you can see here 2 spines, another one. See, 2 spines, and Dr. Nachman, can you show, and 2 ribs, 2 sets of ribs. And this is an adult with a child. They're sitting together and hug the. Sorry. The adult is hugging the child. And no, the first one. And Dr. Nachman thinks it might, this metal wire that you see here, might use to tie the
2 bodies
together. And they were burned like this.
Since last Saturday, the center's examiners have checked over 950 body bags. Some have the remains of more than 1 body of victims from the border communities, the Desert Music Festival, and security forces. So far, there are about 500 bodies that were identified, and there are still close to 300 bodies that remain unidentified, and new ones keep coming in.
We've been getting samples from the deceased. sampling them for the right amount of material that we'll need to extract DNA for. Then we'll use that to create a genetic profile and compare it to the family members who wait for the answers.
Many of the bodies have bullet wounds, some also in the hands, as the victims were trying to protect themselves in their final moments. Burnt babies, headless bodies. Some of the bodies are in such bad condition that they may never be identified.
So this is a baby mattress. Just by addition, by the sign or the size of the spot, it seems that he was bleeding, or he or she were bleeding in the bed.
I never saw anything like this. This is heart-wrenching because you can see innocent people that were just butchered, and people that were shot while they were tied, people that were burned to death, people that were tied together. So this is cruelty. It's something that, you cannot imagine anything like that.
With a ground invasion looming and increasing international criticism over Israel's response, there is also a growing movement of people denying that Hamas terrorists committed such horrific acts of violence and torture. But hundreds of people, from first responders to the medical examiners at this center, have seen it all.
You've seen this happen. I show you pictures of dead bodies and also babies. You've seen it. And I don't know how many were decapitated and so on. We see people without heads. But things have happened. Just to deny it didn't happen. You saw the picture, you see the bodies, it's here.
You can tell yourself any story that you want, and you can believe it. So if you refuse to believe that this happened, even though you see the pictures, you see the videos, you see the signs, it is all recorded.
And some of the images you just saw in that last report were certainly gruesome, but nobody, not here in Israel or anywhere else in the world, has any right to look away over the coming weeks ahead as Israel is forced to confront Hamas's forces on the ground. There will be a great deal of pressure on Israel, politically and otherwise, for ceasefires, for restraint, and for de-escalation. Those are the images that you just saw that will be playing in every Israeli's mind as a warning of what happens if Israel dares to placate and negotiate with terrorists that seek nothing less than the total murder and destruction of all of Israel and all of its people. Earlier today, Israel's president spoke about some of the footage released for propaganda purposes by Hamas of their hostage, Mia Shem. Let's take a quick listen to that first.
What we saw last night is a very clear fact that an organization that kidnaps a 21-year-old girl, wounds her, kidnaps her, drags her and leads her to a basement somewhere in Gaza, along with hundreds of other people, innocent citizens who came to celebrate, pray, continue their day's work or were at home, is a murderous organization. Then, to add insult to injury, Hamas releases a video only to create anxiety, heartache, and exert psychological pressure. But in so doing, shows the true face of this brutal group.
And many of Israel's other channels may have been showing some of the video released. It is worth noting that the parents of Mia Shem, the hostage in question, begged Israeli channels not to do so in any way that would help Hamas in their propaganda efforts ahead. We are going for a short break now, but when we come back, we are going to be continuing our coverage of the war between Israel and the Hamas murderers in Gaza, as well as their allies Hezbollah in the north. So stay with us for breaking reports from the front and from all around the country.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
It actually starts from scratch. And the way that it works is it generates this random body that kind of looks like a sponge, and it evaluates its behavior.
Frases que sabes desde dónde vienen.
Ven acá, ¿y el paquetico pa' cuándo?
Y recargas que ya sabes hacia dónde van. Envía recargas internacionales Altis a tu gente en RD. Accede a nuestra página web recargas.altis.com.bo. Selecciona recargas y digita el número al que deseas colocarle la recarga. Además, ellos reciben el doble de balance en recargas de $8 o más.
Altis, la red global de los dominicanos.
And we are back, and we are going to begin on the southern border, I should say, where our correspondent Ariel Osaran is in Sderot as we speak. That is a border community that has been under the heaviest of bombardments, but now is almost entirely evacuated as the military plans for the task ahead. Ariel, let us know what's happening there, because from what I understand, there was just another rocket launch not that long ago.
Right, Ariel. So we have since moved to Ashkelon, which is a bit north, and it is a larger city, and it also houses the big hospital in the area. But as for the latest updates, about 20 minutes ago, a barrage of rockets launched towards central Israel, just south of Tel Aviv. Now, there are indications of direct impacts, but so far, no word of any injuries. This is according to a statement by Israel's emergency services, MADA. All the while, Israel continuing to strike across the Gaza Strip. Hundreds of targets, military targets, according to the IDF, have been struck over the past 24 hours. This includes the assassination, the targeting of high-ranking officials, including the head of Hamas's prisoner file, and also add to that the head of their central intelligence. And this has been presented by the IDF as a key target to try and take out high-ranking officials, commanders, all the while preparation for a large-scale ground invasion with staging areas all across the southern border, as well as calls for the residents of northern Gaza to make their way south of the city of Gaza. So far, about between 600 and 700 Gazans have listened, have heard these calls, and have made their way south inside the Gaza Strip, but yet many remain still in the area that the IDF has designated as an area that is to be cleared.
Thank you. Ariel, we're going to be coming back to you over the course of the day for updates as it develops. And before anything else, though, we are going to return to our studio where we now have Avi Pazner with us right now. Can you give us some insights on what we're seeing in the South after the massive brutality we saw on the border? Everyone was expecting a swift military response. That has not manifested yet as far as the ground invasion necessary to actually take Hamas out of commission has gone.
Thank you, Ariel. It has not been the case until now, and it is good. It is good. I would like to remind you, our forces are reserve forces. You know, the 360,000 who have been mobilized, those on the southern front, those on the northern front, they are reservists, which I must say, and now we can say it, in the last few years had very little possibility to train. And now they are being trained exactly for the purpose of entering Gaza and what to do in Gaza in order to avoid as much as possible losses, first of all, of themselves, and then innocent human lives, if there are still any innocent people, but first of all, to spare the lives of our soldiers. And it is a fantastic opportunity here.
But there's a challenge there, too. With each day that goes by, international pressure is mounting. We've seen much of the Arab world and much of the European world now joining in to say it's disproportionate action. It needs to be de-escalated. Is Israel not losing its window to act by waiting so long?
I want to ask you one thing, Ariel. What is the proportional action of cutting the heads of 12 babies? That we should do the same in Gaza? That's proportional. We respond the way we respond, and we choose when to respond and how to respond. And the question of proportionality doesn't go into that equation. We want to get rid of the leadership of the Hamas, of the military leadership. We want to eradicate the whole political leadership. We don't want Hamas to be able to govern in the Gaza Strip. This is our aim. Yes, proportional, not proportional. This is our aim. If Israel wants to live in this part of the world after what they did to us, you cannot do less than that. You cannot do. But the timing is ours. The timing is ours to choose. We don't have to rush into something when it is convenient for them or for the Western media. We will choose the time. We will enter, we will cleanse them. And again, I repeat, this is a golden opportunity to prepare our people. Again, a reserve army, strong, very strong, good material, good soldiers, but a reserve, because 11 and a half months of the year, they are civilians, sometimes more. Some have not gone to reserve service for 3-4 years. They're being trained, they're being prepared, so as to have the minimal cost, certainly on our side, and hopefully, if they still are civilian, we told them to get out. I hope they heed our advice. I just heard from your correspondents that 600, 700,000 went out. Still it leaves 200, 300,000. They should go out, preserve their lives, and then when everything will be clear, then and only then will the IDF choose its time.
And what about the long term? The IDF goes in, it sends to Hamas to whatever eternal suffering they believe awaits them. What happens next? Who actually has to govern the Strip when there's a power vacuum left behind?
Not us. We are not interested in that. When we will be engaging in the ground operation, towards the end of the ground operation, we'll start together with our allies, the United States, Europe, friendly Arab countries, because they still are friendly, even though they blame us now, to give the Gaza Strip to an international rule. Maybe it can be the Arab League, or it can be only those countries who have recognized Israel to send to send their people to the Gaza Strip. It can be a UN also. I mean, we have no... Ariel, we were there for many years. We don't want to rule those people. We don't want to occupy. We want to cleanse them. This is what we want. We want to live in peace without being afraid again that terrorists will come and kill us.
And there's still another challenge there, though, too. Hamas took power 44% of the vote on the platform of genocide Israel. The next biggest party, Fatah, was still advocating for an intifada. That means at the time, at least 84% of the Strip wanted to attack Israel, wanted to commit genocide against the Jews. Even if you get rid of Hamas, what's the next day going to look like if the people still want that?
I think that after our operation, the number of people who want intifada or want to fight Israel will drop from 84 to 24, okay? They will not want to repeat that kind of experience. They leave us no choice, no choice. I mean, what can we do? You know, we tried everything during this year. Really, we tried everything. Since 2007, since Hamas took power in Gaza Strip, we cuddled them. It's true, from time to time, we had small exchanges, but we cultivated Hamas. Let's say the truth. We let money go in, okay? We let workers come to Israel. By the way, those workers furnished very important intelligence to the Hamas. We did all what we can, all what we could, because the conception was, let's try and live together with them like we live together with the Palestinian in Judea and Samaria. Let's try. Now it has been proven you just can't. You will have to get rid of them one way or another, tomorrow, in 2 weeks, or 2 months from now. This is the clear problem facing Israel.
Absolutely, and we're going to continue on that in a little bit. First, though, we're going to cross over to the northern border, where our correspondent Robert Swift is waiting to give us the latest from that front. I see you've finally donned your protective gear after that last barrage just an hour ago.
It seemed like the time. So just to update you on the situation here, there's been a continuation of the skirmishes taking place along the border. The most recent of them was the exchange of fire that we witnessed here just about an hour ago, which was an exchange of small arms fire from the Hezbollah side and the IDF responding with artillery fire. Now, at about the same time, there was also yet another attack with an anti-tank missile. This taking place in the eastern sector of Israel's northern border around the Metula community. Now, this is the second anti-tank guided missile that's been fired today, with one earlier in the day in the same area, causing 3 casualties, causing one person serious wounds and 2 others lightly wounded. Now, it's worth noting that of all the different forms of attacks which are taking place here along the border, be they small arms fire, be it drone incursions, the anti-tank missile continues to be the most dangerous, having caused a number of casualties, both to civilians and to the Israeli military during these skirmishes. And it's also worth bearing in mind that there was an earlier incident also at this western end of the northern border where we witnessed small arms exchange between the two sides. Now, that incident and the one that we witnessed earlier, it's possible that this is a continuation of the Hezbollah tactic which we saw occurring yesterday, where they used assault rifles, sniper rifles to attempt to damage the observation towers that Israel has. This is surveillance cameras and other technological means that Israel has to try and detect infiltrations along the border, and Hezbollah has been attempting to undermine these, possibly so that they can get infiltrators closer to the border. It's worth noting that yesterday there was an attempt by Hezbollah to move a team of around 4 individuals close to the border to plant an explosive device. They were taken out by IDF fire, but as these attacks against the surveillance systems continue, it's likely that they will continue with this tactic.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll keep updated with reports from you in the north as that situation develops. Until then, though, we are going to come back to former Israeli Ambassador Avi Posner in the studio. We've been talking about Gaza for the past 10 minutes or so with you, and we didn't really bring in the wider arena because Iran is the mastermind of all of this. They're active on every last one of Israel's border, and taking out Hamas in Gaza removes one of their pieces from the board. The overarching threat, though, is still there, and Hezbollah is far better armed.
Absolutely. I mean, this is multi-faced arena, military arena, that we have to give an answer to. That's obvious. You're absolutely right. Behind everything looms very large the shadow of Iran. Everything. Hamas, I am sure, launched this attack in coordination with Iran. And why now? Why precisely now? Because Iran wanted to thwart the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. This is very important for Iran. Very important. They don't want a new alliance between us and moderate Arab countries facing them. So, you know, Hamas prepared that operation for 1 year. They were prepared. Too well prepared, as we unfortunately know. But the timing, Iran 100%. There's no other reason. They could have done it 2 months ago. They could have done it in half a year. Now, because we were near an agreement with Saudi Arabia, very near. Before the end of this year, we should have had an agreement with Saudi Arabia. Now, of course, it is postponed.
I guess.
Yeah, go ahead, because I have not yet finished explaining Iran.
Well, I guess we'll have the opportunity, because the follow-up to that is they had the opportunity in those first 48 chaotic hours to activate their Hezbollah proxy, to open another front and to do massive damage to Israel that we hadn't seen in generations. Why didn't they?
I think one of the reasons is a very immediate American stand. Immediate. I mean, President Biden, who has been so much criticized by some minister in this government who understand nothing about international relations and don't have the slightest idea about America or its politician, criticized Biden, being a Whig, being old, being... Biden within hours stood up and said, America stands with Israel. And this he didn't say to frighten the Hezbollah. Hezbollah, we can tell. That was directed at the Ayatollah in Tehran. That might be one of the reasons why the Hezbollah, until today, is relatively, I say, because you see the incidents. Iran, I think rightly so, understand that if Hezbollah goes into war with Israel, and Israel, of course, will answer in an unproportionate manner. We talked about it. And we passed messages to Lebanon. Yesterday, Mrs. Colonna, the French foreign minister, went to Beirut with a message from Israel, warning the Lebanese state that they are responsible for what Hezbollah does. Although they may not agree, but they are responsible. And the Israeli answer would be directed also at them and at Lebanon, at the state, infrastructures. We did not make, Ariel, maybe you paid attention, we did not make open threat. Nobody, not the prime minister, not the chief, nobody said that. But I can tell you, this was the message from Mrs. Colonna. She was here. She went to Lebanon. So this is one of the reasons, all those America, Israel deterrence, also France, really pressuring Lebanon. You know, President Macron is also due to come to Israel. There is a lot of pressure on Lebanon, on Hezbollah not to act. And Iran, who understand that now it's not a good time has not yet given the green light. They may give the green light. Nobody knows. We have to be prepared. But for the time being, how long are we in war? 10 days? They are quiet, relatively.
Okay, we're going to come back to you for some further analysis, but first we are going to look at this report about the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, one of the main medical centers to treat those hundreds, thousands of people wounded in the current crisis. Our correspondent Ari Shapira took a tour in one of the biggest hospitals in Israel and talked to some of its top physicians to see just how they've been coping. And it looks like we're having a quick delay with our system. So we're going to play that as soon as our system is responding again. And we're going to return to Avi in the studio. Until then, because we've been talking about the role of Iran, the role of Hezbollah, the idea that even if you deal with Hamas, there's still all of these threats around Israel. Ultimately, how can Israel or the United States deal a final blow to get rid of the Iranian threat from our borders once and for all?
You know, Iran is not Hamas. No. When I tell you, Ariel, that we want to wipe out Hamas, this is something we can do.
Okay, and we will come back to that.
Contrary to Iran, I will explain.
Absolutely, because it seems like we got our system working enough so we can play that video showing the heroic efforts of Israeli medical professionals to try to save as many lives as possible from that vicious attack we saw last weekend.
Soroka Hospital in Beersheba seems quiet now, more than a week after the horrific slaughter Hamas perpetrated in southern Israel. On Saturday, October 7th, the situation was completely different.
Around 8:10 a.m., we were told of a mass casualties incident. The meaning of that is that we had to call all the units in the hospital. I texted all my staff and said, "This is war." This message saved us because we had everyone we needed. We managed to treat 670 people. And what is more amazing is that in the first 18 hours, we treated 600 patients. Here in the trauma room, there are usually 6 beds. And sometimes when there is pressure, we can set 12 beds. On Saturday, we managed to treat 120 patients in severe condition.
Physicians say that one of the biggest challenges they had was in treating wounded who were evacuated to the hospital only after many hours, something that made treatment much more difficult.
Patients arrived after long hours, and it dramatically affected their treatment. We accepted patients in the afternoon and even later, when the hour written on their arterial tourniquet was 6 a.m.
Despite the difficulties, staff at the hospital are determined to continue their hard work, even under severe physical and mental pressure.
My personal feelings are very clear. We have no doubt and no hesitation. We are in a state of war. The hospital staff is very strong. Most of us live in the south. It is very clear to us that the country needs us and that we are the medical Iron Dome of the south. It is not just a cliche for us. We are fully in it.
As I-24 News leaves, the team encounters singer Amir Benayoun singing a song for the patients and the crew about angels who are setting tables for the king, perhaps a tribute to the angels in white who saved so many people in the last few days.
And again, it is ultimately, at the end of this, Iran who has been behind most of these actions, funding and arming Hamas and many other genocidal-minded militias all around Israel's border, and discussing how to confront the Iranian threat and hopefully deal with it once for all. Still with us in studio, former Ambassador Avi Pasner.
Yeah, so I continue. Well, I wanted to stress the difference between Hamas and Iran. Hamas is an organization, small, maybe how many fighters do they have? 30, 35,000? It's not, it's more than we need, but it's not a country. Iraq is 100 million people, more than 100 million people. Country with the history, the legend, with tradition. Cannot compare. We can get rid of the Hamas, we can, and we will. I mean, of the leadership of the Hamas. We cannot get to anybody who is a supporter of Hamas or who likes Hamas. But we can get. It will take time. It will be painful to each and every head of the Hamas, be it military or politically. And we have already started slowly. So that we can say, with a degree of certainty, we can eliminate the Hamas as a ruler in the Gaza Strip. We can. We cannot say the same about Iran. We cannot eliminate Iran. We cannot eliminate the leadership of Iran. It's true that foreign sources say that Israel is very strong inside Iran. The Mossad has done things, but those are not. It's not the elimination of a regime. Even the United States cannot do that if it wanted. I'm not sure it wants. The United States was not able. So we will have to live with Iran. And how do you live with Iran? By deterring Iran. And this is the importance. Here comes the importance of the United States. Not towards Hamas, not even towards the Hezbollah. We can take care of them, although they have 150,000 rockets. We can take care of them. The United States is here, and they have sent 2 aircraft carriers to our region in order to send a clear signal to Iran. This is the signal to Iran that any direct involvement of Iran will find a direct involvement of the United States. This strengthens Israel. We don't want anybody to fight for us. We never asked anybody to fight for us. But to deter Iran, yes, we need the United States.
And before we go on, there is a complicating factor in all of this as we discuss the war and deterrence, and that is, of course, roughly 200 confirmed hostages, civilians that Hamas kidnapped and is now holding under horrible circumstances. One of the things they've done recently is released a propaganda video featuring one of those Israeli civilians kidnapped to move the Israeli defense officials are saying is psychological warfare. What you're seeing now on screen, that's Mia Shem appearing alive but injured. Parents begging news outlets not to share a video, a decision that we have honored, a video that many believe will be used to shatter Israeli morale. Let's listen.
Yesterday, I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. I saw that she was. I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain. And I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know if she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
And we're going to go on break. When we get back from that short break, 3 minutes, we are going to be discussing further Israel's war against Hamas and just how to protect the country in the days ahead.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Thanks for staying with us through our rolling coverage of Israel at war. The military now fighting on multiple fronts. The day-to-day realities have been almost left by the wayside, but families in Israel have been shattered by genocidal violence. They need healing for their minds as well as their bodies after witnessing these inhuman horrors. The Chai Lifeline Volunteers Program has been providing that assistance to untold thousands of people. And joining us now from Jerusalem is Elad Maimon, the CEO of Chai Lifeline. This is how they're helping and just what they need. Elad, thank you very much for joining us. You are connected. Very good. Can you tell us just what sort of resources you are bringing to bear? What is it that people need most right now?
So we have a few different projects, and we saw the need, the big needs from the. Actually, we have installed yesterday new project in the hotels where the people from the south they came to the hotels all over Israel, and they've been there with the kids and the parents, and they've huge trauma. We literally talked yesterday. The parents, some of them they just said like kids not to cry at night. They don't know how to. So we start this new project, and we're doing like project for the kids, and at the same time, when the kids having carnival and then don't enjoy themselves with our volunteers, we have special professional people talking with the parents about how to deal with the trauma, what to do with the kids, what they can give to the kids. We brought them like social worker, psychologists, and all like, we bring them like all around them, like professional people that can explain to them how to deal with this situation.
What do you even say to a child who has just seen firsthand that no, their parents, their state, their government cannot protect them from the monsters?
So the parents really, they have no answer. And this is why we brought this professional to speak with them, to be with them. We open like panel, like the people can ask questions and they get answer from the professionals. It's very difficult time, but our volunteers and staff, they know how to deal with the situation like in a crisis and trauma, because we're dealing during the year normally with the patients, kids with cancer. And it's also like, it's a big trauma. It's very different. This is something new we never deal with, but this is why we also don't really have the full answer for them, but we brought the professional to give them the answer, to deal with them, to talk with them, and to try to help them to see how they can deal with these kids. Because we see stories, the kids saw some terrible stuff, like you can't even imagine. It's literally unimaginable what these kids saw, and we hear it from the kids, from the parents, they huge trauma. And we try to do everything we can to give them a better support, bring the moral. Some parents say yesterday, it's the first time we actually see and thinking about what happened to us and about the trauma we've been through. And we understand how we need to talk with the kids, or we need to talk actually with the kids. We bring them, we're doing like, at the end of the day, after the kids have their own program and the parents and their own program, we bring them all together, like you see in the pictures now. And the singing together, the talking together, and the open their heart. The most important thing is to talk and not to keep it inside, because the trauma, when you're not talking about it, it's very dangerous. And so we're talking about it, we open it, and we saw it yesterday. At the beginning of the day, the kids came, they're all in trauma. Also the parents, they're in trauma, they hardly talk, they're always crying. And at the end of the day, you see this, when they all come together after a full day of program, they just singing and talking and dancing together is something like you can't imagine to see it in your eyes.
Given the sheer scope of the horrors and the sheer size of the amount of people you need to help, what can the greater public, both here in Israel and around the world, do to help you and your organization?
It's really been huge. We're getting help from High Lifeline around the world. In New York, New Jersey particularly, and also from Canada. Really, it's all our colleagues. All over the years, they dealing also with crisis. What now, this time of the year, when we told them about this project and about what we're doing, they all came together and trying to put together to give us, to help us with money and professionals. We opened a hotline for crisis, the High Lifeline Crisis Line. They have during the year for families with sick child, and with all the professionals from around the world, actually also from Belgium, from Antwerp, and from all over. The 24 hours, the hotline for crisis, and the answer, and the help kids, they help families, people, they need the help, and we're getting tremendous amount of help and support from all over the world, all around the world.
Well, Elad, best of luck out there, and I'm glad there are people like you helping at times like this. Thanks for joining us. We're going to look at some other organizations trying to help in the aftermath of the devastation, one of those being the Brothers in Arms organization, operating at special headquarters in one of those kibbutzim in the south, where volunteers are collecting food and equipment, but also going out there directly on rescue and deliver missions. Our correspondent, Ari Shapira, was there. Let's take a look.
Here in this picturesque kibbutz, not far from the Gaza border, masses of volunteers have gathered to assist the hard-hit people of the south.
On Sunday morning, we created this control unit. We didn't know exactly what to do. We decided to set up this headquarter here, a place close to the Gaza border.
This headquarter, which was established right after the brutal Hamas assault on October 7, doesn't only help with supplies and food, but also with evacuation missions. I-24 News joined a team of elderly people who came to support the people of the South.
We have 3 missions today. The first one is to bring people from Netivot. The second one is to bring a package to Be'eri, and the third is to evacuate a woman and bring her to Jerusalem. Each unit here has 4 people and 2 cars. In each car, we have someone with a weapon and a driver.
Our first stop was at Netivot, about 10 kilometers from the Gaza Strip, which has been bombarded by rockets. The next destination is Kibbutz Be'eri. This was one of the main targets of the Hamas slaughter. The team is asked to deliver a package to one of the residents here. The road is closed by the IDF, and the team brings the package to one of the soldiers. One of the volunteers here is Shauli Levi, whose granddaughter was kidnapped and taken to Gaza. He decided to take action and join the civil effort.
My heart hurts now, but as you can see, the activity here is distracting. And that's the most important thing for me right now.
Ever since the war erupted, we are seeing more and more initiatives like this, where residents are taking action. It's just one more example of the uniqueness and strength of the Israeli society.
And before anything else, we are going to now return to Israel's southern border, the town of Sderot. That is a southern border town where our Middle East correspondent Ariel Oseron is standing right now. Tell us a little bit more about the recent rocket fire we've just seen.
Right, Ariel. So we have moved to the southern town of Ashkelon, where about 15 minutes ago there was a barrage of rockets, and according to Israel's emergency services, MADA, there were indeed direct hits, but there were no injuries. According to the local fire station, there are 3 direct hits, but again, no injuries or casualties in this latest barrage of rockets. And this is the situation that has been going on not just today, the past few days, but basically since last Saturday. Every few hours, a different area here surrounding the Gaza Strip is targeted by a barrage of rockets. Earlier, it made it all the way to Rishon LeZion in the center of Israel. But again, these are these sporadic barrages that are targeting pretty much a quarter, if not a half, of the population of Israel on a regular basis. This coincides with preparations on the Israeli side for a massive ground invasion. Now, tomorrow there's going to be an interesting 4-way summit hosted by the King of Jordan in Amman. In attendance are also going to be Sisi, the President of Egypt, U.S. President Joe Biden, and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, to try and see how this current situation, the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, can be solved without neither Jordan nor Egypt absorbing any of the Palestinian refugees who are trying so desperately to get out of the Gaza Strip.
Now, you're in Ashkelon now, which is a much more densely populated area than Sderot has been, especially given Sderot's evacuation. Tell me about the morale of the citizens on the ground there who have, in the past, complained so heavily about a government reluctance to do anything to stop the rocket fire. Now that there is a large-scale war looming over all of us, how are they holding up?
Well, Ariel, a lot of the locals here have self-evacuated, have chosen not to stay here and to see how the situation evolves. But you referred to criticism over the past few years towards how the government has been handling things. I think the criticism towards the government has only amplified since last Saturday, with a massive lack of faith in state institutions, that many of them still are not functioning. Many of the emergency services are not properly functioning, according to the locals down south here. But they say, rather than looking up for answers, they're looking to the sides, right and left, to their fellow Israelis for hope. They're getting together. We just came from a site where there was a massive barbecue for soldiers at a staging area. People came, donated food, sang songs for Israel. And so in terms of, I should say, the morale of the people, I think it's fairly high. But as anything that has to do with faith in state institutions, government ministries, and the top leadership of the government, that is at a low that was even lower than it was before.
And I guess the next question we have to look at is, we've been hearing so much over the past few days about an imminent ground operation in Gaza. Do we know anything, any progress on whether or not that truly is imminent, or if they're still waiting back for something?
Well, we haven't received an official timeline as to when this ground invasion is going to happen, but all the while the military, mainly Air Force and artillery, continue to strike targets across the Gaza Strip. This is believed to be in preparation for the entry of the ground forces to try and set the scene on the ground to be such that is optimal for the forces to enter, to operate in a safe way. And that's also one of the reasons that the IDF implored the residents of the northern part of the Gaza Strip to leave and head south, because there's going to be, they anticipate heavy fighting there. They don't want there to be any civilian casualties, and also when there are civilians in the area, it makes fighting more challenging because you have to take into consideration uninvolved people. And so when you ask the local population to evacuate the area, it clears up the battlefield and makes it optimal for Israel to carry out its operation. I would imagine if it hasn't happened yet, it's because the conditions aren't optimal. When will that be? Appears to be imminent. That could be hours, days, but according to all Israeli key officials, whether in the military or government, the ground invasion is coming.
Well, Ariel, thank you very much. Stay safe out there, and we will be turning to you as a station as a whole so much over the days ahead. But in that week and a half since Hamas launched an unprovoked assault on Israeli civilian centers, a disturbing trend has rocked American academia. College campuses becoming hotbeds of terrorist support. Mass rallies held in support of the massacres themselves. That was even before Israel launched a counterattack. Just what rot has taken root in America's centers of so-called higher learning? Well, for an answer to that, we turn to Oren Magnesi, graduate of Harvard's Kennedy School and the Wexner Israel Fellow. What is going on American universities?
I think what happened yesterday was quite a precedent, because a major American institution, which is the Wexner Fellowship, Wexner Foundation has basically detached itself from Harvard, having 35 years of a relationship, of a partnership with Harvard Kennedy School, who for many years was a place that Israelis enjoyed attending and had the right atmosphere. I mean, it was kind of a safe haven within the larger liberal university, of having Republicans coming from out of Republican administrations and Democrats, and you would see. Remember, this is a school of government, so people are in the practice of government, and that brings a lot of moderation, a lot of perspective. There were a lot of senior generals there, senior officials from all kinds of militaries in the school. So this was a place where we felt comfortable, but. And I don't want to wish to repeat the statement that the Palestinian organizations made, but I'll just read one sentence. It said, "The apartheid regime is the only one to blame," and this is the most morally repugnant part of this. It's not a long statement, but this is something there's a misalignment of values that we as Israelis and the Wexner Foundation has sort of diverged from what the Kennedy School stands for now, and it wasn't so much as the Kennedy School and the President of Harvard did not go out of their way to support Hamas, but this time, this is another round of fighting. This is a singularity that has to be acknowledged, and they failed to do that. In the corrective statement that they've issued a few days later, they said, "Well, we're worried about people being doxxed." The people who signed voluntarily those terrible, terrible words, which made Israelis and Jews around campus feel very, very uncomfortable. They should not be exposed. That's what they were worried about. They said, well, we really don't like that. Well, if you sign this, you need to stand behind it. So there was a demand for moral clarity that just didn't happen. And we sent letters. I personally sent a letter to the president of Harvard. I sent a letter to the dean, basically telling them this is not going to fly. And if you want our partnership, if you want us to keep coming there, this has got to stop. You have to be clear about what is right and what is wrong.
And it's not just Harvard we've seen this at. We've seen campuses around the country for almost a decade now where the students seem to be running roughshod over the entire administration with radical ideas that are wholly incompatible with modern civilization. And professors, administrators can't even take a stance. we're seeing this now professional pushback, people pulling money out. Are we finally going to see these administrators grow a backbone and fight back against their radicals?
Well, the response of Les Wexner, Abigail Wexner, the people who funded this program for 35 years, and others, is really amazing, because it was no longer just an email saying, well, this is something we don't like. This is saying, we're not going to be partners with you. And I think it's the first time that it's happened in that capacity, and it will be it will snowball all the way to actually hurting the endowments and hurting those universities. They're acting out of fear, I guess, because they can't handle students, or I don't want to do a whole rant about the wokeness, but it has to do with that. You know, Harvard students were able to get the dean and the presidents, you know, doing all kinds of things that they didn't want, and that's not leadership. That's to say, well, you know, you guys are wrong. You're here at school. This is not just about knowledge; it's about values, and that moral clarity was not given, and there are consequences now.
And we're seeing some of those consequences in real time. We've had all of these names made public. We've had CEOs of major organizations, law firms, and the like saying, we're not touching these people with a 10-foot pole. Is that also likely to snowball into a wider social movement?
I hope so. I hope so. At this point, there's, I would say the majority of the American people, the most important parts of the American people, are behind Israel. I think that they understand that this is not a fight against Palestinians. This is a fight against a vicious, vicious organization that is evil. We don't need to elaborate on that. I think that if they are consistent with what they've shown, I think this might be able to change the way that universities behave, because Jewish communities are involved more than their share of the population in charitable causes. It's a thousand kind of versions of Tikkun Olam, and that's why they have such a big say. If they keep going, I mean, this will make a difference. Absolutely.
We've spent a lot of time focusing on the student radicals here, but ultimately we see reports out of Stanford, out of Columbia, of professors who are just as radical or saying things that are even more deranged in many circumstances. How long will it ultimately take to change the culture on campuses to cut back on this, frankly, insanity?
Well, I don't have a solution for the entire liberal problematic agenda of some American universities, but I can say about the Kennedy School, professors who I consider friends now have reached out to me and says, we don't like it. And people who've welcomed Israeli students, people who made sure that they're included in the conversation, because sometimes you had very few Palestinians that were very vocal, very victim kind of conversation brought into the classrooms, and they made sure that our voice was heard. They made sure that as part of the academic process, you actually take the situation and you analyze it through, like you're supposed to do in a place like Harvard Kennedy School. And that changed. I was there in 2006, just when the Second Lebanon War started. We had our arguments. There were Lebanese students on both sides. They realized they were not supporting Hezbollah, but we realized there's issues. Both, you know, people on both sides were getting hurt. But after that, we started the Israel Caucus, which really brought Israeli culture and better perspectives. And that was the environment back then. Today, it's simply hostile.
Well, Aaron, it's going to be a very long road forward in trying to repair not just the culture, but the credibility of even institutions like Harvard. Thank you for giving us an insight on just what it looks like on the ground there and what sort of effect you guys are having.
Thank you.
We're now going to return to the northern border, where our correspondent Robert Swift is waiting, where there have been exchanges of fire all day long and threats from Iran to activate Hezbollah, that an attack from the north is imminent. What are you seeing up there? Is imminent the right word to use?
I don't know if I would say that. The skirmishes that have been taking place since essentially the start of this conflict, they have continued again at pace. Just over an hour ago, we saw a firefight taking place behind us, and that has, although quietened down a little bit, it has continued sporadically with additional sounds of Israeli artillery fire and what sounded to us like 50 caliber machine gun fire to the west of us. Now, this comes off the back of two separate anti-tank missile attacks coming from to the eastern end of Israel's northern border, one of which struck a civilian vehicle, causing wounding 3 individuals. So that is the background, the level of intensity that we're seeing here along the border. And as a result of that, many of the communities that we have driven through today, that we've stopped to speak with people, many of these communities are, while I wouldn't go as far as calling them ghost towns, they're certainly on the way to becoming that. Many of the residents chose to leave after receiving an evacuation order yesterday, with 28 different communities being told that they should get up and leave. But even beyond those 28 communities and before yesterday, many residents of the northern communities chose to leave of their own accord rather than wait. So we've basically seen a sort of gradual diminishing of the population of the northern border. And we spent a little bit of time this afternoon speaking with one family who had waited up until now but decided enough was enough and they were going to make their way to Jerusalem. Let's have a listen to what they had to say.
Shalom.
Hello, I'm Shiri Sito. I live in the amazing Shlomi.
שלומי המהממת. אז קודם כל אנחנו...
Firstly, we're living through a not easy period throughout the country after the terrible massacre on Saturday. But first of all, we rely on the creator of the universe, and we rely on our powerful military, on Netanyahu taking the right decisions, crush them once and for all, Hamas and Hezbollah, because we live here under constant threat, and we want to put an end to it, to live in calm.
אין שקט.
Right, there is no quiet. We are going through a period that is very difficult. For me personally, my middle son is on the autism spectrum. Before you saw a scene that was not easy to see, a crisis. He doesn't want to be evacuated because he doesn't understand the situation. It's not simple. In principle, we don't want to evacuate because our home is our fortress, but the situation forces us to. We have children to safeguard and look after. We really hope that this situation will pass quickly, that we will come out on top, please God, and will return to our boring and welcome routine.
And Robert, we're hearing that 2 soldiers were just injured in a anti-tank rocket fire incident. What do we know about this incident?
That's correct. That's yet another anti-tank attack. This is proving that anti-tank weapons continue to be the most dangerous weapon here on the border. We understand that 2 soldiers are wounded. Sorry, I say again, we understand that 2 individuals are wounded in that incident, and that if that is the case, then this would prove yet again the lethality of this weapon system.
Now, in your tour of the north, have you seen any sort of defensive fortifications being built by Israel to counter some of this threat? Any earthworks, any sort of defilades that you've seen them taking cover behind? What have you seen as far as deployment goes? Not positions, obviously.
Well, the Israeli military presence in the north is extensive, and it has continued to grow in the days that we've been here, since about 4 days ago when the IDF announced that it was going to boost the number of reserve forces it has here. Now, there are checkpoints throughout the area, both at junctions and at the entrances to many of the communities here. But one of the things that's the most striking is the number of tanks that Israel has dotted all around here. You'll be just driving along the road, and at the side of the road, you'll notice, say, a number of Israeli Merkava tanks parked, waiting to be deployed if they need to be.
Well, thank you very much, Rob, for that report, what we're seeing on the border there. Stay safe out there, and thank you for being out there and all your reporting over the course of this war so far. Now, for everyone else, we are just about out of time. We're going to give you a quick review because this is the 11th day of that war. Things have been escalating in disturbing ways, with Iran threatening to activate Hezbollah in the north, saying that any preemptive strike by Hezbollah and what they call the so-called axis of resistance is imminent. We now have U.S. President Joe Biden confirming he will be making his wartime solidarity visit to Israel on Wednesday, and the Prime Minister of France, Emmanuel Macron, will also be making a visit to the country as well, as the West rallies in support of Israel after those barbaric attacks by Hamas's murderers in the south that killed 1,400 people, with 200 more still held hostage by Hamas in Gaza under deteriorating circumstances. It's a terrible situation all around, but this is a message to all the people of Israel and Jews around the world. We are all united. Stay strong out there.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Encuesta News 24.
Claro que sí, Carlos, quisiéramos saber desde dónde nos están viendo.
Todo lo que deben hacer es preparar el teléfono, apuntar el lector de QR. Exacto. Y allí se abre un breve cuestionario muy fácil de completar.
Otra opción es ingresar en el link que aparece en la pantalla.
Esperamos vuestras respuestas.
That we have our future and we'll be victorious. How are we going to do this? I don't know, but and we need to.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This is Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine coming to you live from Tel Aviv. Rocket sirens sounding in southern communities near the Gaza Strip right now. Certain parts of southern communities, including Kisufim, just moments ago. Loud explosions, meanwhile, heard in the north near the border with Lebanon. Day 11 of the war. The death toll from the Hamas terror onslaught at a music festival and at several kibbutzim and bases on Saturday, the 7th of October, is now at more than 1,400. Israel has made it clear it plans to eradicate Hamas, a terror group the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says is worse than ISIS. President Joe Biden lands in Tel Aviv tomorrow for a blitz visit. The IDF, meanwhile, continuing to target Hamas terror sites, with questions remaining as to when a ground invasion could start. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, no one can stop resistance forces. On the diplomatic front, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is set to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this evening. The Chancellor is also expected to meet with Benny Gantz, a member of the recently formed War Cabinet, and fellow former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, a War Cabinet observer. And just a short while ago, confirmation that French President Emmanuel Macron is also set to make a solidarity visit to Israel in the next few days. He says intense talks are progressing to free the kidnapped hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Meanwhile, Jordanian King Abdullah II reiterating Amman's red line, saying neither his country nor Egypt will accept Palestinian refugees fleeing from the Gaza Strip. He was speaking in Berlin after meeting with the German Chancellor. This coming after Israel warned Gazans to evacuate towards the south of the Strip near the Rafah border crossing with Egypt ahead of the expected IDF ground offensive in the north of the enclave. So for the latest, let's go live to our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osaran. He joins us from Storot in the south. And Ariel, we know sirens sounding in some border communities just a short while ago. What is the latest where you are? What update can you share?
Right, Benita. Here in Ashkelon is a little bit north from Sderot. There was a rocket barrage that hit the town about half an hour ago. There were 3 direct impacts, but according to Israeli emergency services, there were no injuries in that barrage. Moments ago, there was also a red alert siren in Kisufim. That's one of the border communities that was evacuated. Also there's no word of casualties, and we shouldn't expect that because there are no residents left. And this has been the situation throughout the morning, sporadic rocket launching from Gaza towards these southern communities, as well as on inside Gaza. Israeli strikes continue all across the Strip, north, middle, south. Artillery, Air Force. This is continued in anticipation for the looming ground invasion that all Israeli leaders have announced.
Very briefly, what update can you share about the reports around aid for Gaza, which is apparently remaining stuck at the border at the Rafah crossing ahead of this visit by President Joe Biden? What details are known right now?
Right, Benita. So the convoys of trucks planning to bring goods into the Gaza Strip have been waiting on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing for days now. This comes as both the Egyptian side and the Israeli side are not accepting the entry of goods through the border crossing. But interestingly enough, tomorrow there's going to be a 4-way summit hosted in Amman in Jordan by the King Abdullah II of Jordan. In attendance will be U.S. President Joe Biden, Egyptian President Sisi, as well as Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. You mentioned earlier the red line that King Abdullah had set for Jordan: no Palestinian refugees. The same red line has been set by Egypt, perhaps not as vocally. I think this is also a moment of test for Arab nations that say that the Palestinian cause is at the utmost importance to them to put their actions where their words are. And given that they are looking after the Palestinian cause, the fact that they're saying that they do not want to take any refugees, I think that's something to look at. But obviously this summit tomorrow expected to touch on the issue of Jordan, Egypt not willing to absorb refugees, but yes, trying to solve this rapidly emerging humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip.
Appreciate the update as always. Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran live from Ashkelon in the south. Thank you so much. And now for more insight, we welcome to studio Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich. Thank you so much, as always, for being here in studio. A tense time, day 11, and now confirmation that the U.S. President Joe Biden will touch down in Tel Aviv tomorrow. A message of solidarity, but that's not all. What do you make of the significance of this visit right now from the U.S. President?
First of all, I'm not here to be a political analyst, but I would say that in this time of war against Hamas, Daesh terrorist group, it is very important that Mr. Biden, the President of the USA, is coming to Israel to visit the country in these very tough days, to express his support and friendship with the people of Israel. And for us, I'm sure that it is the best expression of friendship, support by the most important men in the world.
And let's talk now about what is unfolding on the ground, because the ground invasion is very likely supposed to be happening in the coming days, in the coming weeks. What is the latest update? What kind of risks are being calculated as we speak by this war cabinet that has been set up very recently? Talk to us about the significance of the timing around this potential ground invasion in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, first of all, there is something that I would like to put an emphasis on it. People would like to say, hurry up, you have to go, you have to get in. There is no hurry. I mean, there is a process of preparedness, a process of, I would say, instructions to be filled, a process of concentrating the right number of forces, of people, well equipped, well trained, with the right military equipment, also with the right armor vehicles with them. And when we talk about such an operation, a big operation, it seems actually to be. So time is actually according to the preparation of the operation when we think that it is okay, and also according to the political and top military orders. When all these considerations are, I would say, are meeting together the same purpose, so the operation can be carried out.
At the same time, we're hearing reports that Antony Blinken spent around 9 hours with this war cabinet yesterday. We also know, of course, we saw it ourselves, sirens were sounding. He saw and experienced firsthand what it's like to have to run to a shelter as well. It's complicated. The President of the United States arrives tomorrow, and that could be a similar scenario. There could be a situation where the President of the United States is running to a shelter because of rocket fire coming through. Talk to us about the security concerns there.
First of all, Benita, there is right now a large naval force, American naval force in Mediterranean, very close to the Israeli shores, like the U.S. aircraft carrier Gerald Ford, with tens of combat vessels and troops. That means that the Americans are taking this situation very seriously. And that also means that on a strict, pure security point of view, the Americans have their own assessment. And as you know, the relationships between the State of Israel and the United States of America on the military level are very strong, have been always very strong, and maybe today they are stronger than ever. And concerning the specific security considerations, in case that there will be an alert, I believe, we believe, and we know that everything will be taken into account in order to protect all the people on the ground. Of course, the delegation and the visit will be super protected according to, I believe, many protocols of security and protection.
You mentioned earlier, why are people in a rush, so to speak, for this ground invasion to start? I could think of one very serious reason, and that is because of the hostages who are still being held there. We know that 199 families have been contacted in terms of an update about what is happening there, and it's very likely there are far more hostages being kept there. Talk to us about what it means for them, the time frames and the likelihood of some kind of extraction, some kind of deal. What does it mean for families waiting for word on their loved ones who are being held by Hamas right now, terrifying as it is?
Without entering into details concerning this dramatic matter of 199 people abducted, kidnapped by Hamas, are now being on the Gaza soil, with Hamas actually taking them as hostages. I can only say that the State of Israel is doing many things that we cannot talk about in order to deal with this subject, which is a very sensitive subject. As you know, many double citizenship members are also amongst the kidnapped people. That means that the French government and the American government and other governments are working together with the Israeli government, hand by hand, side by side, to deal with this issue. And I wouldn't say that there is a direct connection between any time for the ground operation and the security process. One thing is very, very important, maybe super important, and it is the stages issue. But let's say that the ground operation against Hamas, and let's forget that 11 days ago, Hamas carried out the worst massacre in the State of Israel history, and the worst massacre since World War II against Jews.
Brutality.
And I was by myself yesterday, Benita, at the place where the hundreds and thousands of bodies have been placed, and I was there because we wanted to show to a parliamentary delegation from Europe the unbelievable, the unimaginable, where Israeli youngs, babies, women, old women, men, all men have been totally massacred, brutally killed, sometimes raped, then killed, then burned, with babies together with another baby. I'm saying so because this situation that happened, I would say, obliged and is obliging us today to react. In the same time, and in parallel to the reaction that it is was even a moral obligation for the State of Israel to deal with the 199 kidnapped, it's also a moral issue and a moral must. But we are dealing with these issues together in different ways.
Still so difficult to even process the extent of the brutality, the extent of that killing rampage, and as you say, that bodies are still being identified, people are still
hundreds, around 300, I think, 327 where I was yesterday, are still not identified. Because the process of identification with DNA sometimes is difficult because there is no DNA to find. But you know, yesterday I heard that sometimes you need the family members to identify the body. But when all the family has been killed, there is no one to come to identify.
Unimaginable tragedy. Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich, stay with us. Thank you so much. We've got more to discuss right now, though. I want to go up north. Our correspondent, Robert Swift, is on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. So, Robert, loud explosions heard up north just a short while ago. Also, 4 attempted infiltrations up north earlier in the day. Israel's military killing all 4 terrorists. Tell us what unfolded. What is the latest where you are?
So in the most recent incident of the most recent security incident here on the border, just say 20 minutes ago, there's reports of yet another anti-tank attack. This taking place in the eastern section of the northern border. It's understood that there are 2 or 3 people wounded as a result of this. This being an attack with 2 anti-tank missiles. This is the 3rd time today that such an attack has taken place. So it'll be the 4th launch of an anti-tank missile at individuals on the Israeli side of the border. And all of this is taking place around the Metula area, which has seen a spike in these sorts of attacks. It's not the first time that today is not the first instance of this occurring, but 3 attacks in one day with 4 different missiles is definitely an escalation. However, that is not the only location where attacks are taking place. There has been exchanges of fire along the border in various locations. One taking place here about 2 hours ago, and a number of artillery fired by the Israeli military in response to these attacks. The impression given is that Hezbollah is attempting to stretch the Israeli military. They are focusing in one location and then switching to focusing in a different location a short time later, and in an effort to stretch the Israeli defenses as much as they can.
And what does that mean for the communities who were evacuated? Have they all found another place to stay at guest houses, as we reported yesterday? What is the current situation on the ground for local communities?
Well, there was an evacuation order that went out yesterday for 28 communities, that being compulsory, ordering people to leave those villages. Now, that is just for the villages that are closest to the border, those around 1.2 miles from the border. But there are many other villages which are essentially within range of one of the weapon systems that Hezbollah has. The anti-tank weapons that we've been hearing so much about today, they have a range of more than 1.2 miles. So there's still many people that are, in a danger zone, even if they're not immediately evacuated. Now, it's worth noting that many residents evacuated before the evacuation order came in yesterday, and even that some individuals have chosen not to. There's some of the villages that we were driving around here today. They were very clearly quiet with the population hugely reduced. But, it didn't take long to spot one or two people around. Now, there are some families that have chosen not to leave. There are some that are in the process of leaving right now. For those that can't leave, often it's due to, elderly relatives or other reasons that they think that they simply can't go.
And despite all these infiltrations that we keep talking about, despite the anti-tank gunfire that we're talking about, still officially Hezbollah hasn't got fully involved. We are hearing Iran's supreme leader saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, targeting Hamas sites, quote, no one can stop resistance forces. What is the latest on the fully fledged Hezbollah threat up north?
Well, the thing to remember is, first of all, that Hezbollah is a massive force. It has a rocket and missile arsenal eclipsing many Western militaries. It has firepower and a manpower far in excess of what Hamas has. However, that doesn't mean that just because we're seeing attacks escalate in recent days and hours, that they necessarily are committed to entering the fight. It could well be the case that Hezbollah wants to give the impression of fighting without actually becoming involved, either because it wants to demonstrate its commitment to Hamas's cause or because it wishes to fix Israeli forces in this area. Any Israeli troops or armor which are stationed here being ready to respond to Hezbollah are troops that can't be used in the south. And that is possibly the reason that they are attempting to increase the tension here, trying to escalate their attacks as the hour at which a Gaza ground operation may begin comes closer.
Thank you so much. Correspondent Robert Swift on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Thank you, Rob. And now for more, we welcome Yael Eckstein, President of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. Yael, thank you so much for speaking to us at such a difficult time. Israel is at war. This nation is still in shock after the surprise Hamas killing rampage 11 days ago now. So just to start, your response to the scale of this attack on the festival of Simchat Torah, supposed to be a time of celebration, this year a time of tragedy, targeting of civilians. Your thoughts?
Well, I think what we're seeing now in Israel that every single person is experiencing is holding the space between extreme gratitude and extreme grief. I think all of us are hugging our children and loved ones like we never have before, and we're feeling grief and vulnerability like we've never felt before. What we're seeing for the first time, maybe ever, at least in the 20 years that I've been in the social welfare system, is that the responders have become the victims. And when you see people who are the leaders of holding up their communities suddenly be the ones who are evacuating, are burying loved ones, their homes were hit, they're kidnapped, you see a level of both grief that I think has never been experienced in my lifetime in Israel, but also a level of gratitude that you see who our friends are, both inside of Israel and outside.
We've been talking in studio about the level of grief, the fact that some people are still waiting for word on their loved ones. It really is an unimaginable situation. I understand that 30 million shekels has been raised for affected communities, for military needs. Talk us through those needs right now, the initiatives, what items are being prioritized right now, as you say, for the people who are feeling gratitude and want to give back and want to help people in need right now.
Well, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has actually already distributed over $12 million of aid. We're now on the second round of identifying the next round of aid. We, thank God, have volunteers and workers and partners in every single city in Israel. And so from Sunday, we've been distributing food to the bomb shelters. We've been distributing over 1,000 bulletproof vests. We've been whatever is needed on the ground. And oftentimes this closed military situation and location, we've been able to mobilize our soup kitchens to distribute meals. So the first stage was really looking at those emergency basic needs for those who were affected. So we have the head of the Eshkol region, for example, who we've been working with for years, who was kidnapped. So already on Sunday, we sent her messages and it went through, but it went through to Hamas. And so we had to recreate this whole level of first responders together with our partners to make sure that for the past 10 days, people are getting food in their bomb shelter. There's a location where people are going, family, loved ones are going to identify the bodies of their loved ones. And the fellowship has been there 24/7 since last Sunday, including Shabbat, including nights, to provide simple, basic cake and cookies and food and chairs and mattresses and water to these families in mourning. So basically, wherever we've seen a need, we've been immediate to meet it. Now we're looking at the mid and long-term needs, which is no less heartbreaking.
Yael, it is so inspiring to hear the number of volunteers who are getting involved, people who are trying to make a difference, young, old, people just wanting to help out. In studio with me right now is Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich. He is hearing your message and he'd like to speak to you. Olivier.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just would like to tell you that I knew your father, and we were in contact 25 years ago during the second Intifada. And I'm pleased to see that you are continuing his mission. And please let me convey to you and to his memory my best wishes for your success for Israel and for what you are doing. Tremendous, important things for Israel. Thank you to you, and thank you to what your dad has done for years.
Yael, would you like to respond to Olivier?
If I could stop the tears from flowing, I'll be happy to. It was after the Second Lebanon War that I remember my father took all of our staff and drove up north because it was the first time that Israeli citizens were in their shelters for days on end, and they didn't have the food, they didn't have the medicine, they didn't have any of the diapers, the formula. And my father said, this is what the Keren L'Yedidut, the fellowship, is needed for it. And literally people were packing their trunks and driving up north. And he created a system that now, 20 years later, as soon as there's war, we don't need to be packing our trunks. We have our partners on the ground that we're able to mobilize within a matter of hours. So it just, hearing that sentiment from the second Intifada, from the Second Lebanon War, and knowing how far we've come, b'zchuto, in his honor and his memory, is just important to remember. Sof ma'aseh b'machshava tchila, the end result reflects the first thought. And my father was dedicated to helping the people of Israel with anything that was needed, with tens of millions of Christians standing behind us around the world. And so it's really this glimmer of hope in the darkness. And thank you so much. We stand behind you and the Israeli army and the first responders with anything that's needed.
We only have a few seconds left, Yael. Just your sense of the resilience, the unity right now. You're talking about people from different communities banding together to try and make a difference. Your understanding of the sentiment on the ground going forward, very briefly, please.
I think I'm going to answer with a prayer. May the unity that we are feeling now, the brotherhood that is just tangible wherever you look, may it continue for many, many, many years without any crisis to bring it together.
Yael Eckstein, President of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, thank you so much for speaking to us, and thank you so much for your initiatives and for carrying out the chesed, the charity work, and the good work that you are doing. Thank you very much, Yael Eckstein. And right now, as we end this breaking news edition, I bring you a breaking news update, and it's a report just in from the Red Cross in Lebanon. Confirmation 4 people have been killed in an IDF attack inside southern Lebanon. That confirmation coming through just moments ago. The Red Cross in Lebanon saying 4 dead from an IDF strike in southern Lebanon. The war continues. Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich, thank you very much for being here in studio. And that's where we end for now. Our rolling coverage continues shortly. I'm Benita Levine in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
This is Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine coming to you live from Tel Aviv. Rocket sirens sounding in southern communities near the Gaza Strip right now. Certain parts of southern communities, including Kisufim, just moments ago. Loud explosions, meanwhile, heard in the north near the border with Lebanon. Day 11 of the war. The death toll from the Hamas terror onslaught at a music festival and at several kibbutzim and bases on Saturday, the 7th of October, is now at more than 1,400. Israel has made it clear it plans to eradicate Hamas, a terror group the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says is worse than ISIS. President Joe Biden lands in Tel Aviv tomorrow for a blitz visit. The IDF, meanwhile, continuing to target Hamas terror sites, with questions remaining as to when a ground invasion could start. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, no one can stop resistance forces. On the diplomatic front, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is set to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this evening. The Chancellor is also expected to meet with Benny Gantz, a member of the recently formed War Cabinet, and fellow former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, a War Cabinet observer. And just a short while ago, confirmation that French President Emmanuel Macron is also set to make a solidarity visit to Israel in the next few days. He says intense talks are progressing to free the kidnapped hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Meanwhile, Jordanian King Abdullah II reiterating Amman's red line, saying neither his country nor Egypt will accept Palestinian refugees fleeing from the Gaza Strip. He was speaking in Berlin after meeting with the German Chancellor. This coming after Israel warned Gazans to evacuate towards the south of the Strip near the Rafah border crossing with Egypt ahead of the expected IDF ground offensive in the north of the enclave. So for the latest, let's go live to our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osaran. He joins us from Storot in the south. And Ariel, we know sirens sounding in some border communities just a short while ago. What is the latest where you are? What update can you share?
Right, Benita. Here in Ashkelon is a little bit north from Sderot. There was a rocket barrage that hit the town about half an hour ago. There were 3 direct impacts, but according to Israeli emergency services, there were no injuries in that barrage. Moments ago, there was also a red alert siren in Kisufim. That's one of the border communities that was evacuated. Also there's no word of casualties, and we shouldn't expect that because there are no residents left. And this has been the situation throughout the morning, sporadic rocket launching from Gaza towards these southern communities, as well as on inside Gaza. Israeli strikes continue all across the Strip, north, middle, south. Artillery, Air Force. This has continued in anticipation for the looming ground invasion that all Israeli leaders have announced.
Very briefly, what update can you share about the reports around aid for Gaza, which is apparently remaining stuck at the border at the Rafah crossing ahead of this visit by President Joe Biden? What details are known right now?
Right, Benita. So the convoys of trucks planning to bring goods into the Gaza Strip have been waiting on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing for days now. This comes as both the Egyptian side and the Israeli side are not accepting the entry of goods through the border crossing. But interestingly enough, tomorrow there's going to be a 4-way summit hosted in Amman in Jordan by the King Abdullah II of Jordan. In attendance will be U.S. President Joe Biden, Egyptian President Sisi, as well as Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. You mentioned earlier the red line that King Abdullah had set for Jordan: no Palestinian refugees. The same red line has been set by Egypt, perhaps not as vocally. I think this is also a moment of test for Arab nations that say that the Palestinian cause is at the utmost importance to them, to put their actions where their words are. And given that they are looking after the Palestinian cause, the fact that they're saying that they do not want to take any refugees, I think that's something to look at. But obviously this summit tomorrow expected to touch on the issue of Jordan, Egypt not willing to absorb refugees, but yes, trying to solve this rapidly emerging humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip.
Appreciate the update as always. Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran live from Ashkelon in the south. Thank you so much. And now for more insight, we welcome to studio Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich. Thank you so much, as always, for being here in studio. A tense time, day 11, and now confirmation that the U.S. President Joe Biden will touch down in Tel Aviv tomorrow. a message of solidarity, but that's not all. What do you make of the significance of this visit right now from the US president?
First of all, I'm not here to be a political analyst, but I would say that in this time of war against Hamas Daesh terrorist group, it is very important that Mr. Biden, the president of the USA, is coming to Israel to visit the country in these very tough days, to express his support and friendship with the people of Israel. And for us, I'm sure that it is the best expression of friendship, support by the most important man in the world.
And let's talk now about what is unfolding on the ground, because the ground invasion is very likely supposed to be happening in the coming days, in the coming weeks. What is the latest update? What kind of risks are being calculated as we speak by this war cabinet that has been set up very recently? Talk to us about the significance of the timing around this potential ground invasion in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, first of all, there is something that I would like to put an emphasis on it. People would like to say, hurry up, you have to go, you have to get in. There is no hurry. I mean, there is a process of preparedness, a process of, I would say, instructions to be filled, a process of concentrating the right number of forces, of people, well-equipped, well-trained, with the right military equipment, also with the right armored vehicles with them. And when we talk about such an operation, a big operation, it seems actually to be. So time is actually according to the preparation of the operation when we think that it is okay, and also according to the political and top military orders. When all these considerations are, I would say, are meeting together the same purpose, so the operation can be carried out.
At the same time, we're hearing reports that Antony Blinken spent around 9 hours with this war cabinet yesterday. We also know, of course, we saw it ourselves, sirens were sounding. He saw and experienced firsthand what it's like to have to run to a shelter as well. It's complicated. The President of the United States arrives tomorrow, and that could be a similar scenario. There could be a situation where the President of the United States is running to a shelter because of rocket fire coming through. Talk to us about the security concerns there.
First of all, Benita, there is right now a large naval force, American naval force in Mediterranean, very close to the Israeli shores, like the U.S. aircraft carrier Gerald Ford, with tens of combat vessels and troops. That means that the Americans are taking this situation very seriously. And that also means that on a strict, pure security point of view, the Americans have their own assessment. And as you know, the relationships between the State of Israel and the United States of America on the military level are very strong, have been always very strong, and maybe today they are stronger than ever. And concerning the specific security considerations, in case that there will be an alert, I believe, we believe, and we know that everything will be taken into account in order to protect all the people on the ground. Of course, the delegation on the visit will be super protected according to, I believe, many protocols of security and protection.
You mentioned earlier, why are people in a rush, so to speak, for this ground invasion to start? I could think of one very serious reason, and that is because of the hostages who are still being held there. We know that 199 families have been contacted in terms of an update about what is happening there, and it's very likely there are far more hostages being kept there. Talk to us about what it means for them, the time frames and the likelihood of some kind of extraction, some kind of deal. What does it mean for families waiting for word on their loved ones who are being held by Hamas right now, terrifying as it is?
Without entering into details concerning this dramatic matter of 199 people abducted, kidnapped by Hamas, are now being on the Gaza soil, with Hamas actually taking them as hostages. I can only say that the State of Israel is doing many things that we cannot talk about in order to deal with this subject, which is a very sensitive subject. As you know, many double citizenship members are also amongst the kidnapped people. That means that the French government and the American government and other governments are working together with the Israeli government, hand by hand, side by side, to deal with this issue. And I wouldn't say that there is a direct connection between any time for the ground operation and the security process. One thing is very, very important, maybe super important, and it is the hostages issue. But let's say that the ground operation against Hamas, and let's forget that 11 days ago, Hamas carried out the worst massacre in the State of Israel history, and the worst massacre since World War II against Jews.
Brutality.
And I was by myself yesterday, Benita, at the place where the hundreds and thousands of bodies have been placed, and I was there because we wanted to show to a parliamentary delegation from Europe the unbelievable, the unimaginable, where Israeli youngs, babies, women, old women, men, old men have been totally massacred, brutally killed, sometimes raped, then killed, then burned, with babies together with another baby. I'm saying so because this situation that happened, I would say, obliged and is obliging us today to react. In the same time, and in parallel to the reaction that it is even a moral obligation for the State of Israel to deal with the 199 kidnapped, it's also a moral issue and a moral must. But we are dealing with these issues together in different ways.
Still so difficult to even process the extent of the brutality, the extent of that killing rampage, and as you say, that bodies are still being identified, people are still
hundreds, around 300, I think, 327 where was yesterday are still not identified. Because the process of identification with DNA sometimes is difficult because there is no DNA to find. But you know, yesterday I heard that sometimes you need the family members to identify the body. But when all the family has been killed, there is no one to come to identify.
Unimaginable tragedy. Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich, stay with us. Thank you so much. We've got more to discuss right now, though. I want to go up north. Our correspondent, Robert Swift, is on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. So, Robert, loud explosions heard up north just a short while ago. Also, 4 attempted infiltrations up north earlier in the day. Israel's military killing all 4 terrorists. Tell us what unfolded. What is the latest where you are?
So in the most recent incident of the most recent security incident here on the border, just say 20 minutes ago, there's reports of yet another anti-tank attack. This taking place in the eastern section of the northern border. It's understood that there are 2 or 3 people wounded as a result of this. This being an attack with 2 anti-tank missiles. This is the 3rd time today that such an attack has taken place. So it'll be the 4th launch of an anti-tank missile at individuals on the Israeli side of the border. And all of this is taking place around the Metula area, which has seen a spike in these sorts of attacks. It's not the first time that today is not the first instance of this occurring, but 3 attacks in one day with 4 different missiles is definitely an escalation. However, that is not the only location where attacks are taking place. There has been exchanges of fire along the border in various locations. One taking place here about 2 hours ago, and a number of artillery fired by the Israeli military in response to these attacks. The impression given is that Hezbollah is attempting to stretch the Israeli military. They are focusing in one location and then switching to focusing in a different location a short time later, and in an effort to stretch the Israeli defenses as much as they can.
And what does that mean for the communities who were evacuated? Have they all found another place to stay at guest houses, as we reported yesterday? What is the current situation on the ground for local communities?
Well, there was an evacuation order that went out yesterday for 28 communities, that being compulsory, ordering people to leave those villages. Now, that is just for the villages that are closest to the border, those around 1.2 miles from the border. But there are many other villages which are essentially within range of one of the weapon systems that Hezbollah has. The anti-tank weapons that we've been hearing so much about today, they have a range of more than 1.2 miles. So there's still many people that are, in a danger zone, even if they're not immediately evacuated. Now, it's worth noting that many residents evacuated before the evacuation order came in yesterday, and even that some individuals have chosen not to. There's some of the villages that we were driving around here today. They were very clearly quiet with the population hugely reduced. But, it didn't take long to spot one or two people around. Now, there are some families that have chosen not to leave. There are some that are in the process of leaving right now. For those that can't leave, often it's due to, elderly relatives or other reasons that they think that they simply can't go.
And despite all these infiltrations that we keep talking about, despite the anti-tank gunfire that we're talking about, still officially Hezbollah hasn't got fully involved. We are hearing Iran's supreme leader saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, targeting Hamas sites, quote, no one can stop resistance forces. What is the latest on the fully fledged Hezbollah threat up north?
Well, the thing to remember is, first of all, that Hezbollah is a massive force. It has a rocket and missile arsenal eclipsing many Western militaries. It has firepower and a manpower far in excess of what Hamas has. However, that doesn't mean that just because we're seeing attacks escalate in recent days and hours, that they necessarily are committed to entering the fight. It could well be the case that Hezbollah wants to give the impression of fighting without actually becoming involved, either because it wants to demonstrate its commitment to Hamas's cause or because it wishes to fix Israeli forces in this area. Any Israeli troops or armor which are stationed here being ready to respond to Hezbollah are troops that can't be used in the south. And that is possibly the reason that they are attempting to increase the tension here, trying to escalate their attacks as the hour at which a Gaza ground operation may begin comes closer.
Thank you so much. Correspondent Robert Swift on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Thank you, Rob. And now for more, we welcome Yael Eckstein, President of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. Yael, thank you so much for speaking to us at such a difficult time. Israel is at war. This nation is still in shock after the surprise Hamas killing rampage 11 days ago now. So just to start, your response to the scale of this attack on the festival of Simchat Torah, supposed to be a time of celebration, this year a time of tragedy, targeting of civilians. Your thoughts?
Well, I think what we're seeing now in Israel that every single person is experiencing is holding the space between extreme gratitude and extreme grief. I think all of us are hugging our children and loved ones like we never have before, and we're feeling grief and vulnerability like we've never felt before. What we're seeing for the first time, maybe ever, at least in the 20 years that I've been in the social welfare system, is that the responders have become the victims. And when you see people who are the leaders of holding up their communities suddenly be the ones who are evacuating, are burying loved ones, their homes were hit, they're kidnapped, you see a level of both grief that I think has never been experienced in my lifetime in Israel, but also a level of gratitude that you see who our friends are, both inside of Israel and outside.
We've been talking in studio about the level of grief, the fact that some people are still waiting for word on their loved ones. It really is an unimaginable situation. I understand that 30 million shekels has been raised for affected communities, for military needs. Talk us through those needs right now, the initiatives, what items are being prioritized right now, as you say, for the people who feel in gratitude and want to give back and want to help people in need right now.
Well, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has actually already distributed over $12 million of aid. We're now on the second round of identifying the next round of aid. We, thank God, have volunteers and workers and partners in every single city in Israel. And so from Sunday, we've been distributing food to the bomb shelters. We've been distributing over 1,000 bulletproof vests. We've been whatever is needed on the ground. And oftentimes this closed military situation and location, we've been able to mobilize our soup kitchens to distribute meals. So the first stage was really looking at those emergency basic needs for those who were affected. So we have the head of the Eshkol region, for example, who we've been working with for years, who was kidnapped. So already on Sunday, we sent her messages and it went through, but it went through to Hamas. And so we had to recreate this whole level of first responders together with our partners to make sure that for the past 10 days, people are getting food in their bomb shelter. There's a location where people are going, family, loved ones are going to identify the bodies of their loved ones. And the fellowship has been there 24/7 since last Sunday, including Shabbat, including nights, to provide simple, basic cake and cookies and food and chairs and mattresses and water to these families in mourning. So basically, wherever we've seen a need, we've been immediate to meet it. Now we're looking at the mid and long-term needs, which is no less heartbreaking.
Yeah, Elle, it is so inspiring to hear the number of volunteers who are getting involved, people who are trying to make a difference, young, old, people just wanting to help out. In studio with me right now is Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich. He is hearing your message and he'd like to speak to you. Olivier.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just would like to tell you that I knew your father, and we were in contact 25 years ago during the second Intifada. And I'm pleased to see that you are continuing his mission. And please let me convey to you and to his memory my best wishes for your success for Israel and for what you are doing. Tremendous, important things for Israel. Thank you to you, and thank you to what your dad has done for years.
Yael, would you like to respond to Olivier?
If I could stop the tears from flowing, I'll be happy to. It was after the Second Lebanon War that I remember my father took all of our staff and drove up north because it was the first time that Israeli citizens were in their shelters for days on end, and they didn't have the food, they didn't have the medicine, they didn't have any of the diapers, the formula. And my father said, this is what the Keren L'Yedidut, the fellowship, is needed for. And literally people were packing their trunks and driving up north. And he created a system that now, 20 years later, as soon as there's war, we don't need to be packing our trunks. We have our partners on the ground that we're able to mobilize within a matter of hours. So it just, hearing that sentiment from the second Intifada, from the Second Lebanon War, and knowing how far we've come, b'zchuto, in his honor and his memory, is just important to remember. Sof ma'aseh b'machshava tchila, the end result reflects the first thought. And my father was dedicated to helping the people of Israel with anything that was needed, with tens of millions of Christians standing behind us around the world. And so it's really this glimmer of hope in the darkness. And thank you so much. We stand behind you and the Israeli army and the first responders with anything that's needed.
We only have a few seconds left, Yael. Just your sense of the resilience, the unity right now. You're talking about people from different communities banding together to try and make a difference. Your understanding of the sentiment on the ground going forward, very briefly, please.
I think I'm going to answer with a prayer. May the unity that we are feeling now, the brotherhood that is just tangible wherever you look, may it continue for many, many, many years without any crisis to bring it together.
Yael Eckstein, President of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, thank you so much for speaking to us, and thank you so much for your initiatives and for carrying out the chesed, the charity work, and the good work that you are doing. Thank you very much, Yael Eckstein. And right now, as we end this breaking news edition, I bring you a breaking news update, and it's a report just in from the Red Cross in Lebanon. Confirmation 4 people have been killed in an IDF attack inside southern Lebanon. That confirmation coming through just moments ago. The Red Cross in Lebanon saying 4 dead from an IDF strike in southern Lebanon. The war continues. Colonel in the Reserves, Olivier Rafovich, thank you very much for being here in studio. And that's where we end for now. Our rolling coverage continues shortly. I'm Benita Levine in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
is Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine coming to you live from Tel Aviv. Rocket sirens sounding in southern communities near the Gaza Strip right now, including in Kisufim, Sderot, near Am and Ibim just moments ago. At the same time, earlier, loud explosions heard in the north near the border with Lebanon. The Red Cross saying a short while ago that 4 people had been killed earlier in an IDF strike in southern Lebanon. The 4 infiltrators had reportedly tried to place a landmine on the fence. Meanwhile, 5 anti-tank missiles have been fired towards Israel from Lebanon. It's day 11 of the war. The death toll from the Hamas terror onslaught at a music festival and at several kibbutzim and bases on Saturday, the 7th of October, is now at more than 1,400. Israel has made it clear it plans to eradicate Hamas, a terror group the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says is worse than ISIS. President Joe Biden lands in Tel Aviv tomorrow for a blitz visit. The IDF continuing to target Hamas terror sites, with questions remaining as to when a ground invasion could start. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, quote, no one can stop resistance forces. On the diplomatic front, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is set to meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this evening. The Chancellor is also expected to meet Benny Gantz, a member of the recently formed War Cabinet and fellow former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, a War Cabinet observer. And just a short while ago, confirmation that French President Emmanuel Macron is also set to make a solidarity visit to Israel in the next few days. He says intense talks are progressing to free the kidnapped hostages held by the Hamas terror group inside Gaza. Meanwhile, Jordanian King Abdullah II is reiterating Amman's red line, saying neither his country nor Egypt will accept Palestinian refugees fleeing from the Gaza Strip. He was speaking in Berlin after meeting with the German Chancellor. This all coming after Israel warned Gazans to evacuate towards the south of the Strip near the Rafah border crossing with Egypt ahead of the expected IDF ground offensive in the north of the enclave. We're now joined by our correspondent Hamda Salhut. She joins us from the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Several developments, Hamda. The Red Cross saying 4 people have been killed in an IDF strike in southern Lebanon. The 4 were reportedly infiltrators that had tried to place a landmine on a fence. Tell us the latest.
Janina, good afternoon. We're coming to you on the phone because every position we have in the north, the Israeli army is making us turn off our cameras out of fears that they will be shown and that their locations will be revealed. Earlier today, the Israeli military killing 4 people on the other side of the border in Lebanese territory. The army says they were preparing to fire, preparing to place perhaps other explosive devices. They say that soldiers monitoring surveillance cameras observed a group of people approaching the border to place an explosive device, and they were then killed. The Israeli military is on high alert here at the border. They have closed the area completely within a 2-kilometer radius, evacuating a lot of these border communities. A lot of exchanges of fire happening today as this is proving to turn into a new front of the war. We're not just hearing from the Israelis. We're not just hearing from the Lebanese. We're also hearing from the Iranians who are saying that time is running out for a solution as the conflict is now expanding. They are now, the IRGC themselves are saying that it's only a matter of time before this turns into a semi-regional war. We're hearing from all of the leadership inside the Islamic Republic, the foreign ministry, as well as the Israelis and the Lebanese. The Lebanese parliament today saying that they don't want a war. They want the complete calm and collected situation to remain on the border, but that's simply not the case. So the situation here is constantly changing and constantly expanding as Israel now prepares itself for a new front on the north.
Thank you so much. We will be coming back To our correspondent, Hamda Salhoud. She's on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. More to come from Hamda, of course, in the coming hours. And now, joining me in studio, we welcome Dr. Nessia Shemer, expert on Islamic law at the Department of Middle Eastern Studies at Bar Ilan University. Dr. Shemer, thank you so much for being here in studio.
Good afternoon.
It's 11 days into the war. Israel is in mourning, Israel is grieving, Israel is in shock. Just to get started, I'd like your assessment on the state of things right now in the country. People are still waiting. Many people are still waiting to hear if their loved ones are alive or not, if they are in Gaza or not. The situation is tense. There are developments in the north, there are developments in the south. Your take on the situation, your thoughts right now, 11 days into this war.
Okay, so of course the situation is very bad. I can say my personal story that my son was at that party and he was miraculously saved.
The music festival?
Yeah.
So tell us about his story. What happened?
They were there and Hamas came. They needed to escape from the cars. He escaped to a field. There was an injured woman. He tried to take care of her, but they came closer and he needed to run away. Then they waited for hours in another field. There was another injured guy. He made FaceTime with Mada and tried to take care of him.
Emergency services team?
Emergency services, yes, and tried to take care of him, but then he had to run away again, and eventually someone came to pick up many youngsters and took them to Moshav Patish.
I can't imagine the trauma that he has gone through. How is he doing now, 11 days later?
Yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. I think he's better now, and I really understand this unbelievable situation of the families of the captives, and I thank God day and night that he saved my son.
Certainly, as you say, a miracle, and what a relief that he is actually physically okay right now. Given your expertise, give us an understanding, a difficult question, I know, some more insight into the ideology of Hamas. It's a terror group that clearly has no regard for Jewish life, has no regard for Israeli life, has no regard for human life. Help us understand what is known about the thinking, if possible, of this terror group.
Okay, so Hamas, from a religious, ideological point of view, they see their divine mission in the world to punish the Jews. This is according some verses in the Quran that they interpret in their own way, that Jews are making sins and God sends every generation a nation that will punish them. The Babylonians, they destroyed the first temples, the Romans destroyed the second one, Hitler destroyed the Jews in the Holocaust, and now Hamas see themselves as the servants of God that gave them this mission to punish the Jews because of the sins.
Hamas wants the world to see this killing rampage. It videoed what unfolded at the music festival where your son was on Saturday, the 7th of October. It's filmed what happened in the kibbutzim at the bases that it targeted as well. It filmed images that we as a TV channel cannot and will not broadcast.
Yeah.
And we saw images of joy, we saw celebrations. Where does that fit into this ideology? Celebrating the death of other people, celebrating the carnage, celebrating babies being brutalized. Where does that fit into this ideology?
Okay, so I want to say that what I explain is Hamas ideology. Sometimes people make mistakes and think that I identify with it, but no, I say the things as they see it, okay? So
fully understood.
Fully understood, sure. Okay. Hamas see the Israeli society as a society that has no values, has no spirituality, has no goals. Because Hamas is a religious movement, they see others like they see themselves. And because the image of themselves is as a religious group, this is the ideal for the people, to be religious, to believe in God, to do God commandments. But Israel society is very secular, and in the last year, what we saw, all the demonstrations and all the split in Jewish society, it just strengthened their theory about us, that we don't have the right to exist because we are not as we are meant to be.
And we will get a little bit later to the fact not only what you're describing, but also the release of videos of one of the hostages and what that means, that message that is being sent. Quite frankly, you can eradicate the terror group. That's what Israel wants to do. You can't eradicate the ideology. We will be coming back to you, Dr. Nessia Shemer, but right now I want to go to our correspondent, Nicole Zedek. She joins us from Tel Aviv. We've been talking about the hostages, people being held captive in Gaza. Nicole, I understand Benny Gantz, the opposition leader, member, of course, of this newly formed war cabinet, meeting with families, waiting for word on their loved ones. What update can you share right now?
Yes, Benita, we're expected to hear from Gantz as well as the former IDF Chief of Staff, Gadi Eisenkot, who are both speaking to some of these family members. We know at least 199 people have been taken hostage, and their family members of those 199 people have been notified by the IDF, but speculations are swirling that it could be upwards of 250 people that are actually taken hostage and kidnapped. And so we are expected to hear from those members of the newly formed war cabinet as to how exactly they plan on getting these hostages back to Israel safely. And that is the main concern for all of these family members and loved ones, because we're at day 11 of this war, 11 days since these family members have been taken hostage, kidnapped from their homes, and are still being held in Gaza. So this is a priority number one for these families. And they say before the ground invasion, before the war continues, they want to make sure that their loved ones are back safely. And the state of Israel does say that this is one of their major priorities, and they are getting a lot of pressure as well from outside sources, from different foreign nationals and different heads of government, because as you were talking about, one of the videos that Hamas released, Mia Shem, and this is the exact place that we heard from her mother, Karen, earlier this morning, talking about how she just wants her baby home, her child home, who was kidnapped from that Nova Music Festival. Now, it's still unsure exactly how these hostages are and their safety. Hamas spokesperson says that they are keeping all of these hostages safe, and especially the foreign citizens or dual citizens who have been taken hostage. They say when the time allows them to, they will release them, they will give them back, because that's not who they want to take. They want to take Israeli citizens. However, many of these foreign nationals and dual citizens were caught up in this disaster, and they're being held as well. But as far as we know, Hamas says that they are ensuring their safety, but it's very unclear at this stage, Benita.
I cannot imagine what these families are going through. We will be coming back to you, our correspondent Nicole Zedek, live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for that update. And right now, I'd like to bring in Professor Eitan Gilboa, the head of the Center for International Communication at Bar Ilan University and senior fellow at the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. He joins us from Hod HaSharon. Thank you very much, Professor, for your time. So many developments on so many fronts at this hour, but I'd like to start with this massive arrival, this huge significance that President Joe Biden himself is going to be landing in Tel Aviv tomorrow. what do you understand as his real goal? Not only to show support to Israel, but he also has his own personal diplomatic aspirations too. What is your understanding of what Joe Biden needs to achieve when he gets to Israel tomorrow?
The strategic goal is to deter Hezbollah and Iran from opening a second front on the Israeli-Lebanese or Syrian borders. He has already moved American aircraft carriers, one to the shores of Lebanon and the other one, Eisenhower is going to the Persian Gulf. He also placed on alert about 2,000 Marines and said and warned Iran and Hezbollah not to don't attack Israel. So the first strategic goal is simply to increase his threats against Hezbollah and Iran. The second goal is to coordinate the next step in the war on Gaza, in Gaza. The next step refers to land operation. And there are certain discussions about how to protect civilians and how to create a humanitarian corridor. And Biden will go to Jordan to meet with Sisi of Egypt, King Abdullah of Jordan, and Mahmoud Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. He will tell them what the United States thinks about the war and would like to hear from them what they think should be done, especially after Hamas and Islamic Jihad are completely eliminated.
And it's certainly a very complicated internal security visit for President Joe Biden. Antony Blinken was here yesterday when sirens sounded. He, the U.S. Secretary of State, had to get to shelter, something that is all too familiar right now for people living in the country. But talk us through the implications, the security concerns when the President of the United States is in here during a war.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. I imagine that Hamas and Islamic Jihad would make an effort to fire even more rockets and missiles into Israel during his visit. American presidents usually do not go to zones of war. Biden went to Kiev in Ukraine back in February to demonstrate American continuing support for Ukraine and to obtain European continuing. And he is not deterred to come to Israel. It is always a security issue, but hopefully the United States and Israel will deal effectively with that threat.
Professor Eitan Gilboa, live from Hod HaSharon, thank you so much for speaking to us on this breaking news edition. Appreciate your insight as always. Stay with us though. We will be coming back to you later on in this broadcast. Right now, we cross to our correspondent, Pierre Kloschendler. He's in Storot in the south. And sirens sounding earlier, just a short while ago, in several border communities. What is the latest there in Storot, Pierre?
Well, there hadn't been a rocket alert since yesterday, and then suddenly at around 4 o'clock, there was a rocket alert. We are here in one of the commercial centers of Sderot, and this supermarket was open from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. when the alarm sounded, the red alert. There are soldiers that are just walking around here from the Home Front Command, and I've spoken to them earlier because they are here. For instance, 2 residents that I've met a few times already. We're being told that about 5,000 residents have decided to stay, but most of them are on social welfare drip, usually. But this time, I don't know. I went to the Home Front Command. I told them about this man. He has nowhere to live. He's homeless. He lives in a shelter, a public shelter right now, because not all the buildings in Sderot still have a shelter. And they told me, yes, the municipality knows about him, but it seems this man gets only some foodstuff from customers that come and buy for him some stuff, drinks, a bit of vegetables, cigarettes. And this other man also lives here. I've seen him many times. They walk around here. They're looking for social contacts. They live on their own. They don't have children. They're not married. And there are many of these residents that have stayed, if they're not working in essential professions, that are here with no real help from the government.
Correspondent Pierre Kloschenkler live from Sderot. We will be coming back to you for more updates. But right now, we're going live to a press conference. Tzachi Hanegbi, head of the National Security Council of Israel, is speaking at defense headquarters in Tel Aviv.
President Biden is a real friend of Israel, who shows once again that the United States is the best ally of Israel. The president is coming to hug us with a loving hug. A hug to every family who lost its world 10 days ago. A hug to every fighter who is on the Gaza border. A hug to every Israeli, to every Jew, wherever he is. And we, from the Prime Minister to every citizen, will hug back the president, thanking him. We're thanking the American president and the American nation because President Biden, as soon as the war began, instructed the American army to provide the IDF with anything the IDF needs, immediately. That directive is very emotional for us, and it's also essential for us to make sure that we achieve all of our goals in this war. Some of the means already reached us and are being used by us, and some of it will make its way shortly. The president directed to move forward to our region a large fleet and a large aerial force and put it in front of Lebanon and in front of Iran. The best aircraft carrier in the world, the Ford, is already here. And the second, another very powerful aircraft carrier, the Eisenhower, is on its way to the Persian Gulf. What does that mean? That the president, apart from his public remarks, and apart from the calls that he directed to Iran and Hezbollah, which were not public, is telling all of those who think that if they want to join the war against the Israeli people, there will be American involvement. Israel will not be alone. It strengthens us, and it prevents those sides to take unneeded risks. But if they think that they want to act against us, an American force is here and is ready. Tomorrow, for the first time ever, for the first time in Israel's wars, the head of the largest superpower in the world will come here to be with us in these difficult days. And for that, the people of Israel thank him. This is much more than just appreciating our pain. It's also a very strong political word which comes along with the determination that we're showing as a nation, as a government, to achieve the goals of this war until we achieve victory. This is an enemy which the president himself said is worse than ISIS. Secretary of State Blinken was here yesterday, not far from the place where I am right now. He was here till 3 a.m. and participated in our meeting of the war cabinet. He sat with us. The Prime Minister and the ministers showed the Secretary of State the plan that you're all aware of, we called the residents of northern Gaza, the northern Gaza Strip, and the city of Gaza to leave the areas of war and head south. Only in the southern Gaza Strip we will be able to have safe zones, and this is the only place where they can be given humanitarian assistance under one condition. That one condition, which was very well told to Secretary Blinken, as long as this is assistance to the people that we call them to head south. But if this assistance does not make it to the residents but goes to the murderers, the butchers, it will not go through. You heard about Hamas's cruelty, which is preventing its own citizens to head south. They want them to serve the citizens as human shield. They don't want the citizens to be protected. So they're sacrificing their own population. We believe that it will not be a long time until all of this population is gone from the area which we directed, the northern Gaza Strip. We agreed with the US to act together to make up a plan that will prevent a humanitarian crisis among those heading south. As long as this assistance goes to those who need it, the civilians, and not the terrorists, we see that Hamas also goes to UNRWA, the UN relief agency, and steals their assistance. And the Americans agree with us. The Americans also agree with us that releasing the hostages, which is a sacred issue for us, this has to be a central component in every humanitarian effort. Questions? First question. We saw a first video of a hostage from captivity. What can we say about the situation of the hostages? And are we willing to have negotiations to release them? Another question that I was hoping to direct the Prime Minister, but he's not taking questions. So I will ask this. Everybody else is taking responsibility, even you, the Chief of Staff, ministers. Will the Prime Minister assume responsibility and confess that he was wrong? First question was about those hostages. As you all know, there was a very strong effort by Israel to have a clear image, the clearest possible, about hostages. We're still in the cloud and the fog. We still don't know everything. The Prime Minister met with members of families of those kidnapped, and everybody was crying together because we're all strong as a nation, but we do not hide our sensitivity. The families are desperate. They don't know. They don't either know where their family members are, or they know that their family members are held by these animal beasts. These people are monsters. They're far worse than animals. The Prime Minister has instructed all of the state systems, the military ones, the civilian ones, to direct the world the message that releasing our hostages is the most important thing and we will not give it up. As for your second question, as the Prime Minister said, he said it at Parliament and he said it in the past. From the first moment we understood there were failures, we will first investigate the tactical failures that will help us now on the battlefield, but later on all of the questions will surface and all of them will be investigated. All of us will have to answer questions. But now the main issue and the main priority of the country's leadership, which is as wide as ever, is to continue to win this campaign, which will not be easy. It will not be easy, but we will defeat. We will win. We will win and we will achieve all of our goals.
The
head of Hamas, the foreign wing of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, said that the goal is to empty the Israeli prisons from Palestinian prisoners. Can you tell us if there is a negotiation through a third part? Can you accept or deny any negotiations through a third party? Second question, the cabinet said that the goals of this war is not only to defeat Hamas militarily, but also politically. What does that mean? Does that mean that Israel goes into Gaza and destroys all of its political abilities, their abilities outside the area as well? The goal, the main goal from which everything comes is to destroy the military, the organizational, and the political capabilities of jihad and the Islamic Jihad. We want to end this war when they do not exist anymore as a military movement, as a political movement that threatens the lives of our civilians at the Gaza border, which we hope will go back to this heaven which was their home. This is what we're now doing with. Every person who was part of this attack on Israel, we will kill him. It doesn't happen where he hides, in a tunnel or anywhere. We will reach him and we will kill him. All those people will not be able to conduct any way of life in the Gaza Strip as they did in the past 15 years and will not be able to threaten us. I gave my answers regarding the hostages. We're focused on that, and it will be something on our minds all the time. I think it would be best to speak less of that. Another question. Everybody takes responsibility. Everybody, apart from the Prime Minister. And your answer is that the Prime Minister perhaps instructed to look over things, but he does not speak about the man who heads all the systems here for the past 15 years, which is him. Does the Prime Minister not understand how big this time is? Is he still dealing with politics? When will we hear the Prime Minister take responsibility for this terrible incident? This issue is very serious, and there will come a time when everybody will deal with that. The former Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, everybody, the heads of the intelligence directorates, ministers of defense, everybody who thought that Hamas is deterred and will be deterred from going into this madness. The issue of responsibility will be tested, but you see the incredible way in which Israelis come together. Our aim is unity, fighting, and victory.
אדוני ראש המל"ל, בהמשך למתרחש בצפון והאיומים מצד איראן.
Regarding the north and the threats from Iran, if Israel decides that it cannot live with the threat of Hamas on the southern border, does that also mean the threat of Hezbollah on the northern border? It's a good question. Through the years, We lived with the threat in the north under the assumption that the other side is deterred. In the south, we saw that this is not true, and that is why there is now fighting, difficult fighting in the southern border. Regarding the north, we are prepared. We're prepared for a situation, and that is why we have so many fighters and very strong defense up in the north. We are ready for everything, but at this moment we want to prevent another front, but if achieve victory in that front as well. In the past 2 days, Israel is saying that Lebanon, the state of Lebanon, is responsible. But we see that Israel is only attacking Hezbollah targets and not Lebanese rockets. And the second question, the Americans are here, and they said they will join the war if there's an attack on Israel. Is the fact that an American president is here when rockets are fired to Israel, is that a war in Israel?
לצערי האחרונה רק. השאלה הראשונה היא קדמה לה ואני אשיב לה. אני אחדד את מה שאנחנו אומרים, כי הדברים כפי
I will clarify the things even more. We do not say that Lebanon is responsible because there's no such thing as Lebanon. Lebanon that we've known in the past is no longer there. Hezbollah is the one controlling Lebanon, it's holding Lebanon. The state of Lebanon is hostage to the interests of Hezbollah, which is a Shiite movement and an Iranian movement. If the war comes from the north, Lebanon will not look anymore as it is today. The Minister of Defense spoke about this before this period and said that Lebanon will go back to the age of stone, to the Stone Age, if we see provocation from Lebanon which challenges our national security. There is sort of a cooperation that Nasrallah is trying to prove to the Palestinians, doing it under the threshold of very strong hostility, but it may be his way of perhaps confusing us. That is why we're there, very strong and ready for everything in the north. President Biden comes here. He's not very scared of rockets or sirens. President Biden did not warn Hamas of an attack. He warned Hezbollah and he warned Iran, and the warning is sent to these two powers. Yesterday, the Secretary of State Blinken was together with the Prime Minister and myself and others. Went with us to the shelter. He did not look very scared either. He's felt that before.
You are watching a live press conference. Tzachi Hanegbi, the head of the National Security Council of Israel, taking questions right now at Defense Headquarters in Tel Aviv. Lots to unpack. We will be speaking to Professor Eitan Gilboa and to our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, for their takeaways. But first, I want to go back to Dr. Nessia Shemer, expert on Islamic law, because we were talking a little bit earlier, Doctor, about the hostages, about the agonizing wait for families wanting to know how they're doing. We heard Tzachi Hanegbi saying this is a priority, and you spoke a little bit earlier about this disturbing ideology coming out of Hamas, which has been compared to ISIS. In fact, Lloyd Austin says Hamas is worse than ISIS. Talk to us about what you understand should be happening next. What is Hamas likely to do? We know one photograph has been released. what next through the eyes of Hamas, if it's possible to try to ascertain?
Hamas will release another videos probably the next days, because he knows that human lives is a very sensitive nerve in Israeli society. And since Gilad Shalit, they were publishing many videos about this subject. And second, they have a very big damage to their Islamic image in the world, because what they did, it was against all rules of Sharia, because there are very clear verses of the Quran and very clear traditions of Prophet Muhammad which say that what they did is against Islam. So now they try to say that Salah al-Aruri said that there wasn't them, but regular Gazans. And yesterday Abu Ubaidah said that they know very well to treat the hostages according to their Islamic values. They do all this because they know that if the world says that Hamas is ISIS, there will be a very bad, they will have a very bad image, and also the Islamic world doesn't like ISIS at all.
As we said a little bit earlier, one could try to eradicate the terror group, as Israel is hoping to do, but you can't eradicate the ideology. Dr. Nessia Shemer, thank you so much for speaking to us. We appreciate your insights right now. And as we are speaking to you, red alert sirens sounding up north at Kiryat Shmona, and we are going to be getting updates from the north. But right now, first, we'd like to go to our correspondent, Pierre Kloschendler. He is in Sderot in the south. And Pierre, news just in, I understand a Hamas commander has been eliminated by the IDF in a strike. What update can you share right now?
Right, Gaza sources are telling us that Ayman Nofal, the head of the Central Command of the Izzadin al-Qassam armed branch of Hamas, has been eliminated today in an airstrike. And that's probably the most important neutralization since the onset of the war, because he was one of the 5 top commanders of the Gaza Strip on behalf of Hamas. There have been other eliminations of lower rank commanders and also of the Minister of Finance of Hamas, one of the members of the political bureau of Hamas were also eliminated. But in terms of military or in terms of armed terrorists, this is the most significant elimination, targeted killing as of now.
Live from Sderot in the south, that's our correspondent Pierre Kloschendler. We will be coming back to Pierre for more updates. And now I want to go to our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, monitoring a range of developments as we speak. Of course, we've just heard now rocket sirens up north. We've just heard now a Hamas commander taken out by the IDF as well. And we just heard from Tzachi Hanegbi outlining some kind of plan in terms of solidarity between the US and Israel ahead of President Joe Biden's arrival in Tel Aviv. Your main takeaways right now?
Let's begin with the press conference. And yes, President Biden is here. The National Security Advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi, and others have from the Prime Minister down, have stressed immense American support, no doubt about it. From what I'm hearing, and again, there's no one will confirm this, but the United States has told Israel, you do not start the second front, but if a second front is inflicted upon you, then we will come in. It was only 2 weeks ago in a world that was far away from us that we remembered the Yom Kippur War. This was exactly it. Israel was told, you do not start the war, but if the war is inflicted on you, we will back you. This seems to be the case now. And yes, the fact that President Joe Biden comes here at a time of war, that's a very strong message. There were also, we heard 2 different questions in the press conference regarding the fact that Everybody in the highest echelons, including in the past half an hour, the head of the Israeli military directorate, saying, yes, we failed. Now,
major intelligence failure.
Yes, we failed. Yes, we failed. Yes, I failed. This the head of the Israeli military intelligence directorate saying that about a half hour ago. The chief of staff, the head of the Mossad, the head of the Shabak, I'm sorry, the Israeli Internal Security Agency. Everybody, the national security agent, the head of the national security agency himself. Everybody apart from the prime minister. The prime minister still not doing that, and the answers coming from Tzachi Hanegbi, in my views, are less than acceptable. But these were the answers that he was given, even though he was asked twice about it. Regarding the events happening on the ground, we're also hearing that Hezbollah is saying that 2 of its operatives were killed. That means that we can expect retaliation from Hezbollah. As Tzachi Hanegbi put it, there's constant crossfire, but Hezbollah in its opening fire and Israel in its retaliation, both are keeping it under a certain threshold, meaning not to drag the area into a second front. This is this is true right now. It's 4:45 p.m. This is true for 4:45 p.m. I don't know what will happen at 4:46, but for this moment at least, it's under the threshold. Regarding the south, a senior Hamas official, probably this is the most senior official killed in this war. Many others are to come. Rest assured that Ismail Haniya and Yahya Sinwar and Muhammad Def and all those senior Hamas officials are on the ground. They have no lack of water, they have no lack of electricity or fuel. They have everything they need to be there quite some time. Whoever pops up is killed.
Senior Defense Correspondent Jonathan Regev, stay with us. I want to bring in Professor Eitan Gilboa. He has also been listening to that address, that press conference from Tzachi Hanegbi, and I'd like to ask you directly. You heard the message out of Tzachi Hanegbi just moments ago. You heard the questions that he was taking. Are you filled with confidence that Israel has got this? Yes, the US is there to show its support. Are you confident that Israel can handle developments on all fronts at the same time, given what we just heard from Tzachi Hanegbi?
Yes, I think Israel can. It's been metaphors to deal with the multi-arena warfare, but I think that if a second front is opened, it would hinder somewhat the effort. In Gaza, will have to redirect Air Force combat and units to the north. And therefore, the goal, both of Israel and the United States at this time, is to prevent intervention by Hezbollah and Iran. And I agree with Jonathan Regev that right now, what Hezbollah is doing is to harass the Israel military. On the one hand, they don't want to do nothing in sympathy with Hamas and Islamic Jihad. On the other hand, they are not yet interested in a full-scale war with Israel. They are somewhat afraid of challenging both Israel and the United States.
So what then do you make of the discussion I was just having with Jonathan about the criticism that Benjamin Netanyahu isn't in the firing line, so to speak, at this juncture? Yes, it's 11 days in, but several top brass on the intelligence side are saying we messed up. So I'm going to bring Jonathan in. We've lost the professor for now. We will get him back. But on that exact front, why is it important right now? There is a focus on a plan of action. Does it matter right now that the leadership gets to the bottom of who is to blame? Is that a cry from the public, or does the focus need to be on eradicating Hamas and then completing the investigation and making sure that someone puts their hand up and says, I'm to blame?
It's a cry from the public because Israel at this very terrible time needs to believe its leadership. And there are many factors. I'm not going to say that the entire Israeli population, but many sectors within the entire Israeli population do not believe its leadership. We've seen it over the past year with endless protests saying that Benjamin Netanyahu is doing nothing for the interest of the country, but only for his own personal interest. It was a terrible thing it was a terrible notion in times of peace. It's a terrible situation at a time of war. Israel is at a time of war, and whether you are a supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu or an opponent of Benjamin Netanyahu, you want to believe that he is doing the best for the country, for Israel to win this, and not do something for his own benefit. For example, there was a story appearing the other day about the meeting of his, which was also mentioned by Tzachi Hanegbi, the head of the National Security Agency, about people who suddenly popped up at his meeting with the members of family of those kidnapped. People that had nothing to do with families of kidnapped people, but people who only were there so that an image of support for Benjamin Netanyahu could come clear. I was not there. I don't know what is true and what is not true. I'm saying that these are things that are appearing in various sectors of the Israeli society. There's a notion that they cannot trust the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu, and then even at a time of war, he would do what is good for him and not what is good for the country. Many people in Israel believe that, and for someone like Netanyahu to say, I have been wrong, I'm taking responsibility, but we will deal with this after the war, just like Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi did, just like the head of the intelligence and the IDF military intelligence director Aaron Haliva did about a half hour ago, just like the head of the Shabak, the Israeli Security Agency Ronen Bar did a few days ago. All of them are saying, yes, we were wrong, maybe we will even pay a price, but first let's win. Benjamin Netanyahu so far did not do it.
A lot of people would argue, though, that right now the country is far more united than it has been in a very long time, because the focus right now is on the existential threat that is coming from Hamas, potentially from Hezbollah as well right now.
Can we only unite when there's an existential threat? The answer now is yes, I think.
Something we certainly will have to wait and see as this potential long stretch, the next phase in the war, could potentially be unfolding very soon. Senior Hamas official Ayman Nofal has been eliminated by the IDF. How does this change the plan on the ground?
It doesn't change the plan on the ground, because the plan on the ground says loud and clear, you're a Hamas official, you're a Hamas member, you will be killed. Loud and clear. I don't think that any Hamas official had any doubt so far, but if someone had a doubt, by now they know. They pop up, they're killed. The fact that we're not seeing Hamas commanders killed by the masses so far is simply because they're hiding. They know that once they appear, they will be killed. They also know that they have a very strong card against Israel, which is those 200 or maybe even 250 people kidnapped in Gaza. They're very good at playing the psychological game of releasing videos and images of people kidnapped in Gaza. We will see more of those coming up, because Hamas is well aware of how this plays in Israeli society. Hamas remembers very well how Israel, under the same prime minister 12 years ago, released 1,027 prisoners for one soldier. If now there are 250 people in Gaza, if the equation is 1 for 1,000, does that mean the equation is 250 for 250,000? On paper, yes. Where does it put Israel? And of course, then we were speaking of a soldier. Now we're speaking of elderly, of babies. Big questions.
Big questions in a place, of course, where every single life matters. And that is clearly something that Hamas understands about Israel right now. Let's go north. Our correspondent Hamza Sahut is on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. And rocket sirens sounding just a short while ago. Hamza, in Kiryat Shmona, where are you? What update can you share at this juncture?
Benita, good evening. We're here along the Israeli-Lebanon border. The rockets sounding the rocket sirens in Kiryat Shmona, a little bit far from where we are, but the Iron Dome apparently intercepting those. There were also reports that there were Iron Dome interceptions in several other locations, but that there were no sirens there. For now, the Israeli military is continuing the tit-for-tat style type of exchanges of fire with Hezbollah on the other side of the border. The group saying that two members have been killed so far. The Israeli military earlier today saying that they saw a group of people approaching the border to place an explosive, and then they were able to eliminate those people on the other side of the fence. Now, the Israeli military presence here is quite large. They are really trying to secure this area. A lot of places have since been evacuated. They have been closed. A few other places the Israeli military made us leave because they didn't want their positions broadcasted in the background. So a new front could be emerging from this war. We know that a lot of talk has been about the ground invasion inside the Gaza Strip. We know the Iranians and Hezbollah alike are saying that there will be a semi-regional war. If that were to happen, reports that the ground invasion was delayed because of those warnings from those sides. So the Israeli military is still on high alert as activity continues here in the north.
And Khamda, the latest updates on those communities being evacuated in recent days, being moved to guest houses. What is the latest on that front?
Well, the Israeli military ordering the evacuation of around 28 communities. We're talking 10,000 people, putting them in state-funded guest houses to really try and get them out of the line of fire should the conflict escalate. They are afraid because the types of weapons that Hezbollah has are quite sophisticated. They could inflict a lot of damage in Israeli territory, could cause a lot of civilian casualties and military ones alike should they reach here. So the Israeli military really trying to take extra precautions should the fighting continue and escalate to a different level.
Thank you so much. Our correspondent Khamda Sahut live on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. We will be coming back to Khamda, of course, in the coming hours. Senior Defense Correspondent Jonathan Regev, just a few seconds to go until we end this part of the broadcast. We will be back at the top of the hour. Your take right now on the developments simmering up north and in the south at the same time.
Again, it seems as if still the focus on the south, Hezbollah and Israel in on the northern border still exchanging fire, still under a certain threshold. That is at least for now. And I think that the threats by the United States are impressing Hamas and are impressing Hezbollah and Iran. How long? We don't know.
Senior Defense Correspondent Jonathan Regev, thank you so much. This is Breaking News Edition. We're out for just 2 minutes. Back again at the top of the hour. Stay tuned. I'm Benita Levine, live in Tel Aviv, and this is Breaking News Edition. Back in a bit.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Ces 10 dernières années, je me suis rendu dans de nombreuses zones de conflit.
Kilomètres seulement du sud de Mossoul.
Pour moi, la mission la plus intense, mais aussi certainement la plus passionnante, est celle qui m'a amené jusqu'à Mossoul en juin 2017 pour y couvrir la bataille féroce entre les forces armées irakiennes avec qui nous étions embarqués et les terroristes de l'organisation État islamique qui avaient fait de cette ville leur califat en Irak quelques années plus tôt. Après avoir traversé une Mossoul en ruine, nous nous sommes finalement retrouvés en pleine Casbah, dans la partie ouest de la ville, au plus plus près des combats et des bombardements de la coalition internationale.
Nous sommes ici à quelques centaines de mètres seulement de la mosquée Nouri, celle-là même.
Nous sommes passés de maison en maison pour rester à couvert des snipers de Daesh avant d'arriver sur un toit au niveau de la ligne de front où les jeunes soldats irakiens ont pu faire l'étalage de leur arsenal et de leur puissance de feu devant nos caméras. Ce n'est qu'après avoir quitté ce théâtre de guerre que j'ai pris la mesure de ce que je venais de vivre. Lorsque l'information est tombée selon laquelle une équipe de télévision française avait été tuée par un engin explosif, une mine, au même endroit où nous nous trouvions quelques jours plus tôt.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Breaking News edition continues. I'm Benita Levine, live in Tel Aviv. Rocket sirens sounding in southern communities near the Gaza Strip right now. Also, loud explosions heard earlier in the north near the border with Lebanon. The Red Cross saying 4 people were killed in an IDF strike in southern Lebanon earlier. The 4 infiltrators had tried to place a landmine on a fence. 5 anti-tank missiles have been fired towards Israel from Lebanon. It's day 11 of the war. The death toll from the Hamas terror onslaught at a music festival and at several kibbutzim and bases on Saturday, the 7th of October, is at more than 1,400. Israel has made it clear it plans to eradicate Hamas, a terror group the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says is worse than ISIS. President Joe Biden lands in Tel Aviv tomorrow for a blitz visit. And in news just in, Chancellor Olaf Scholz has just touched down in Tel Aviv. He is due to meet with the Prime Minister in the coming hours. Meanwhile, the IDF continuing to target Hamas terror sites with questions remaining as to when a ground invasion could start. Ayman Nofal, a senior Hamas officer, has been eliminated in one of those strikes just a short while ago. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, quote, no one can stop resistance forces. On the diplomatic front, there are several meetings taking place. We know now that the Chancellor is also likely to meet later with Benny Gantz, a member of the recently formed War Cabinet and fellow former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, a War Cabinet observer. And just a short while ago, confirmation that French President Emmanuel Macron is also set to make a solidarity visit to Israel in the next few days. He says intense talks are progressing to free the kidnapped hostages held by Gaza. Jordanian King Abdullah II reiterating earlier Amman's red line, saying that neither his country nor Egypt will accept Palestinian refugees fleeing from the Gaza Strip. He was speaking in Berlin earlier after meeting with the German Chancellor. Now, this coming after Israel warned Gazans to evacuate towards the south of the Strip near the Rafah border crossing with Egypt ahead of an expected IDF ground offensive in the north of the enclave. And so, for more, we welcome to studio our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, who has been monitoring all the latest developments, as well as monitoring the latest rhetoric from Tzachi Hanegbi at his press conference earlier about the latest plans. And we welcome Captain in the Reserves, Guy Poran, co-leader and Air Force pilots protest leader and former Air Force pilot. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. in studio. So to start, moments ago, sirens sounding in the south, specifically in Sderot. You were there just yesterday. You broadcast from a flattened police station in that city. Siren sounding right now. Bring us up to speed.
Yes, and you say bring us up to speed. So even before that, we spoke of the sirens in the north. So we're now getting the information that 2 rockets were launched from Lebanon towards Israeli territory. One was intercepted, the other fell in an open area. No injuries or no injuries or damage there. This is regarding the north. The south, sirens in Sderot. Sderot, a complete ghost town. We could have seen it yesterday here in the broadcast. No one really there. The city for the first time completely evacuated. Yes, there are, I would say, 100, maybe 200 people still left in the city. This is a city of, 25,000 people. Very, very few, I'd say 100 to 200 people. We're seeing them wandering in the streets. The city is empty. Everything is, of course, closed. The police station, which was a place where foreign visitors, foreign dignitaries would always come because they had immense shelves with debris and leftovers of the thousands of rockets fired to the city for 20 years now, more than 20 years. That police station is gone. Because of the firefight that was there with the terrorists, because of the concern that terrorists and explosives were inside, the decision was taken to demolish that police station. The police station is now gone, and it's a very sad scene in Sderot. Yes, all of the border communities are practically empty. Sderot, completely empty, a ghost town completely, and still Hamas targets Sderot, looking for the very few people who are still there.
Guy, I want to bring you in on exactly this. Just since our broadcast started, sirens in the south, sirens in the north, this all happening ahead of President Joe Biden's arrival in Tel Aviv tomorrow as an Air Force pilot in the past. What is the significance of the US president arriving? The war is underway, sirens are sounding, and he's coming to give a message. What do you take away from that message?
Well, I think it's very, very significant. I don't think it's ever been done before where such an international crisis happens and the president himself is coming immediately. And the message is very, very clear, I think, to everyone, to the Israeli public, first and foremost, but also to the Iranians and the Hamas and the Egyptians and everybody, that the U.S. is going to stand by Israel in the military operation that is bound to take place in Gaza now, and that the U.S. will not allow this to spill into a total Lebanese Hezbollah operation. The fact that the president is here and he's looking and saying to the Hezbollah and to Iran, don't do it, is very, very significant.
Hamas senior official Ayman Nofal was taken out in an IDF strike not so long ago as a pilot. Give us an understanding of a precision strike like that, what it entails, and how something like that happens without harming the people who are kidnapped and being held hostage right now, and civilians who are trying to flee. It's intricate, it's complicated. Break it down for us.
It's very complicated, and it shows, to the surprise of many people, that even though the Hamas was prepared now, for a few days for Israeli retaliation, and certainly its commanders, still Israel has the ability to know in real time where some of these commanders are, such as the one that was just taken out, and is capable to launch a precise attack that would kill this person. This is not at all should be taken for granted, because at this point in time you'd expect that they would be either out of the Gaza Strip altogether or hiding below ground. And this is very encouraging to know that the capabilities are still there. It's a very sophisticated, very complicated situation to know in real time where he is, and then to launch a missile. And as far as hurting other people in there, in this particular attack, I believe that if many civilians or hostages had been hurt, the Gazans would immediately say that. So that means that fortunately there is no such thing. But of course, we don't know. Tomorrow they may use them as a shield, and it's definitely not something that we should think is simple to do with going forward in this war.
Guy and Jonathan, stay with us. That was a picture on our screens of Ayman Nofal. He was eliminated just a short while ago in an IDF strike. For more details, he's there on your screen. We now cross to our correspondent Pierre Kloschendler in Storot in the south. What update can you share about this IDF strike eliminating Ayman Nofal, Hamas senior commander?
Right, just before that, I want to mention that there was another rocket alert, and we heard what seems to be like 2 impacts. We don't know exactly what happened, and it happened already an hour ago when there was an impact on the asphalt of a road in Sderot. First time in more than 12 hours that there had been a rocket alert. Now, regarding Ayman Nofal, he's like a general for Hamas, Izzadin al-Qassam brigades. He is one of the 5 top commanders of the Gaza Strip on behalf of Hamas. He has been eliminated in the El Burej refugee camp, which is in the central sector of the Gaza Strip. And also another man has been eliminated. It's Hazem Ismail Haniyeh, one of the sons of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of the political bureau of Hamas, who commute between Qatar and Lebanon. His son was eliminated in the Shati refugee camp just north of the Gaza Strip.
Certainly sounds like that was a precision strike on behalf of the IDF. Of course, more details around that particular strike will be emerging. It only happened just a short while ago. But I want to go back to what you mentioned earlier, Pierre, about the siren sounding in several southern communities just seconds ago before we came to you. Given the fact that Jonathan was just describing in studio how many people have been evacuated from these areas and are staying further up north, what is the intention for rocket fire to keep pummeling these Gazan communities, these border communities close to the Gaza border?
Well, first of all, it's true that most residents have left, but in the kibbutzim on the border, which were slaughtered, there are still people that are doing essential work, like feeding the cows that survived the onslaught of Hamas, or feeding the chicken, and other security-related positions that some of the kibbutz members are tasked with. Now, in Sderot, it's a different case. There are like maybe 5,000 residents who have nowhere to go, and they're on social welfare drip when they ask for social welfare to help them. But many of them are ashamed of that. And you see here a Jewish religious organization from the United States is helping 160 families with essential needs, such as food, toilet paper, and so on. And these people stay here because they have nowhere to go, and they're ashamed of asking for help. Some of them are homeless even because their house has been burnt by impacts of rockets. Now, regarding the localities, the kibbutzim on the Gaza border, because they've been flooded with security personnel, be it soldiers or police, obviously Hamas is trying to hit potential staging grounds in order to slow down maybe the potential ground invasion that is supposed to occur within the coming days or week.
Correspondent Pierre Kloschendler, live from Storot. Thank you so much for that update from southern Israel. Stay safe, Pierre. And now let's go north. Our correspondent Hamda Salhut joins us again from the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. And Hamda, so many questions in recent weeks and months even about whether or not Hezbollah would get involved if there was to be a war. It is unfolding. It's day 11 between Hamas and Israel. What is the latest sentiment in terms of the threats out of Hezbollah and specifically out of the Iranian supreme leader?
Well, look, there are a lot of threats coming from a lot of different directions, specifically when it comes to this ground invasion inside of the Gaza Strip. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson yesterday warning Israel that there are no guarantees that anyone could really enter this conflict at any time, and it could become a semi-regional war because of what's going on inside of the Gaza Strip. Hezbollah echoing that sentiment, saying that their fighters are ready, their arsenal of weapons is ready. Back in 2016, it was estimated that they had around 150,000 short-range rockets. That number has since increased. Back in June, they did a weapons showcase to really show the media all of the types of new capabilities and technologies that they have, that they could fight a war against Israel. They are threatening Israel with this entire arsenal. We don't know what their more destructive weapons are like. They're longer ballistic missiles, longer-range missiles here in the north. For now, still quite a little bit of exchange of fire between the Israeli military and Hezbollah. On the other side, rocket sirens ringing in Kiryat Shmone, a little bit far from where we're standing. The Israeli military confirming that there were 2 rockets, one successfully intercepted and the second falling in an open field as per the protocol used for the interception and deflection mechanism. So the Israeli military is clearing the area, securing the area. A lot of reinforcements have been sent in the last 10, 11 days out of fears that a war might break out in the north as well.
Thank you so much for that update. Our correspondent Hamda Salhut on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Stay safe, Hamda. We will be coming back to Hamda, of course, in the coming hours. Now, scores of Israeli families are mourning after their loved ones were killed by Hamas in that terror attack which started on Saturday, the 7th of October. Many are still waiting for answers as they hear more and more about the harrowing accounts of what happened on that day. More in this I-24 News report.
The funeral of Dikla and Tomer Arava was held in a limited presence of family and close friends. Dikla's funeral was scheduled for Monday morning, but just before the family received the news it was dreading, the body of Dikla's son Tomer was also identified. On Monday at noon, they were buried side by side.
Here we say our final goodbye and can't digest that we won't see each other again.
We apologize for not being able to do something for you to be with us.
On Saturday morning, the Araba Alikim families were in their home in Kibbutz, Nachal Oz, when it was attacked by more than 100 terrorists.
The Hamas guys are here, inside the house. I'm currently shot in the foot.
The family's home was one of the first to be reached by the terrorists. They shot the father of the family, Noam, in the leg and took the family captive.
Yes, I know it here. It's here in the room. No, you can check. You can check now.
The terrorists took 17-year-old Tomer with them and used him to lure other families out of the protected areas. When they came out, they were murdered. A method of operating that could have been taken from the Nazi playbook.
Then they knocked on the door of the security room and said, "Open," in Hebrew. They took someone Israeli with them, someone from the kibbutz, a boy. They took him to knock on doors to say he needed help and to encourage people to come out.
The horrifying video was taken from Dikla's cell phone and distributed via her Facebook Live, a video that many saw on Saturday morning. It's become burned into minds as one of the most difficult visuals of the entire horrific event. You can see how the terrorists sit the family members in the living room of the house, force them to identify themselves, and demand answers about other family members who were not in the kibbutz at the time. At the end of the video, their traces disappear and they were declared missing. Until Monday, the family received the news that they found Dikla's lifeless body. On Monday, they identified Tomer's corpse.
I saw countless times that awful live video, and even there you exuded calmness and confidence. You wrap everyone around you like a lioness. You didn't let anyone get close and hurt the children.
And Tomer, our beloved, the noble of the soul, the 17-year-old with supreme mental powers, He gave us strength just by seeing him in his greatness, functioning in an admirable way.
This was chapter 2 for Dikla and Noam. Tomer is Dikla's son from a previous marriage, and Noam is the father of 14-year-old Daphna and 8-year-old Ella, also from a previous marriage. Noam is still missing, and the girls as well. Photos of them were published on the day of the abduction from what appears to be Hamas captivity in Gaza.
We all continue to pray for Noam, Osher, beloved of your heart, and his daughters, Daphna and Ella, so beloved by you. Looking forward to their safe return from captivity soon, healthy and whole. The world stops, but so continues, so empty and so full of your being.
We demand their return, that the Israeli government will do everything it can and not give up on them. We are full of hope. We are getting back to you quickly and completely.
A family that woke up on the Sabbath in their peaceful home in a kibbutz. A Sabbath in which entire families were divided and wiped out.
Disturbing images indeed in that report, exacerbating some of the pain for so many people. Very difficult to see that unfolding. Iran's supreme leader is warning if Israel continues its retaliatory bombardment in Gaza, quote, the Muslims will become impatient, adding no one can stop them when they get impatient. Let's listen in his own words.
If these crimes continue, the Muslims will become impatient, the resistant forces will become impatient, and no one will be able to stop them. Israel and the West should know this. Don't expect others to not let such and such groups to do such and such things. No one can stop them when they get impatient. This is a reality that exists.
So for more on all these latest developments, still in studio, Captain in the Reserves Guy Poran, co-leader in the Air Force pilots protest and former Air Force pilot, and our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev. So I just want to get a wrap-up of Tzachi Hanegbi's press conference, which happened just a short while ago. We were live on air when it happened. You were unpacking some of the details, particularly the questions around the hostages. In Gaza, 199 families have been contacted about the developments on that front. Not a lot of detail, obviously, about the plans in place. Nonetheless, there could be far more hostages in Gaza. What update can you share out of the national security front?
Actually, not much. Yes, the issue was brought up in the press conference. Tzachi Hanegbi said that Israel is putting this on top priority. This is something that is being discussed with the United States. We know that this is something that Israel was putting in top priority. Hamas knows that as well. That is why we saw a first video surfacing last night. We can expect many more videos to surface because Hamas knows very well about the sensitivity of the Israeli society to its hostages. So he did not add much. One thing though he did say, and that is probably something that we should all adhere to, is the fact that especially on the issue of the hostages, I think less is more. Less talk is better. It's good that things happen quietly, because it's not as if now it will say that there is more information. Say that they know more than that they're actually saying. Would it be a wise idea to sit in the studio or to stand up in a press conference and brag about it? The answer is obviously no.
And Guy, I want to bring you in on exactly what Jonathan is talking about, because it's sickening and it's twisted to think that Hamas wanted the world to see so many of these images. It is clearly part of the psychological strategy. Also, there were people who were targeted in the killing rampage on that day that took out their phones and tried to film some of what was happening as well. You can understand why. We also hear these heartbreaking accounts that people send voice notes back to their families saying goodbye. What do you make of the impact of these images, these voice notes, piecing together exactly what unfolded, and the images are there, etched in our minds and our hearts forever?
Well, this is certainly something that the recent usage of all this, social media and phones has created a situation that everything is being recorded and seen in real time. But what I'm really, what's important, I think, is that you start seeing in the media around the world many images and stories coming out of Gaza that try to create a symmetry or trying to show all the destruction and the atrocities that the Israeli forces are doing over there. And people should know around the world that the big difference is that while the Israeli forces are not killing innocent people on purpose, they are, if there are any innocent deaths there, it's because it's non-avoidable in order to do what it is doing. On the other hand, Hamas was doing exactly that on purpose. They were trying to target small children. They did all these slaughters on purpose. So anybody around the world, any decent person around the world should recognize the difference between civilians suffering in the Gaza that unfortunately happens now because it's unavoidable, while the IDF is trying to target only those responsible, while what we've seen in Israel last week was people doing barbaric killing of babies and children on purpose. This is something that any honest person and any honest media channel around the world should differentiate between the two things and not create a symmetry.
Certainly traumatic to see all these images, and of course the thought that they might be going viral as well, also even more painful. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. The IDF saying in a press conference earlier in the day, the next stage of fighting might not be a ground offensive. This all coming while we are hearing so much speculation about the next plan of action. If not a ground offensive, you're a pilot. What does that exactly mean?
Well, I can't tell you what exactly it means, but I can tell you that the IDF is not going to do exactly what the other guys are expecting of it. So there are various things which I think we will see unfolding. There is no doubt that the campaign over there is not over, but if anybody thinks that there will be, day after tomorrow, lines of Israeli troops moving into traps that are prepared for them by the Hamas, they're wrong. So there is a variety of possibilities, of scenarios. We also know that most of the warriors of Hamas are not anymore in buildings overground, but a lot of them are underground. Some of the methods, some of the things that are being prepared, I believe, are certain types of bombs and certain types of techniques that would be able to tackle exactly that.
Parting words, we only have a few seconds. Jonathan Regev, given what Safi Hanegbi was outlining, what do you see unfolding in the coming days? Very briefly, please.
I don't see much happening, at least until Joe Biden leaves tomorrow afternoon. After that, literally, it's anyone's guess. Anything can happen. Any predictions? I'm sorry, but they're worth nothing.
And whatever they are, those events that do unfold, we'll be bringing you all the latest developments as they happen here on our breaking news coverage on I-24 News. Senior Defense Correspondent Jonathan Regev, Captain in the Reserves Guy Poran, co-leader in the Air Force and Pilots Protest and former Air Force pilot, thank you both for being here for Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. only on I-24 News.
Encuesta News 24.
Claro que sí, Carlos, quisiéramos saber desde dónde nos están viendo.
Todo lo que deben hacer es preparar el teléfono, apuntar el lector de QR. Exacto. Y allí se abre un breve cuestionario muy fácil de completar.
Otra opción es ingresar en el link que aparece en la pantalla.
Esperamos vuestras respuestas.
Breaking News edition continues. I'm Benita Levine, live in Tel Aviv. Rocket sirens sounding in southern communities near the Gaza Strip right now. Also, loud explosions heard earlier in the north near the border with Lebanon. The Red Cross saying 4 people were killed in an IDF strike in southern Lebanon earlier. The 4 infiltrators had tried to place a landmine on a fence. 5 anti-tank missiles have been fired towards Israel from Lebanon. It's day 11 of the war. The death toll from the Hamas terror onslaught at a music festival and at several kibbutzim and bases on Saturday, the 7th of October, is at more than 1,400. Israel has made it clear it plans to eradicate Hamas, a terror group the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says is worse than ISIS. President Joe Biden lands in Tel Aviv tomorrow for a blitz visit. And in news just in, Chancellor Olaf Scholz has just touched down in Tel Aviv. He is due to meet with the Prime Minister in the coming hours. Meanwhile, the IDF continuing to target Hamas terror sites, with questions remaining as to when a ground invasion could start. Ayman Nofal, a senior Hamas officer, has been eliminated in one of those strikes just a short while ago. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying if Israel keeps up its bombardment of Gaza, quote, no one can stop resistance forces. On the diplomatic front, there are several meetings taking place. We know now that the Chancellor is also likely to meet later with Benny Gantz, a member of the recently formed War Cabinet and fellow former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, a War Cabinet observer. And just a short while ago, confirmation that French President Emmanuel Macron is also set to make a solidarity visit to Israel in the next few days. He says intense talks are progressing to free the kidnapped hostages held by Gaza. Jordanian King Abdullah II reiterating earlier Amman's red line, saying that neither his country nor Egypt will accept Palestinian refugees fleeing from the Gaza Strip. He was speaking in Berlin earlier after meeting with the German Chancellor. Now, this coming after Israel warned Gazans to evacuate towards the south of the Strip near the Rafah border crossing with Egypt ahead of an expected IDF ground offensive in the north of the enclave. And so, for more, we welcome to studio our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, who has been monitoring all the latest developments, as well as monitoring the latest rhetoric from Tsachi Hanegbi at his press conference earlier about the latest plans. And we welcome Captain in the Reserves, Guy Poran, co-leader and Air Force pilots protest leader and former Air Force pilot. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here in studio. So to start, moments ago, sirens sounding in the south, specifically in Sderot. You were there just yesterday. You broadcast from a flattened police station in that city. Sirens sounding right now. Bring us up to speed.
Yes, and you say bring us up to speed. So even before that, we spoke of the sirens in the north. So we're now getting the information that 2 rockets were launched from Lebanon towards Israeli territory. One was intercepted, the other fell in an open area. No injuries or no injuries or damage there. This is regarding the north. The south is sirens in Sderot. Sderot, a complete ghost town. We could have seen it yesterday here in the broadcast. No one really there. The city for the first time completely evacuated. Yes, there are, I would say, 100, maybe 200 people still left in the city. This is a city of, 25,000 people. Very, very few, I'd say 100 to 200 people. We're seeing them wandering in the streets. The city is empty. Everything is, of course, closed. The police station, which was a place where foreign visitors, foreign dignitaries would always come because they had immense shelves with debris and leftovers of the thousands of rockets fired to the city for 20 years now, more than 20 years. That police station is gone because of the firefight that was there with the terrorists, because of the concern that terrorists and explosives were inside. The decision was taken to demolish that police station. The police station is now gone, and it's a very sad scene in Sderot. Yes, all of the border communities are practically empty. Sderot completely empty, a ghost town completely, and still Hamas targets Sderot, looking for the very few people who are still there.
Guy, I want to bring you in on exactly this. Just since our broadcast started, sirens in the south, sirens in the north, this all happening ahead of President Joe Biden's arrival in Tel Aviv tomorrow as an Air Force pilot in the past. What is the significance of the US president arriving? The war is underway, sirens are sounding, and he's coming to give a message. What do you take away from that message?
Well, I think it's very, very significant. I don't think it's ever been done before where such an international crisis happens and the president himself is coming immediately. And the message is very, very clear, I think, to everyone, to the Israeli public, first and foremost, but also to the Iranians and the Hamas and the Egyptians and everybody, that the U.S. is going to stand by Israel in the military operation that is bound to take place in Gaza now, and that the U.S. will not allow this to spill into a total Lebanese Hezbollah operation. The fact that the president is here and he's looking and saying to the Hezbollah and to Iran, don't do it, is very, very significant.
Hamas senior official Ayman Nofal was taken out in an IDF strike not so long ago as a pilot. Give us an understanding of a precision strike like that, what it entails, and how something like that happens without harming the people who are kidnapped and being held hostage right now, and civilians who are trying to flee. It's intricate, it's complicated. Break it down for us.
It's very complicated, and it shows, to the surprise of many people, that even though the Hamas was prepared now, for a few days for Israeli retaliation, and certainly its commanders, still Israel has the ability to know in real time where some of these commanders are, such as the one that was just taken out, and is capable to launch a precise attack that would kill this person. This is not at all should be taken for granted, because at this point in time you'd expect that they would be either out of the Gaza Strip altogether or hiding below ground. And this is very encouraging to know that the capabilities are still there. It's a very sophisticated, very complicated situation to know in real time where he is, and then to launch a missile. And as far as hurting other people in there, in this particular attack, I believe that if many civilians or hostages had been hurt, the Gazans would immediately say that. So that means that fortunately there is no such thing. But of course we don't know. You know, tomorrow they may use them as a shield, and it's definitely not something that that we should think is simple to do with going forward in this war.
Guy and Jonathan, stay with us. That was a picture on our screens of Ayman Nofal. He was eliminated just a short while ago in an IDF strike. For more details, he's there on your screen. We now cross to our correspondent Pierre Kloschendler in Storot in the south. What update can you share about this IDF strike eliminating Ayman Nofal, Hamas senior commander?
Right, just before that, I want to mention that there was another rocket alert, and we heard what seems to be like 2 impacts. We don't know exactly what happened, and it happened already an hour ago when there was an impact on the asphalt of a road in Sderot. First time in more than 12 hours that there had been a rocket alert. Now, regarding Ayman Nofal, he's like a general for Hamas, Izzadin al-Qassam brigades. He is one of the 5 top commanders of the Gaza Strip on behalf of Hamas. He has been eliminated in the El Burej refugee camp, which is in the central sector of the Gaza Strip. And also another man has been eliminated. It's Hazem Ismail Haniyeh, one of the sons of Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of the political bureau of Hamas, who commute between Qatar and Lebanon. His son was eliminated in the Shati refugee camp just north of the Gaza Strip.
Certainly sounds like that was a precision strike on behalf of the IDF. Of course, more details around that particular strike will be emerging. It only happened just a short while ago. But I want to go back to what you mentioned earlier, Pierre, about the siren sounding in several southern communities just seconds ago before we came to you. Given the fact that Jonathan was just describing in studio how many people have been evacuated from these areas and are staying further up north, what is the intention for rocket fire to keep pummeling these Gazan communities, these border communities close to the Gaza border?
Well, first of all, it's true that most residents have left, but in the kibbutzim on the border, which were slaughtered, there are still people that are doing essential work, like feeding the cows that survived the onslaught of Hamas, or feeding the chicken, and other security-related positions that some of the kibbutz members are tasked with. Now, in Sderot, it's a different case. There are like maybe 5,000 residents who have nowhere to go, and they're on social welfare drip when they ask for social welfare to help them. But many of them are ashamed of that. And you see here a Jewish religious organization from the United States is helping 160 families with essential needs, such as food, toilet paper, and so on. And these people stay here because they have nowhere to go, and they're ashamed of asking for help. Some of them are homeless even because their house has been burnt by impacts of rockets. Now, regarding the localities, the kibbutzim on the Gaza border, because they've been flooded with security personnel, be it soldiers or police, obviously Hamas is trying to hit potential staging grounds in order to slow down maybe the potential ground invasion that is supposed to occur within the coming days or week.
Correspondent Pierre Kloschendler, live from Storot. Thank you so much for that update from southern Israel. Stay safe, Pierre. And now let's go north. Our correspondent Hamda Salhut joins us again from the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. And Hamda, so many questions in recent weeks and months even about whether or not Hezbollah would get involved if there was to be a war. It is unfolding. It's day 11 between Hamas and Israel. What is the latest sentiment in terms of the threats out of Hezbollah and specifically out of the Iranian supreme leader?
Well, look, there are a lot of threats coming from a lot of different directions, specifically when it comes to this ground invasion inside of the Gaza Strip. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson yesterday warning Israel that there are no guarantees that anyone could really enter this conflict at any time, and it could become a semi-regional war because of what's going on inside of the Gaza Strip. Hezbollah echoing that sentiment, saying that their fighters are ready, their arsenal of weapons is ready. Back in 2016, it was estimated that they had around 150,000 short-range rockets. That number has since increased. Back in June, they did a weapons showcase to really show the media all of the types of new capabilities and technologies that they have, that they could fight a war against Israel. They are threatening Israel with this entire arsenal. We don't know what their more destructive weapons are like. They're longer ballistic missiles, longer-range missiles here in the north. For now, still quite a little bit of exchange of fire between the Israeli military and Hezbollah. On the other side, rocket sirens ringing in Kiryat Shmone, a little bit far from where we're standing. The Israeli military confirming that there were 2 rockets, one successfully intercepted and the second falling in an open field as per the protocol used for the interception and deflection mechanism. So the Israeli military is clearing the area, securing the area. A lot of reinforcements have been sent in the last 10, 11 days out of fears that a war might break out in the north as well.
Thank you so much for that update. Our correspondent Hamda Salhut on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Stay safe, Hamda. We will be coming back to Hamda, of course, in the coming hours. Now, scores of Israeli families are mourning after their loved ones were killed by Hamas in that terror attack which started on Saturday, the 7th of October. Many are still waiting for answers as they hear more and more about the harrowing accounts of what happened on that day. More in this I-24 News report.
The funeral of Dikla and Tomer Arava was held in a limited presence of family and close friends. Dikla's funeral was scheduled for Monday morning, but just before the family received the news it was dreading, the body of Dikla's son Tomer was also identified. On Monday at noon, they were buried side by side.
Here we say our final goodbye and can't digest that we won't see each other again.
We apologize for not being able to do something for you to be with us.
On Saturday morning, the Arava Alikim families were in their home in Kibbutz, Nachal Oz, when it was attacked by more than 100 terrorists.
The Hamas guys are here, inside the house. I'm currently shot in the foot.
The family's home was one of the first to be reached by the terrorists. They shot the father of the family, Noam, in the leg and took the family captive.
Yes, I know it's here. It's here in the room. No, you can check. You can check now.
The terrorists took 17-year-old Tomer with them and used him to lure other families out of the protected areas. When they came out, they were murdered. A method of operating that could have been taken from the Nazi playbook.
Then they knocked on the door of the security room and said, "Open," in Hebrew. They took someone Israeli with them, someone from the kibbutz, a boy. They took him to knock on doors to say he needed help and to encourage people to come out.
The horrifying video was taken from Dikla's cell phone and distributed via her Facebook Live, a video that many saw on Saturday morning. It's become burned into minds as one of the most difficult visuals of the entire horrific event. You can see how the terrorists sit the family members in the living room of the house, force them to identify themselves, and demand answers about other other family members who were not in the kibbutz at the time. At the end of the video, their traces disappear, and they were declared missing. Until Monday, the family received the news that they found Dikla's lifeless body. On Monday, they identified Tomer's corpse.
I saw countless times that awful live video, and even there you exuded calmness and confidence. You wrapped everyone around you like a lioness. You didn't let anyone get close and hurt the children.
And Tomer, our beloved, the noble of the soul, the 17-year-old with supreme mental powers. He gave us strength just by seeing him in his greatness, functioning in an admirable way.
This was chapter 2 for Dikla and Noam. Tomer is Dikla's son from a previous marriage, and Noam is the father of 14-year-old Daphna and 8-year-old Ella, also from a previous marriage. Noam is still missing, and the girls as well. Photos of them were published on the day of the abduction from what appears to be Hamas captivity in Gaza.
We all continue to pray for Noam, Osher, beloved of your heart, and his daughters, Daphna and Ella, so beloved by you. Looking forward to their safe return from captivity soon, healthy and whole. The world stops, but so continues, so empty and so full of your being.
We demand their return, that the Israeli government will do everything it can and not give up on them. We are full of hope. We are getting back to you quickly and completely.
A family that woke up on the Sabbath in their peaceful home in a kibbutz. A Sabbath in which entire families were divided and wiped out.
Disturbing images indeed in that report, exacerbating some of the pain for so many people. Very difficult to see that unfolding. Iran's supreme leader is warning if Israel continues its retaliatory bombardment in Gaza, quote, the Muslims will become impatient, adding no one can stop them when they get impatient. Let's listen in his own words.
If these crimes continue, the Muslims will become impatient, the resistant forces will become impatient, and no one will be able to stop them. Israel and the West should know this. Don't expect others to not let such and such groups to do such and such things. No one can stop them when they get impatient. This is a reality that exists.
So for more on all these latest developments, still in studio, Captain in the Reserves Guy Poran, co-leader in the Air Force pilots' protest and former Air Force pilot, and our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev. So I just want to get a wrap-up of Tzachi Hanegbi's press conference, which happened just a short while ago. We were live on air when it happened. You were unpacking some of the details, particularly the questions around the hostages. In Gaza, 199 families have been contacted about the developments on that front. Not a lot of detail, obviously, about the plans in place. Nonetheless, there could be far more hostages in Gaza. What update can you share out of the national security front?
Actually, not much. Yes, the issue was brought up in the press conference. Tzachi Hanegbi said that Israel is putting this on top priority. This is something that is being discussed with the United States. We know that this is something that Israel was putting in top priority. Hamas knows that as well. That is why we saw a first video surfacing last night. We can expect many more videos to surface because Hamas knows very well about the sensitivity of the Israeli society to its hostages. So he did not add much. One thing though he did say, and that is probably something that we should all adhere to, is the fact that especially on the issue of the hostages, I think less is more. Less talk is better. It's good that things happen quietly, because it's not as if now it will say that there is more information, say that they know more than that they're actually saying. Would it be a wise idea to sit in the studio or to stand up in a press conference and brag about it? The answer is obviously no.
And Guy, I want to bring you in on exactly what Jonathan is talking about, because It's sickening and it's twisted to think that Hamas wanted the world to see so many of these images. It is clearly part of the psychological strategy. Also, there were people who were targeted in the killing rampage on that day that took out their phones and tried to film some of what was happening as well. You can understand why. We also hear these heartbreaking accounts that people send voice notes back to their families saying goodbye. What do you make of the impact of these images, these voice notes, piecing together exactly what unfolded, and the images are there, etched in our minds and our hearts forever?
Well, this is certainly something that the recent usage of all this, social media and phones has created a situation that everything is being recorded and seen in real time. But what I'm really, what's important, I think, is that you start seeing in the media around the world many images and stories coming out of Gaza that try to create a symmetry or trying to show all the destruction and the atrocities that the Israeli forces are doing over there. And people should know around the world that the big difference is that while the Israeli forces are not killing innocent people on purpose, they are, if there are any innocent deaths there, it's because it's non-avoidable in order to do what it is doing. On the other hand, Hamas was doing exactly that on purpose. They were trying to target small children. They did all these slaughters on purpose. So anybody around the world, any decent person around the world should recognize the difference between civilian suffering in the Gaza that unfortunately happens now because it's unavoidable, while the IDF is trying to target only those responsible, while what we've seen in Israel last week was people doing barbaric killing of babies and children on purpose. This is something that any honest person and any honest media channel around the world should differentiate between the two things and not create a symmetry.
Certainly traumatic to see all these images, and of course the thought that they might be going viral as well, also even more painful. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. The IDF saying in a press conference earlier in the day, the next stage of fighting might not be a ground offensive. This all coming while we are hearing so much speculation about the next plan of action. If not a ground offensive, you're a pilot. What does that exactly mean?
Well, I can't tell you what exactly it means, but I can tell you that the IDF is not going to do exactly what the other guys are expecting of it. So there are various things which I think we will see unfolding. There is no doubt that the campaign over there is not over, but if anybody thinks that there will be, day after tomorrow, lines of Israeli troops moving into traps that are prepared for them by the Hamas, they're wrong. So there is a variety of possibilities, of scenarios. We also know that most of the warriors of Hamas are not anymore in buildings overground, but a lot of them are underground. Some of the methods, some of the things that are being prepared, I believe, are certain types of bombs and certain types of techniques that would be able to tackle exactly that.
Parting words, we only have a few seconds. Jonathan Regev, given what Safi Hanegbi was outlining, what you see unfolding in the coming days, very briefly, please.
I don't see much happening, at least until Joe Biden leaves tomorrow afternoon. After that, literally, it's anyone's guess. Anything can happen. Any predictions? I'm sorry, but they're worth nothing.
And whatever they are, those events that do unfold, we'll be bringing you all the latest developments as they happen here on our breaking news coverage on I-24 News. Senior Defense Correspondent Jonathan Regev, Captain in the Reserves Guy Poran, co-leader in the Air Force and Pilots Protest, and former Air Force pilot. Thank you both for being here for Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what
to do it. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Welcome to I-24 News continuous coverage of the war on Israel. It's the 11th day and President Biden is due to visit the region tomorrow. We may hear shortly from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's also here in Israel visiting right now. Today saw some increased fighting between Israel and Hezbollah on the Lebanese border. I-24 News' Handa Salhout is live near the border. Handa.
Jacob, good evening. Several exchanges of fire happening between Hezbollah and the Israeli military. 2 rockets also launched, that confirmed by the Israeli military, happening in the eastern part of the northern border. The Iron Dome intercepting one of them and the second falling in a field as per the procedures for interception methods. Now, on the other side of the fence, 4 members of Hezbollah killed. The group said they were killed when the Israeli military targeted them. The Israeli military said they were surveilling them from a distance. They saw that they were approaching the border, planting an explosive device where they then were attacked. So this now brings the total members of Hezbollah killed to 9 since the war broke out, since it began, and since the tensions began on the northern border. Now, it is quiet for now, but the Israeli military is securing the area. There is a heavy military presence, a lot of reinforcements being sent in here in preparation for anything that might happen. Hezbollah's weaponry, I'll remind you, is much more sophisticated than the rockets that are coming out of the Gaza Strip. Back in 2016, it was estimated that they had around 150,000 short-range missiles, but that number has since increased. So the Israeli military is hoping for all quiet at the northern border, but is also warning Hezbollah that they will attack with all of their might if anything else were to happen and escalate. Jacob.
Thank you, Handa Salhout in the northern border. We'll get back to you later. Here in the studio now with me are Lieutenant Colonel Dorana Vital, former commander of Special Forces of IDF. Thank you for coming. And Jonathan Regev, I-24 News defense correspondent. We'll talk in length in a few moments. First, let's go to the press conference of German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu.
The Nazi crimes against the Jewish people on the soil of Germany and Europe. I must tell you, my friend, that the savagery that we witnessed perpetrated by the Hamas murderers coming out of Gaza were the worst crimes committed against Jews since the Holocaust. The decapitation of people, the shooting of little children with bound hands, the murder of children in front of their parents, the murder of parents in front of their children, the hiding of babies in the attic, and the murderers who came to the attic to murder the babies, the rape and murder of women, the abduction of families, the tearing of grandmothers and Holocaust survivors into captivity, the death pits that remind us of Babi Yar, where jeeps surround a depression in the ground where they crowd young people in and they shoot them with machine guns. This is the savagery that we only remember from the Nazi crimes of the Holocaust. Hamas are the new Nazis. Hamas is ISIS, in some instances worse than ISIS. And just as the world united to defeat the Nazis, just as the world united to defeat ISIS, the world has to stand united behind Israel to defeat Hamas. This is part of an axis of evil of Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas. Their open goal, is to eradicate the state of Israel. The open goal of Hamas is to kill as many Jews as they could, and the only difference is they would have killed every last one of us, murdered every last one of us, if they could. They just don't have the capacity, but they murdered an extraordinary 1,300 civilians, which in American terms is like many, many, many 9/11s. So obviously we must take action to defeat Hamas and to ensure that this doesn't happen again. But this is not only our battle, it is our common battle. The battle of civilization against barbarism. And if it's not stopped here, this savagery will reach you very soon and reach the entire world. We have a vested interest, an abiding interest, to make sure that doesn't happen, and it can only be achieved with the solidarity of the civilized world. I hope and I believe that many, many around the world see ISIS for what it is, or see Hamas for what it is, which is a reincarnation of ISIS. And we appreciate the fact that you came here to stand with us in this battle for the future of civilization. Thank you, Chancellor.
Herr Ministerpräsident, erstmal vielen Dank für unser gutes, intensives und sehr ernsthaftes Gespräch. Dies ist ein Besuch bei Freunden in schwierigen Zeiten.
This is a visit with friends in these difficult times. And just as I said last week in the German Bundestag Parliament, in these difficult times, there is only one place for Germany. This is the place on the side of Israel.
קודם כל, תודה רבה על השיחה הטובה ועל המפגש שהיה מאוד אינטנסיבי ורציני. הביקור הוא ביקור בזמנים קשים אצל חברים, וכפי שאמרתי בשבוע שעבר בפרלמנט, בבונדסטאג, בזמנים הקשים יש לגרמניה רק...
While it's being translated to Hebrew, there are rockets being fired to the center of Israel.
Israels und seiner Bürgerinnen und Bürger ist deutsche Staatsräson. Entsprechend dieser Maxime
the German state raison d'être.
der Deutsche Bundestag unterstützt diese Haltung übergreifend. Es ist mir wichtig, hier heute in Israel
It is very important for me that we today in Israel, in this difficult situation, to say this clearly. The German history
aus dem Holocaust erwachsene Verantwortung
that arises from the Holocaust, the responsibility that arises from it, makes it important to stand for the security of the state of Israel.
ישראל ואזרחיה זה חלק מהרזון ד'טה, מהמשנה המדינית של גרמניה.
ואנחנו רוצים להתנהג בהתאם כממשלת גרמניה. הפרלמנט הגרמני תמך בגישה הזה וחוצה מפלגות. חשוב מאוד להגיד את זה היום כאן.
Again, while this is being translated to Hebrew, I want to note that there are rockets are being fired at the center of Israel right now, as German Chancellor is speaking next to Israeli Prime Minister. There are alerts, there are sirens in the center of Israel right now as they speak in this press conference.
Meine Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, the barbaric, cruel attack of the terrorists of Hamas, we condemn it clearly. The brutal terror against civilians, the massacre on civilians, the murder of babies, the kidnapping of women, men and children, of cruelties against Holocaust survivors. It makes our blood freeze.
ההתקפה צמאי הדם של טרוריסטים של החמאס, אנחנו מגנים בכל תוקף. הטרור הברוטלי, ההתקפה הברוטלית על אזרחים חפים מפשע, הוצאת להורג של אזרחים, רציחת תינוקות, חטיפת נשים, גברים וילדים, השפלה והצגת ניצולי שואה גורם לדם להקפיא.
Es ist völlig klar, Israel hat das völkerrechtlich verbriefte Recht, sich gegen diese
Israel has the right, according to international law, to do something against this terror. Every state has the responsibility to protect citizens.
לישראל יש את הזכות מעוגן בחוק הבינלאומי להתגונן ולהילחם בטרור. מדינה, כל מדינה יש לה את החובה להתגונן ולשמור על אזרחיה.
Wir spüren das furchtbare Leid aller Israelis,
the terrible suffering of all Israelis, the parents, siblings and children of those who were killed in this barbaric massacres. We share the concern of those whose family members were kidnapped by those terrorists.
את הסבל הנוראי של כל הישראלים, של ההורים, של האחים, של הילדים. עקב ההתקפה הפשיטה הברברית, אנשים שאיבדו בעקבותיה את חייהם. אנחנו חולקים את הדאגה של כל אלה, דאגה של קרובי משפחה ליקירים שנחטפו על ידי הטרוריסטים, המחבלים, נקראו מהיום-יום ונחטפו לעזה.
Unter den Verschleppten sind auch Deutsche.
Among those who were kidnapped, there are Germans. Those and all the other hostages, we pay attention and breathe to lots of efforts to achieve their release.
וגם לכל שאר החטופים, ואנחנו מנסים לשחרר אותם בכל תוקף, עם כל הכוח.
Sehr geehrter Herr Ministerpräsident, meine Regierung setzt sich mit aller Kraft
my government is trying with all its power that this conflict will not escalate. We have to contain the fire in this region.
הממשלה שלי תפעל בכל הכוח שהסכסוך הזה שלא חל הסלמה של הסכסוך הזה. אנחנו צריכים בכל הכוח למנוע שריפה כוללת.
Ausdrücklich warne ich, kein Akteur sollte es für eine gute Idee halten, nur von außen in diesen Konflikt einzugreifen.
To join this conflict from the outside, any third party. It would be a terrible mistake. We have seen this message, we have sent this message via several channels. We sent it to those who might think about joining this conflict.
להיכנס לסכסוך הזה מבחוץ. זאת תהיה טעות גדולה ובלתי נסלחת. אנחנו בימים האחרונים העברנו את המסר בערוצים השונים.
Sehr geehrter Ministerpräsident, Deutschland und Israel, uns vereint die Tatsache, demokratische Rechtsstaaten zu sein. Unser Handeln fußt
We are a unity of states and We emphasize rights and law in these situations. That's why the humanitarian suffering in Gaza, we're not indifferent to it. I just spoke to the Prime Minister about ways to get humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza. Not like Hamas, that is using the civilians in Gaza as human shields. We also express our sorrow for them. We want to protect civilians. We want to prevent civilian casualties.
ישראל וגרמניה מחבר תשתית משותפת. אנחנו שתינו דמוקרטיות, מדינות חוק. וזה קובע את דפוסי ההתנהגות שלנו, שהדפוס ההתנהגות שלנו מושתת על זכויות וחוקים. ולכן אנחנו רוצים גם במצב הנוראי הזה לדאוג למצב ההומניטרי ברצועת עזה. אנחנו לא אדישים כלפי המצב ההומניטרי בעזה, ואנחנו דיברנו על זה, כבוד ראש הממשלה, על דרכים איך להקל את המצב ההומניטרי לאזרחים בעזה.
Mit Ministerpräsident Netanyahu habe ich über
With Prime Minister Netanyahu, I spoke about possibilities to improve the access to humanitarian aid to Gaza. And also because of that, I will, after travel to Egypt, to tomorrow meet President al-Sisi there to speak to him about the situation and the humanitarian situation. We want to continue our humanitarian engagement and to minor humanitarian suffering.
אפשרויות לשפר את המצב, את הגישה ההומניטרית לרצועת עזה, וזאת אחת הסיבות מדוע אני אמשיך לטוס למצרים כדי לשוחח עם נשיא מצרים על-סיסי על המצב ועל היבטים הומניטריים. גרמניה תמשיך לפעול למען השיפור המצב ההומניטרי בעזה כדי להקל על הסבל של האוכלוסייה.
Erlauben Sie mir abschließend noch zwei Bemerkungen zu Deutschland. Antisemitismus hat in Deutschland keinen Platz.
Does not have any place in Germany.
Das Feiern von Gewalt ist menschenverachtend,
of violence is against humanity.
Und es wird bestraft.
Forbidden and it will be punished.
ולבסוף תרשו לי עוד הערה אחת לגבי המצב העדכני בגרמניה. לאנטישמיות אין מקום בגרמניה. להלל ולחגוג אלימות זה לא אנושי, זה נפשע וזה אסור, ואנחנו נענש התנהגות כזאת.
Jüdisches Leben in Deutschland ist ein Geschenk.
Jewish life in Germany is a
Jüdische
present.
Einrichtungen werden wir schützen.
Jewish institutions are
יהודים
protected.
בגרמניה זאת מתנה. אנחנו נגן על מוסדות יהודים בגרמניה. תודה רבה.
Thank you, Chancellor. I appreciate all your statements, including your last reference to protecting the Jewish community. We discussed this in our conversation as well. The question of the safety of civilians is something that is raised by Hamas's actions. Hamas is committing a double war crime. Not only is it targeting and murdering civilians with unprecedented savagery, it's hiding behind civilians, their own civilians. We are calling on the civilians to leave Gaza, go south to safe zones, and Hamas is preventing them, often at gunpoint, from doing so. Hamas wants to keep them there as a human shield and prevent the people from leaving and getting out of harm's way. It's important that the entire world understands this. The responsibility for the civilians who are there, both the abducted people and both the people who are kept there at force, the citizens of our country and the citizens of dozens of countries, and the Palestinian civilians themselves, that responsibility sits squarely on the shoulders of the Hamas war criminals. They're committing a double war crime, attacking civilians, hiding behind civilians as human shields. The entire world should condemn it and should support Israel in its just war. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very strong support by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to Israel. At the same time, he calls for the prevention of escalation and also expresses some concern about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. But very, very strong support. As he said, the Chancellor is going to visit Egypt next, and tomorrow President Biden is due to visit the region, and during this press conference we've heard the sirens in the center of Tel Aviv of rockets, because of rockets being fired from Gaza, and who knows what's going to be tomorrow. Anyway, back here in the studio to you, Jonathan Regev, I-24 News defense correspondent. Let's recap on what's going on. First of all, rockets to Tel Aviv area very short time ago.
Southern Tel Aviv area, the city of Rishon LeZion. I think we could actually hear the interceptions. Rishon LeZion, about 10 minutes to the south from the place where we are, and we heard the interceptions. This was happening as Olaf Scholz was speaking, as the press conference took place. Hamas is the barrages to the center are not big. It's not 30 rockets. It's 2 or 3 rockets. That's all that's needed to create such a siren. This happening about 10 minutes ago. Earlier in the day, quite a senior Hamas official, Ayman Nufal, is called the head of the Central Division in Hamas, is killed. Quite a senior official. He's in charge of the Central Division. That's the division in Gaza that is right in front of Be'eri, right in front of Re'im, the place where the party took place, where hundreds of Israelis were massacred. Be'eri, the community which took the worst hit, more than 100 Israelis killed. The men responsible for that area was finally found and killed by Israeli forces. In the north, there were 2 rockets which were fired earlier on. One was intercepted, the other fell in open areas. Hezbollah, meanwhile, reporting that 4 of its terrorists, 4 of its militants were killed. I think at least until tomorrow afternoon, until Biden leaves the area, at least as far as Israel is concerned, we will see this under the threshold activity on the Lebanese border, and in Gaza, Israel will probably not push too much until Biden leaves. After that, we simply do not know.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital is with us now, former commander of Special Forces of the IDF. Are we nearing a bigger conflict escalation in the north?
I think right now our strategy is to wait and see, hold our fire. We exchange 1 for 1. But if Hezbollah would cross some threshold that is well defined within the echelon of our army, then we'll have to hit them very hard. But it seems that right now there's no really interest on both sides to go to a second front. We have to make a decision about Gaza in the next
But as we know, this is not exact science.
Exactly,
things can happen, miscalculation can happen in a second.
In a heartbeat, in a sec, a provocation, an attack that crossed some threshold, and we are in an open front. I do trust the commander of the Northern Brigade, the Northern Command. He was a soldier of mine, Gordon, very good general. We are holding our fires there. We are well prepared. The intelligence is there. We are waiting.
All right. Jonathan, back to the south. A lot of talk about ground invasion. That's not happening yet. Probably not tomorrow.
It's not going to happen while President Biden is here, that's for sure. The Americans are here expressing major support for Israel, but they're also concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The American blood is not boiling at the moment as far as Israeli blood. We hear Israeli politicians, we hear the Israeli public saying go all in on Gaza following that terrible Saturday morning. The Americans are expressing a lot of support, but they do not want to see terrible images coming out of Gaza, which Israelis can live with now simply because of what happened here a week and a half ago. The Americans are not willing to see that, and I don't think Israel is currently in a position where it can tell the U.S. no. If the United States will strongly demand something, I think Israel currently is in the position where it will have to agree, even if it doesn't like it.
How a big a problem is the humanitarian situation in Gaza for Israeli operations?
I think it's a big issue. I think the American, they outlined the circumstance of any operation. I think they outlined that they don't see the takeover of Gaza, but they do think that we have the right and we have the obligation, in fact, to dismantle the military capabilities of Hamas. But if there were some ideas to create some unrolling humanitarian crisis, and by that to create force on Hamas, both our allies, US, European Union, say no, this is not the way to go. But a ground incursion that would be limited to the dismantling of the military infrastructure, I think we have the support of Biden and the US and our allies right now.
Yeah. Let's talk now about the Iranian angle, maybe the most important one, as Tehran is behind it all. Senior correspondent Owen Alterman looks at the dilemma facing Iran.
In Doha on Saturday, he was all smiles. Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian greeting Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in the capital of Qatar. And in Beirut on Friday, too, he had been all smiles. Amir Abdollahian happy with his work and playing coy with what comes next.
Of course, the resistance has kept on the table all possible scenarios on the other fronts. The 0 hour for any action against the crimes is also at the hands of the resistance.
The resistance, of course, is Hezbollah, with Iran even at this hour separating itself formally from the group, even as Hezbollah is widely recognized as Iran's proxy. As Iran and its network face an Israel at top readiness and the United States set to be parked offshore with 2 aircraft carrier strike groups.
Iran and Hezbollah, since day one of this war, are finding themselves in a dilemma. Here is the dilemma. If Iran is going to send Hezbollah to the war, Iran is going to jeopardize not only the risk or downfall of Hamas in Gaza Street, which seems to be like almost imminent, but also a massive strike to Hezbollah.
And indeed, that dilemma. Axios reported Iran passed Israel a message through the United Nations, warning of Iran's direct entry into the war, should the Israeli campaign in Gaza intensify. The decisions in Tehran are fateful ones. By design or by accident, the clock for Iran is ticking to high noon. And Israel hopes that for Iran's proxies from Gaza to Lebanon to Syria and beyond, that the clock is ticking to midnight.
With us now is Walid Faris, an expert on Hezbollah, among others. Thank you very much for joining us. Who will decide if Hezbollah joins the attack on Israel? That would be Tehran, right?
There is no doubt about it. Tehran has an integrated command center on the political level, strategic level, and obviously even on the operational level in Tehran, and another branch of it is in the southern suburb of Beirut. The Secretary General of Hezbollah has repeatedly said over the years that all their weapons, or most of their weapons, all of their money, operational training comes from the Pasdaran Quds force, therefore Tehran. So yes, at the end of the day, certainly Hezbollah has an input. Nasrallah has an input into the operations, especially the internal situation in Lebanon that would change or not the opinion of Tehran. But at the end of the day, the final strategic go, the green light, will come from the Pasdaran.
So when the U.S., for example, speaks about escalation and warns everybody not to get into this, they should actually speak directly to Iran.
Let me put it that way. There is the U.S. in general and what it should do. But then there is what's behind the administration's specific positioning. And, you know, administrations change, their plans change. This one, the Biden administration, like the Obama administration, is committed to an agreement, which we all know is the Iran deal and the baby deal that comes with it.
Right.
So on the surface, we send 2 strike forces, we commit with Israel, but we don't know if the Biden administration wants to withdraw from that deal or stop that deal, because if that is the case, if, you know, the sign to understand if this administration is going to engage with the Israelis in the region is how far are we still dealing with the Iran deal.
So that's the question. Is this a game changer? As you've mentioned, we're talking about a country with nuclear aspirations here. And, you know, what are the lessons?
See, the administration, the team in the administration that deals with the Iran deal and negotiations is completely committed, or at least convinced, and they try to convince the White House in general, that Iran is reasonable at the end of the day. Release more money like the $6 billion released a few weeks ago, or in principle, or in summer. So the more we can release from the money of the Iranian state, the more some hope in Washington that Iran is going to play a little bit, but it's not going to engage.
All right. Thank you at this stage. Thank you.
Israel is officially in a state of war. This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Miles around to Freelander and let's get a really loud round of applause for all of us.
Shade upon your right hand. Hashem shall guard your going out and your coming in.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back. Let's go to the south. I-24 News' Pierre Clechandler is in the southern part of Israel, next to the Gaza front. Pierre, we are live with you.
Right, there were two rocket alerts at 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. local time after something like a 20-hour lull here in Sderot. There were 3 impacts, one on the asphalt of the road and 2 in abandoned building because the city has mostly been evacuated. But there are still some few thousands that are remaining in the city. Most of them are on social welfare drip, but some of them are even homeless. We've met somebody who's homeless and who said his house burnt and he has nowhere to go, so he sleeps in public shelters. We've seen staging grounds enlarging in the security nearby the security border with the Gaza Strip. We've seen quite a lot of forces, but we don't sense that a ground operation would be imminent at this point. that's about it here in Sderot.
Yeah, and so far, Pierre, Sderot is basically empty of civilians.
Yes and no. There's about 3,000 to 5,000 residents that are still here. Usually people who are lonely, elderly people, they don't want to leave their homes or they don't have anywhere to go. The municipality tries to help them, but people are resilient and resistant to any help offered by the municipality. Sometimes it's very complicated in the welfare system. Some people are indebted, they don't want to be noticed. So there are organizations. I met a man who leads some sort of American Jewish organization here in Israel, and they're taking care of 160 families that are still in Sderot. So the situation is very complex. There are many security forces. We've met special police forces combing the area of a sports center in Sderot because there are still fears that some of the terrorists of Hamas that participated to the slaughter 11 days ago are still roaming the area, hiding somewhere. And these police forces are just scouring, combing the area, trying to find these guys.
All right, Pierre, thank you very much for that. As we speak, there are sirens now going off in the city of Rishon LeZion, one of the most densely populated cities in Israel. That's just south of Tel Aviv. And that's another barrage of rockets from Gaza at this moment. With us now is Mayan Sherman. Thank you very much for joining us. Your son, Ron, 19, was kidnapped by Hamas at one of the border crossings. What do you know about what happened?
This whole nightmare started on last Saturday, 6:30 in the morning, when we woke up to textings from Ron. They said that they were sleeping. They were between shipments, and they just went to the shelter because they heard heavy bombing on the base. The base is located on the border with the Gaza Strip.
What was his job? What was he doing there?
Ron was in charge on communication and cooperation with the Gazan traders. He helped bringing the goods inside inside Israel and back to the Gaza Strip. He was in charge on keeping the Gazan population, the economy. This was his job.
So he was actually facilitating the normal life of the Gazan people there by enabling merchandise and food and stuff like that going in and out of the strip. So that was his crime, just helping life in Gaza. Quite amazing. Now, I understand, as we've seen, we have a proof that he's there, but I understand he has a medical condition.
Yeah, Ron is asthmatic, and we're we're so worried because of he needs his inhaler, and he was caught without his inhaler. So above all, this is our first concern. We know that he was kidnapped with two others, Israeli soldiers like him. All of them you can see in this Hamas video. Actually, he texted me until the moment he was kidnapped. His last words to me were, "I love you all. It's over." And then actually we were sure he was dead. But after 5 hours, we received this video that the Hamas posted that you can clearly see him alive, taken to the Gaza Strip, with his shorts and t-shirt and flip-flops, and we just he looked alive, and this gave us hope that maybe maybe he will be fine after, if he got into the Gaza Strip. We hope he is still alive, but we don't know anything since then. I have to admit that just a few minutes ago, I received, this is why this interview is a bit difficult for me, because we receive all kinds of news, we don't know if it's fake or if it's real, but we received some possibly bad news. We don't know yet how to,
Yeah, the worst thing is not knowing, obviously. I'm sure you've seen the video of Mia Shem last night that Hamas released. What did you think when you saw her?
I was, it was like oxygen for me yesterday evening when we saw it. It was like we were, all this event is like, all the time we feel, suddenly you feel very high and afterwards you feel terrible. But when we saw this video, we were a bit relieved because, she looks fine. She was treated. They took her to a hospital. You can see her after the surgery. So, we hope they treat all the hostages like this, but we don't know.
Yeah, hopefully whatever she said was true, because we have no way of knowing. Maybe she was coerced to say things, but let's hope. Let's hope, and our hopes and prayers are with you, Maya. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Doron, back to you here in the studio. These kind of things we don't remember this from Israel's history. We had lots of wars, but nothing like that.
And also never a hostage crisis in this magnitude. We all remember Entebbe. I was a young high school kid, but my unit, which I commanded later, Sayat Matkal, actually succeeded to rescue those hostages. But this is a hostage crisis in magnitude unimaginable in the context of a war zone located in the Gaza metro underground. And if there's a ground incursion, how do we work out those two dilemmas? Fighting Hamas, dismantling them, and rescuing our hostages. Israel appointed one of its best generals, Nitzan Alon. He himself was, and it was announced, a commander of the unit as the guy who coordinates all this from a military standpoint, this operation. But this is the greatest dilemma the war cabinet and the Israeli generals would have when a decision is made about ground incursion.
And we're talking about at least 200.
Yeah, it's
200 people.
Unimaginable.
And we're talking babies, elderly, women, soldiers, unbelievable.
Sick, yeah.
And last night, as we mentioned, Hamas released the first video of an Israeli French hostage, actually, Mia Shem, 21 years old. Take a look.
אני מיה שם, בת 21 משוהם. כרגע אני נמצאת בעזה. חזרתי ביום לפנות בוקר, ביום שבת לפנות בוקר מאזור סדרות, הייתי במסיבה. נפצעתי קשה מאוד ביד, לקחו אותי לעזה, ניתחו אותי ביד פה בבית חולים 3 שעות, דואגים לי, מטפלים בי, נותנים לי תרופות, הכל בסדר. אני רק מבקשת שיחזירו אותי הביתה כמה שיותר מהר, למשפחה שלי, להורים שלי, לאחים שלי. בבקשה תוציאו אותם פה כמה שיותר מהר. בבקשה. תודה.
Yeah, that's Mia. Mia's mother reacted today after watching the video.
Yesterday, I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. And I saw that she was... I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain. And I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know if she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
Again, nothing we've ever seen here in Israel before. With us now is Rami Igra, former head of the Mossad MIA unit. Thank you very much for talking to us, Rami.
Good evening.
What's your analysis after watching this video?
This is not a new tactic by Hamas. Hamas in the past, it's true about the Gilad Shalit affair and other affairs as we went along. Hamas is trying to reach the Israeli public with the Israeli sentiment in order to create some kind of pressure on the government to negotiate with them on the release of prisoners. The Hamas is now being eradicated bit by bit. They would like to stop this. They would like to stop all the attrition against them, and they would like to sit down and negotiate. And they've already announced that what they mean by negotiation. They want all their prisoners, all the terrorists imprisoned in Israel, in exchange for all the hostages. The Hamas has not understood that the paradigm has changed. Now we are not only here to, first of all, release our hostages, we're also here to eradicate the Hamas. And they have not understood this. They will in the next couple of days, and it all depends on the land maneuver that is supposed to be starting soon.
But still, if Israel, and according to Israeli leaders in the past couple of days, this thing is on top of their mind, if they want to get the release, as you said, paradigms changed, maybe something else is needed here, something bigger than the usual swaps we've seen before. What do you say to that?
I got a problem hearing you, but see, the Hamas was created by prisoner exchange. Hamas was first created by Mashal and Abu Yassin, and they were released when Netanyahu decided to release them from prison and death at the Mashal affair. This is the beginning. Then Hamas got most of its strength in the Shalit exchange. All the top Hamas today, they're all prisoners exchanged for Gilad Shalit. Now, Hamas has turned out to be evil, and it has turned out to be a devil that we cannot tame in any way. Our fantasies to give them a better life for a different kind of Hamas have been blown away last Saturday. So here we are with no other options but to eradicate the Hamas. And when this is the main option, and also we have a main option of the main target is releasing our hostages, it's going to be by force. And when it's going to be by force, it's not going to be by any kind of other negotiation. This is what the Hamas would like. They would like negotiation. They would like us to stop right now the attrition. They would like them to sit down. They will give us, we will give them, and we will be back to square one. And as we all know, we cannot go back to square one. It's not a question whether we can or we can't. This is existential for our livelihood in Israel.
Rami Igra, formerly from the Mossad MIA unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's hope for the best. We are joined now by Dr. Maria Maziad to talk about the Egyptian angle, Marwa. Gaza is also Egypt's problem as well, not only Israel's. How does Egypt?
What do you mean by that question?
Well, you know, you may have now refugees coming into Egypt.
No such nonsense. Okay, let's be very clear. Egypt is adamant about no exodus of millions of Palestinians into Sinai, no such nonsense that has been circulating in the media. In fact, Blinken was in the region, starting with Israel, showing the support, and then going to every other Arab country like Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Egypt. And then he had to go back to Israel in order to pass the message that there is no such thing as the idea of shoving all the Palestinians down southwards, supposedly towards the crossing so that they go to Sinai. This is a red line for both Jordan and Egypt. And the only thing that Egypt is allowing is aid into Gaza so that actually Israel can climb down the tree it's on now, that now the stories for the past 5 days has been about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, as opposed to the attacks and the atrocities and the killing of the Israelis in their kibbutzim and all these places. So, in fact, Israel now is being scrutinized for this lack of humanitarian aid entering. Blinken is here to make sure this is taking place so that there's no accusations of actual war crimes of Israel. And both Egypt and Israel, Egypt and the United States are actually somehow trying to help Israel in this situation.
So you're telling me Egypt bears no responsibility whatsoever to Gaza?
What kind of responsibility? The aid that is like long lorries that are standing on the crossing on Egypt's side that is secure is trying to get this in so that the people in Gaza are not deprived from water and electricity and medicine and such, so that Israel in the end becomes accused of war crimes. That's what Egypt is doing. But in return, on the Gaza side, this road is bombed multiple times so that actually these lorries and trucks cannot pass safely into Gaza. But there's no way, no conception that Palestinians, 1 million, would leave the northern part into the southern part. Then that southern part would kind of cross the border into Sinai. What kind of displacement is this? And what kind of political end game would that ever have? Egypt no way is allowing that. So if we're talking about the Egypt strategic kind of national security position, this is what Egypt offering. Aid into Gaza so that the crisis is not so flagrant that Israel cannot even achieve its other military goals.
Not opening the border, even if that might save many lives.
No, don't bomb people into this southern part so that they get the aid and they are having the food and they're not starving to death. That's the kind of aid that the entire world is speaking. I think Israel is not listening at all. It's understandable. It's focused so much on the military operation it's in. It is a very uncognizant of how there are media images circulating, how these lorries that you're showing are just waiting to enter and they cannot enter, and then the images of the civilian Palestinians under all these attacks. So it's losing even the framing of this issue after having been attacked just 11 days ago. So actually Israel has to be very cognizant of what's simmering here. A public opinion internationally that wants aid in so that the civilians in Gaza are not forcefully displaced. They are not losing their country again. I mean, this idea of exodus into Sinai, unacceptable by any measure. So Israel will have to calm down. Blinken is here for that reason and extended his stay, went back to Israel for that reason. Biden is coming. All of these things are to calm Israel down, about the actual military work it wants to do, because that's not even guaranteed. it might be a quagmire for Israel if it enters from into Gaza. There might be an opening of another front on Lebanon with Hezbollah. So this is one affair. But just for the affair of the civilians and the images and all of that, it had better let these trucks under scrutiny it necessitates, under the whatever measures it needs, but they have to enter. And there's no suggestion whatsoever of pushing millions of Palestinians onto Sinai. That is not flying with any of the regional partners.
All right, Dr. Mara Mazad, thank you very much.
Very well.
Thank you. Drawn back to you in the studio, to the Egyptian side, really. Is this the policy? We are not going to open borders, and Israel. We're just helping Israel. That's the point.
I think Sisi made his point very strongly in a fashion that was described here. They don't see. They don't want to see Israel uses this conflict in order to displace Palestinians from Gaza into Sinai. And we have to admit that there are some right-wing Israelis that dream of such an option. Gaza is here to stay. So in terms of the humanitarian aspect, I think Egypt is there, and I think Israel right now works with Egypt. I think if there were some ideas that will prevent it, we can't do it. Our allies tell us we cannot, and we will not do it. So what we are trying to do is isolate the Gaza city, let the population go down, go south to the Gaza street, to the Gaza Canyon, or what we call. Make, of course, Hezbollah, I'm saying Hamas is trying to prevent them from going south, and then to create a condition that will be optimal for some ground incursion, which would achieve our target, which is the dismantling of the military infrastructure and rescuing our hostages.
But Egypt will have to be part of some future solution.
No question about that. I'm sure about that. I think if we look far into the future, the consequences of this bloody conflict that I hope won't escalate might be in the end some kind of trying to create some arrangement. I think the Americans are not here, the Europeans are not here. I mean, they're also saying, well, we are with you now in the conflict, but after it ends, we'll have to work out some resolution to the Middle East. So it goes both ways, but I'm afraid it would go for a bloody conflict. It didn't end. It's the start of a bloody conflict which in the Gaza Strip and might be also in the north.
Yeah, you had some thoughts about the north, about the independence or leeway of Hezbollah.
I think it's easy for us to say, well, there's somebody who's pressing the button in Iran and immediately Hezbollah acts. I think the initiative also come bottom up. I think Nasrallah is a strong leader. Of course, he has the consideration of Lebanon, the consideration of the support he had from Iran, but it's not like, I don't think it goes just by a command. If Hezbollah would feel that it was threatened in a measure that it has to act, it would act. A ground incursion and sites in Gaza, casualties of civilians in Gaza might force their hand. So I think the situation is more complicated, and the geometry of the Middle East is more complicated than just somebody pushing the button and giving orders.
Let me jump back to go Egypt. Egypt was a mediator, was a broker between Hamas and Israel for a long time.
For many years.
Did they lose their stance there?
I don't think so in this respect. I think there's always underneath this intelligence communication, our intelligence, their intelligence. It was in the times of Mubarak, in the time of Morsi, the Islamic Brotherhood in command. It was a little bit of a problem. With Sisi, it was renewed. In the end, we have to understand that Hamas, associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, is no ally of the Egyptian president and no ally of the Jordanian president, is no ally of the PA, of the Palestinian Authority. So Hamas is really an element that many people many sides would like to see him eradicated.
Tomorrow in the meeting in Jordan and between...
Exactly, this is part of the discussion that will be conducted.
President Biden.
Exactly.
What do you expect out of this?
I expect he says, well, we have to eradicate the military infrastructure of Hamas, and afterwards we're going to sit with all of you and try to create a better Middle East. I mean, I think Biden still thinks the Saudi initiative that in some sense was intercepted or sidelined by this.
You think he can sell that to the moderate Arab world? First war, then peace?
I think yes. I think we always have peace after war. The idea that you can have peace not after war. This
problem is we always wars after peace. That's part of the problem.
Part of the problem. Exactly. Also this.
Yeah, but
exactly.
at least we
goes
we should say that we still have some very strong peace agreements here in the Middle East.
Yeah, and they hold for many years. Also, the Egyptian peace was brokered after a terrible bloody war.
Right.
So
we have a peace with Jordan, and obviously we have the Abraham Accords.
Of course.
And hopefully also
we always have to be optimistic, but it will go for some conflict, we have to admit.
Dorothy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, more of special coverage of what's happening here on I-24 News.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to our special coverage here on I-24 News. Now to the north. I-24 News correspondent Handa Salhout is near the border with Lebanon, where Hezbollah has been attacking all day long, and IDF has responded. What's going on at this point, Handa? I'll tell you what's going on before you start. Another barrage of rockets from the south to Israel right now, mainly in the southern part at this stage. Yes, Handa, to you.
Right, Jacob, good evening. The Israeli military says it is currently striking Hezbollah targets inside of Lebanese territory, but earlier today there were sources indicating that Hezbollah is gearing up for a full-scale war with Israel, according to confirmation from U.S. and Middle Eastern officials. But the final decision will be made both in Beirut and Tehran with the assistance of the Islamic Republic here. I want to remind you that if Hezbollah were to enter this war, it would be a completely different game. Their weaponry is sophisticated. Their weaponry is large in size, in scale, and in quantity. The Israeli military is doing everything it can to kind of quell tension, saying that they don't want a conflict on the northern border. But if Hezbollah attacks first, they're saying that they will be met with a deadly force. Earlier today, there were just a couple of rockets in other parts of the north. The Israeli military intercepting one of them, the second landing in an open field. A lot of closures here, a lot of military reinforcements as Israel prepares itself for potentially a new front in this conflict with Hezbollah.
All right, Handa, thank you very much for that. Rockets are creeping up to the north and now arriving to the city of Ashdod, which is somewhat south of Tel Aviv, but not yet in the center of Israel. Also the city of Rishon LeZion, which is farther north, south of Israel, south of Tel Aviv, that is. So another barrage of rockets, the one similar to the one we've experienced about an hour ago. And this is going on, now reaching even further closer to Tel Aviv, to the city of Ramat Gan, which is really part of Tel Aviv metropolitan area. That's the situation right now in Israel. Sirens going all over the place. Mike Wagenheim, I-24 News correspondent in the United States. Thank you very much for joining us, Mike. Obviously, a big day tomorrow when President Biden will come visit the area here, starting with Israel. What do we know? What's the plan? Who's coming with him and for how long?
It seems like some of the folks that were going to come with him are already on the ground there. Tony Blinken, Barbara Leaf, the Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. So a lot of the folks have been doing this shuttle diplomacy over the last few days and will remain in the region. Certainly Biden will bring some of his White House advisors along for the trip as well. It'll be maybe about 5 hours on the ground in Israel, meeting with high-level officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, and then it's on to Amman for a four-way summit together with Jordanian King Abdullah, the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas. You know, I think the broader goals here, Jacob, number one, to show a solidarity, a rock-solid support for Israel. There are few, even those who have been critical of Joe Biden's policy and posture toward Israel, who have been critical of this particular crisis and his performance within it. So this will be another measurement of Biden's solidarity with Israel. Number two, I think this is a way for Biden to kind of put the brakes on what's been happening over the last 72 hours or so, to essentially, without calling for a ceasefire, say, hey, I'm on the ground here. We know nothing's going to happen, at least from the Israeli side, while Biden's on the ground. It's an opportunity now for Tony Blinken, for Benjamin Netanyahu's side, to make sure they're coordinated on a humanitarian plan, coordinated with the Pentagon going forward as well on operational plans. We see the CENTCOM commander on the ground there today in Israel as well. It's an opportunity for everybody to get on the same page before there's major movement going forward, and an opportunity for Biden as well to show in Amman that he cares about and respects the Arab concern vis-a-vis this war here, to make sure that their concerns are heard as well and that they can contribute to a potential solution. Biden, that is, really relied on Sisi as an interlocutor during the flare-up last time between Israel and Hamas, and Sisi played a major role in cooling tensions then. Biden may look to him once again here to play the role of middleman in between Israel and Hamas in what's been already a highly costly war.
Right. Mike, stand by, please. Rockets are being fired at Tel Aviv now. There are sirens in Tel Aviv. We've heard a couple of explosions right here. I don't know if you've heard it, Mike. So I'll get back to you in a second. Here in the studio with me are Dani Ayalon, former Israeli ambassador to Washington. And I want to ask you about the visit obviously tomorrow. High expectations here in Israel. What's the American strategy? What's the Israeli strategy vis-a-vis this visit?
Well, it seems like today we are pretty much on the same page. And Biden said it himself, not through envoys. It wasn't the Secretary of State, it was himself. He said that Hamas has to be demolished. He also said that Israel should not occupy Gaza. But this is not mutually exclusive. You can do this and that at the same time. And I believe, his trip here, sign of solidarity, deterrence, of course, is also to think about the day after. It's too soon, but we already need to have a new regional architecture. And for the immediate future, we need specific assistance and cooperation from Jordan and from Egypt, especially Egypt. And Biden is coming here, Jacob, for 4 hours. From here, he's leaving to Amman, where he's going to meet with King Abdullah, and also Sisi, who's coming from Cairo, probably a few other leaders as well. And here, I believe what Biden is trying to do is actually enlist Sisi and Egypt for the operation in Gaza on the humanitarian aspect of this, namely to open up the Rafah and receive these hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, because he's going to tell Sisi what is the choice. Either they are dead in Gaza, or you give them chance in life in Sinai. I know it's not your idea.
So far, as we've heard here last hour, the position of the Egyptians are very firm not to open any borders, but we'll see about that.
It will be like that, because remember, he has his own politics. He has to show that in no way or shape he is going to even help, not directly, a second Nakba. For sure, he's not going to do that. He also doesn't want hundreds of thousands of Palestinians on Egyptian territory, although it's not close to any of the urban areas. It's far out.
It's
in
just
the
a desert. Let's face it.
Yes, and he can take it, but he has to show that he was forced to do it. This is how I take it, and this is the idea. And what is going to be told? Listen, there's no other way. They're not going to the sea. So either you open the gates, or there will be a stampede where they will just take over, and that's not going to be in a pretty sight, and it's not going to be orderly, and Egypt will take some of the blame. So I think there is now a political game where Sisi will have to agree, but under protest.
Under protest. That's interesting. Brigadier General Israel Relik Shafir is with us, formerly from Israeli Air Force. How do you see this?
Well, this game is not just for the Egyptians. We will also have to agree under protest that some measure of prisoner exchange, our abducted soldiers and citizens, and we will have to agree that this would more or less end hostilities at this time, because the humanitarian event, and I'm not sure that the Egyptians will agree under protest to open their gates, because that means people are spreading out, hundreds of people out in the desert, and it's going to be on their hand. There had been, years ago, a floated idea of enlarging Gaza up to El Arish, but that would take a fence and building in order to do that. That may be an international idea that is...
They were even talking about islands, remember? Artificial islands.
Yes, even...
But let's get back to reality. Do you see, a deal of maybe releasing hostages for a ceasefire?
Just think that if the offer on the table and the pressure from the Arab world on Hamas would be a ceasefire that they give back all their prisoners, for several thousand prisoners in our prisons. Can the Israeli government say no to such a deal? It's going to be hard to swallow. It's going to be counter the public sentiment of revenge. but he's not coming in for President Biden is not coming in, and the more supportive he is of Israel, the more he's able to demand. So I'm afraid it's going to be a bittersweet pill to swallow.
Especially as time moves on. Mike, back to you. Is this an American foreign policy nightmare to come here and micromanage the Middle East?
No, I think it's the reverse. I think Biden realized about midway through his White House tenure that, in fact, the Biden administration had been negligent in the Middle East in terms of its withdrawal, in terms of its diminished footprint, in terms of the consequences that wrought, and only with the oil crisis and a re-engagement with Saudi Arabia did the Biden admin and the State Department realize that leaving the Middle East to its own devices was not really an American interest in the end. I think this is just the opposite. It shows that Biden has learned. It shows that he wants to be a face in the region, that he wants to have influence in the region once again on the ground. And so I think this is a complete reversal. By the way, just to build on something that Danny said a few minutes ago about the day after Hamas, nobody really knows what will happen. There have been for a long time now private discussions within the State Department about the day after, but the day after Mahmoud Abbas and what would happen, whether there would be a controlled or a violent succession in Palestinian and controlled territories in Judea and Samaria. This is really the first time anybody has envisioned the day after Hamas. It's really been a degradation and a deterrence policy for Israel, and not a destructive policy per se. The fact, Jacob, that nobody is talking about the Palestinian Authority taking over Gaza once again. I mean, that would be the obvious answer, right? That's who controlled it beforehand. The fact that nobody is talking about that, including the State Department, shows what an utter failure the Palestinian Authority has been as a governing institution here, that they're not even on the laundry list of potential solutions post-Hamas in Gaza. So a lot to think about here for the State Department, not just near term, but long term.
Thank you, Mike. Danny, the Israeli public opinion sentiment is very clear. They want to annihilate the Hamas, destroy the Hamas, and leaders have been saying this day and night. On the other hand, they want the hostages back. They want to fight for the hostages. They do anything and everything to get the people back. Maybe you can't have it all.
It'll be difficult to square this circle for sure. But just to continue with what Wagenheim said, is, and again, from the American perspective, it's a daunting task, but it's doable. You know why? They know they have done it before. They have done it in Japan after World War II, and also in Germany after World War II. Now, you cannot draw lessons from history exactly. The culture of Germany is different than the culture of Hamas. In Germany, they used to have, before the Nazis, a democracy, so they knew what it is. It's not the case here. But the Americans are prepared to go all the way with nation building. That means after Hamas is gone, and after Hamas is gone militarily, it's the same thing that happened in Germany. They call it the denazification of Germany. That means to root out the ideas of the Nazis and then build back. The same thing has to happen here. That is, after the military victory on Hamas, is to do the dehamasization of Gaza. And again, it's not overnight, but it will take time, and you'll have to have a new structure there. How long it will take? It may take 50 years. I don't know. But there's something that has to be done. I think what we have proved to the world, that Israel cannot just afford living side by side with a beastly organization which is, hell-bent on its destruction, just to wait to be surprised. So Gaza will have to be demilitarized totally. And how the American public opinion will be, right now, Jacob, rightly so, they are with us. At some point, it may turn against us. I don't know. But we certainly have to continue to keep abreast with the Americans, to do things with them. First of all, we are not in a position to say no to Biden now. So if Biden says to Bibi, listen, you have to bring in humanitarian help, of course we have to bring humanitarian help to Gaza, and not think about all kinds of, vengeance and things like that. We have to do everything we need to do to finish the job. And if it takes us longer, so be it. And buy the time and legitimacy.
Right. Mike, back to you for a minute. The Biden administration sees this as much more than a local war. It's much bigger in their eyes. What are they looking at?
This has the obviously the potential, Jacob, to blow up the entire region here, and there are so many different elements at play. There are things that are being said publicly in the Arab world that aren't being said privately in terms of who wants Hamas to stay and who wants Hamas to go. There are so many different factors at play here that the State Department and the Biden administration at large has to work through here, and none of them are simple and none of them are easy, and many of them are intertwined with divergent interest at play here. The number one thing I think for Biden looking to do here is make sure that there is some humanitarian aid and an answer to the hostage situation that can at least be forwarded, at least be started here before he leaves the region, at least have a plan in place. That is number one, because I think what Biden is afraid of, if there's something he's afraid of in this situation, is that Israel will lose the support it has right now. Look at what's happening in the halls of Congress. 99 senators, all of them, by the way, all Democrats. There was one Republican that didn't sign. All Democrats in the Senate signed a resolution in support of Israel and condemning Hamas for the terror attacks. That includes those on the hard left, like the Bernie Sanders of the world. Look at what's happening in the House of Representatives. Some 150 House members, including about half of those Democrats, signing on to a letter calling for a permanent freeze of the $6 billion in Iranian oil money that was freed up recently into a Qatari bank account. We are seeing, for the first time in a long time, broad bipartisan support for Israel within the halls of the U.S. Congress. Biden doesn't want to see that go away with a even deeper humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. So that, I think, for Biden is goal number one. Make sure that the humanitarian needs are taken care of in Gaza before the green light is given here for an all-out front from the Israeli military inside of Gaza to destroy Hamas. I think if that can hold, if it can be done in that order, I think the bipartisan support that is so crucial here is going to remain intact, and I think that is paramount, I think, for the administration right now.
Right, and Biden tries to tie the Ukrainian aid and the Israeli aid together. Will he be successful in that?
I don't think he has much say in it. You know, there's actually an election going on in the House right about now. I think the roll call has already started for Jim Jordan as the House Speaker. Jordan has been ambivalent about whether he would tie together Ukraine aid and Israel aid, though behind the scenes he did get a key support late from the Armed Services Committee chairman and some other influential chair people within the House of Representatives on the Republican side that want Ukraine and Israel aid tied together, so that may very well have been a concession that they got in exchange for their late support of Jordan as House Speaker. He's still going to be several votes shy, at least on the first ballot, but this is what they're building toward. I don't think Biden is going to have much influence at all. It's a done deal in the Senate, essentially, that Ukraine and Israel aid will be forwarded, whether separately or together. In the House, it's a bit more murky, but Biden, because Democrats are in the minority, just doesn't have much sway over it one way or another.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. Danny Ayalon, to this bipartisan?
Yes, I think that for Biden, it's a golden opportunity to bring back bipartisanship, first and foremost on Israel, which is obvious, but also to extend it a little bit further on other issues of energy and budget. There are a lot of things that, the Democrats and Republicans are diametrically opposed to. But certainly when it comes to an election year, if he can bring down the acrimony and the polarization in Washington, D.C., again, that builds him as a great leader. And right now, I think his popularity is rising. I think now Trump proved himself to be just, unfit. And this is why Biden is so much invested in the whole scenario here. And this is why also he's coming tomorrow.
Right. What if he comes here and there are rockets and sirens and shelters? Can he afford that?
Well, then I think for that, we'll have Brigadier General Relik Shafir telling you. Then you will see the Eisenhower and the whole things, all the tomahawks going over and obliterating Gaza.
Not so quickly. not so quickly. But
on that point, one of the ways we defend our airport is that for every missile shot at the airport, rather than shoot one missile or two, we can shoot more missiles to make sure that we get 100% kill. Mm-hmm. And that allows the airport to stay open even though you hear those sirens. That didn't happen in previous times. So technically, he could be in an area, a sheltered area, with bolstered defense by the Iron Dome. So I don't think he's going to be in harm's way.
I'm sure they've been working on this very hard as we speak. By the way, you've mentioned the airport. The airport is still open, has been open all the time, and flights are, especially Israeli airline El Al is flying all the time, but also some foreign airlines as well, right?
I just mentioned how this is done, and how the airlines are ensured that they'll not come in harm's way.
Right.
One thing, if we can call from here to El Al and its owner, Mr. Kenny Rosenberg, who I respect, is a religious Jew who doesn't want to operate El Al on Shabbat. This is times of pikuach nefesh. That means, saving lives is preceding Shabbat. So I hope and pray that El Al will start also flying on Shabbat during this operation.
Yeah, there were some protests here in Israel regarding this. Oh, speaking of protests, Relik, we spoke about this before. You were part of the pilots, the fighter pilots who protested what's been happening here, the judicial reform, 9 months of protests and so on, and boom, a war starts. Tell me about it.
What had happened is something that was expected. In dire times, when we're in dire straits, priorities change, and our first priority is to the state of Israel, not to the government or to a certain leader. So while we were protesting against turning Israel into an undemocratic state, of course, in the Maslow triangle, living comes before everything else. So I think not just the Air Force pilots who 100% of them went back and got proficient during this past week and are taking part in the flying, but also brothers in arms who have switched the operation into Save Israel operation, and actually for that first week, and unfortunately for the last days as well, have actually taken the place of the governmental activities who were in an aftershock or some kind of a trauma in the first few days, the government and its ministries. So in that sense, immediately the people just turned and actually didn't change, because we're still for the state of Israel. And the reason we were out in the streets
was for the state of Israel. We're talking about the day after. Talk to me about the day after. What's going to happen here in Israel?
I think Mr. Netanyahu will have to find as much as he can, a dignified way to step down. Otherwise, I would say that hell will break loose, because there will be so many other people from the right and religious people who have understood what we were saying all along, that not only is he promoting policies of his own interests, but look at what happened last week, where he did not get the full cabinet because of internal family problems. while all the Likud members wanted him to get it on. So I won't go into those details because everybody
But bottom line, you say you will have to go. We just have a minute, Danny. Do you agree basically with this analysis?
Yes, absolutely. And I think Reddick is right. It's better for him if he wants to save anything of his respect in history, he should go by himself. Otherwise, he will be thrown out in a most undignified way. And even Likud members understand that he is now a liability. You see it also in the polls. You know, Likud went down to 19 members.
But this is today. We are talking about the most talented political operative in the history of this country.
But Jacob, I look again. You know, it's hard to draw lessons. I mean, it's important to draw lessons from history. But you know, Golda Meir, which was much more popular than Bibi at the start of the Yom Kippur. She and Dayan was a star. Both of them had to go by pressure from the street and pressure from their own party and their own movement, the labor movement. Same thing will happen here if he doesn't step down.
But everything will change. So, you know, we'll see if that's correct. Thank you very much. We'll take a break now, and we'll be right back here on I-24 News. Stay with us.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
كثيرة هي المواقف الهامة التي حصلت معي منذ انضمامي للعمل هنا في قناة I-24 نيوز، إلا أن موقفا حصل معي يتعلق بعملي في القناة أثر بي كثيرا. موقف لم يحصل معي في أروقة القناة أو داخل الاستوديو، إنما في شوارع المغرب. زرت المغرب قبل عام تقريبا لافتتاح مكتب للقناة في الرباط، وتفاجأت من عدد الأشخاص الذين يعرفونني شخصيا ويتابعون عملي على شاشة القناة. عندما كنت أتجول خلال رحلتي في العاصمة الرباط والدار البيضاء ومدينة فاس ومراكش، الكثير من الأشخاص توجهوا لي وتحدثوا معي عن قناة I-24 نيوز. هناك من قال لي إنه يتابعني دائما على شاشة القناة، وبعضهم عبر لي عن اهتمامهم لعملنا في القناة ولما أقدمه. كانت هذه لحظات جدا مؤثرة بالنسبة لي وبمثابة تحقيق حلم، خاصة وأنني لمست تقدير وحب الناس لعملي في قناة I-24 نيوز. وبعد عودتي من هذه الرحلة المميزة، اقترحت على إدارة القناة أن نخصص برنامج يتعلق بقضايا دول المغرب، وبالفعل منذ أشهر بدأنا ببث برنامج الصحراء الكبرى، البرنامج الذي يطرح ويناقش أبرز القضايا والملفات المتعلقة بالشمال الإفريقي. الحب والتقدير الذي لمسته في المغرب جعلني أن أسلط الضوء أكثر وأكثر على ملفات هذه المنطقة.
Welcome back. Rockets from Gaza to Israel all the time, all this evening long. I-24 News Pierre Clochandler in the southern town of Sderot. Pierre, what's happening?
Well, I'm going to have to look at the sky. There was just a flurry of rockets in the direction of Ashdod, which is about 25 kilometers away from where we are up north. But earlier on, about half an hour ago, there was a rocket attack on Sderot, the third one in 3.5 hours. Buildings have been damaged. A family was in its shelter. Not everybody has evacuated, and they were unscathed. There's been a hit on a car, a hit on a wall. Earlier, there was another hit on an abandoned residential building, and on the asphalt of the road, rockets are falling on Sderot with direct impact. The luck is that most of the residents of this city of 30,000 inhabitants have left. Now, what's left is a few thousands of people who are on a drip of the social welfare authorities. Now, here we're on a checkpoint of the Israeli border police, because the road where we are located is the road that goes along the northern border, and as a result, it's forbidden to civilians. It's only a road that is used by security cars, be it army or police. Right now, that's the situation, and we hear the planes roaring. And we believe that this spate of rocket attacks comes as a response to the elimination of one of the top officers of the Hamas organization, military officer, Ayman Nofal, in the El Burej refugee camp. He was the commander of the central sector of the Gaza Strip. He's been eliminated. And we hear also that in the Shati refugee camp north of Gaza City, the extended family of the political leader of Hamas, who lives between Qatar and Beirut in Lebanon, his extended family has been hit, 14 people in a house. We speak of nephews, of a brother maybe. We don't have really confirmation of who were these people.
All right, Pierre, thank you very much. Stay safe there in Sderot. Thank you. The United States has thrown its full support behind Israel's war against Hamas, but what does it mean and what will be the cost? We have siren going off here in Tel Aviv as well. Yeah, so we'll leave that aside. We'll stay live before this report. We had an elaborate report about Israeli-American relationships. Owen Alterman, I-24 News senior correspondent, is here. Biden is coming tomorrow. To Israel, a short stop, a few hours
on the ground.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, as we speak, I have to say, another barrage of rockets, including Tel Aviv. And this is something that we've seen for the past couple of hours, going on and off all the time. Maybe a reaction to this killing of the Hamas senior official in Gaza earlier today. And this is really a major barrage of rockets, including Tel Aviv right now as we speak.
But Jacob, you know, it's maybe coincidental that we started talking about Joe Biden's visit at the time when the sirens went off here near our studios here in Jaffa, in the Jaffa port in Tel Aviv. But of course, it's coincidental, but it's meaningful, because why is it that we can sit here in this studio and feel that we're relatively safe? It's because of the Iron Dome, which has become one of the symbols of American-Israeli partnership, which has changed the entire dynamics of Israel's campaigns, and has changed the dynamics of this war too. Because imagine what our lives would be like, what our war planning would be like, what our civilian front would be like. For that matter, what the humanitarian situation in Gaza would be like. We just heard the booms above our studio.
Right.
Another boom. 3 so far. We'll see if there are more. But those booms and the sound of those booms is not the sound of Israelis being hurt. The sound of those booms are Israelis' lives and property being saved.
We have to say that there's no 100% guarantee here.
No.
Far from it. And
but
we've seen people getting killed by rockets.
Absolutely. We have seen people getting killed. We've certainly seen property destroyed. But Jacob, without Iron Dome, we wouldn't have the I don't know what the exact number is in this war. 90%, we'd have a 0%. And so that U.S.-Israeli partnership to develop that defensive system which saves lives, which it may seem strange to those watching the pictures from abroad, but actually enables Israel to use less force in its campaign and less quickly, at least in previous campaigns. And this war, it may be different because the goals are different. The Iron Dome has saved lives on both sides of the border, and it is a symbol of U.S.-Israeli partnership under both parties in the United States and, of course, across the political spectrum here in Israel. So, in a sense, sadly fitting that we started talking about Joe Biden's visit at the same time that we started to hear the booms of the Iron Dome interceptions here in Jaffa.
On the other hand, Relic, maybe we got addicted to this notion that we are safe and they can have as many rockets as they want, but we are safe. And maybe that was a mistake.
Well, there are 2 points to be made there. Let's think that there would be no Iron Dome. We wouldn't be where we are now, because that would mean that every time rockets are fired, people are in the shelters, but a lot more hits to infrastructure and a lot more people killed, and that would have forced the IDF to go into Gaza
years ago. Okay.
So maybe that would have solved the problem before they became so complicated.
So that's what I'm asking. Was this a blessing or not?
That is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is look at what Hezbollah has. It has at least 100,000 rockets of different types. Some of these rockets are equipped with precision systems that allow them to target maybe strategic targeting, and that would create havoc had we not been able to control which areas are safer. We talked about the airport just a while ago. So think about this. Every time they fire a rocket, the airport is closed, refineries are in danger, and other places. I won't go into this because obviously this is secured information. So perhaps, yes, we got addicted, but there was no other way to deal with these simple rockets that are actually terror weapons. Perhaps the laser type defense system will be able to track more targets and even lower the number of casualties.
Yeah, that was tested actually a couple of days ago.
Yes.
And the results were quite amazing.
We don't know.
Well, I saw the video, and that looked good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jacob, if I may, as our colleagues start to trickle back, of course, we stayed in the studio as part of our journalistic responsibility, those of us who feel we can, to continue broadcasting and not to let Hamas stop us. But our colleagues who are not in studio, of course, took shelter, and as is the protocol of Israel's Home Front Command, as we all do when we are not here. But I want to go back to Biden's visit, to your original question before we started. There is something very different about Biden's message to Israel than we've heard from American presidents, particularly from the Democratic Party in the past. And what is that? In the past, what we've heard from U.S. presidents, Jake, but not only from U.S. presidents, but including from U.S. presidents, is that Israel should act with, quote, restraint. Meaning Israel shouldn't use all of the military force it can because of the fear of civilian casualties and impact on civilians. It sort of rolls up the military and civilian into one. Biden's message, pay attention and listen to what he says, including I expect tomorrow, is different. On the military front, he doesn't say use restraint, right? He says exactly the opposite. Go after Hamas. I don't know if he's used the word destroy Hamas or end Hamas control over the Gaza Strip, but that's the spirit of what he says. Right. Don't hold back militarily, but in parallel with using the military, in parallel with that, handle the civilian issue, right? And having these new, for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, ideas of safe zones and humanitarian corridors and all of the concepts we've been talking about over the last few days. So it's not a message of restraint. It's a message of lack of restraint militarily, essentially, letting Israel make the decisions and having American backing, but in parallel, taking care to make sure civilians are not in harm's way as best as can be done. It's a different kind of message, and it's one that I think might be something that Israelis, whether it be policymakers or the public, could be more receptive to. Because it's not telling us to hold back on either our goals or on our strategies or tactics, but at the same time, having a message for civilians in Gaza and for international public opinion. So it's a nuance. I suspect we'll continue to hear it from the president tomorrow, maybe to a different effect than we've heard from American presidents in the past.
All right, Owen. Let me bring in Michael Makowski, President and CEO of Jewish Institute for National Security of America. Thank you very much for joining us. To these things, are Israel's interests and American interests are necessarily exactly identical?
I think mostly they are. The question, if you don't mind, I would refine that a little more and say, is Israel's interest in the Biden administration's interests identical? And I don't think so, honestly. I think it's an American interest for Hamas to be taken care of. I think it's in America's interest for Israel, though, not to get too bogged down. It's in America's interest for Hezbollah to be defanged and Iran to be severely punished. And it's in America's interest of ultimately for Israel, Iran to be denied nuclear weapons. I don't think that's the Biden administration's interest right now. I think they're very wary of any war involving Iran. And I think they perceive a conflict involving Iran could, get out of control, could involve U.S. forces. And I think the administration is very wary about that.
So what's the game plan? What's the exit strategy of the United States here?
What's the exit strategy of Israel? And I say that not to be a smart aleck. I'm just saying, I think I'm not sure what the Israeli strategy is here yet. I don't know. And based on what I read, they're not sure what they would do, even if they expel Hamas from Gaza. I think for the Israelis, for the U.S., I think President Biden has been really excellent so far since October 7th. But I don't think he wants to see a war with Iran. He wants to see Israel get its revenge and bring justice to Hamas. But I think he wants to make sure that Hezbollah doesn't get in, and he doesn't want a conflict with Iran. And I think that's all I think they're thinking of right now. And I think also, I may add, I think the administration's interest, and I think it is the U.S. interest the same, and I think it's Israel's, they want to get back as soon as they can, realistically, to trying to get some sort of normalization done with the Saudis. That doesn't mean it has to be done the next few weeks, obviously, but I do think that is in the interest of the U.S., it's in the interest of Israel, and it's in the interest of the Biden administration that at some point over the next couple of months that gets resolved, and a war could complicate that even more.
But before you go back to the Saudis, there's the question of Gaza. What do you do with the people? First of all, does Israel have the credit line to go after Hamas and destroy it completely like its leaders said they must do? How do you see this?
Good question. I think so far the administration is, to use Biden's words, been rock solid. Of course, that is not shared by everyone on the left, certainly, and even some further on the right. But you could see this in some of the left-wing media here in the United States. The Washington Post uses terms like militants. They don't say terrorists. There's already a focus of how many casualties there are on both sides and things like that. So I think it's going to be tougher for Biden from his left flank. If this war, Israel does go in by ground, and you have even a lot more Palestinian casualties, which is inevitable. Not just the leaders, but the innocent civilians. It's going to be tougher for him on that, to keep this up. So right now they could do it, but if it drags on for a while, it's inevitable that Israel's going to get a lot more criticism, I think, here. And I think there does need to be some idea communicated from Israel about what the plan is about the day after, and at least based on I'm not sure the Israelis have fully thought that through yet.
Yeah, before the day after, there's today, and it's tough here. It's tough. Michael Makovsky, thank you very much for that. There is a report, that one of the rockets hit route number 1 here in Israel, which is the major route between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. We have to see what's happening with that. Let's go to Nicole Tzedek, our correspondent in the area of Tel Aviv. Nicole, we've heard the sirens just a few minutes ago. What do you know? What do you see there?
Yes, we continue to hear many of those loud explosions or interceptions from the Iron Dome missile defense system, intercepting those rockets fired from the Gaza Strip that are targeting central Israel. Not only Tel Aviv, we've also seen other hits in nearby cities or nearby red alarms going off in nearby cities such as Petah Tikva, Ramat Gan. So we are exactly hearing those interceptions. To put into perspective exactly where we are right now, we're nearby the IDF headquarters. This is kind of the scene where we've been speaking with some of the families of those who have been taken hostage and kidnapped. It's day 11, and they are still unsure of how their loved ones are doing as they are being held in the Gaza Strip. You can see some protesters, demonstrators behind us right here, and it's also important to note that as you see this wave of Israeli flags, these people urging the government to do everything they can to get their loved ones back as quickly as possible. This is also the scene where just 2 weeks ago we saw those anti-government protesters, and many of those people that are taking place in these protests right now are part of that anti-government protest. So Kaplan Street is no stranger to these type of demonstrations, but now there's more to these demonstrations. Now there's a personal connection because they want to make sure that their loved ones come back as quickly as possible, and that's exactly what you see as we look at this wall over here. The faces of we know at least 199 people kidnapped. You can see some of their ages up here, some of them as young as 6 months old, some of them grandparents, grandmothers. So all of these, they want to show the faces and really push the government to do everything they can. Some of the representatives from the families of those who were taken hostage and kidnapped actually met with some of the members of Israel's war cabinet, Benny Gantz and Gadi Eisenkot. Their message right now continues to be that Israel is doing everything they can to get all of the Israeli citizens and the foreign citizens as well that are being held captive in Gaza. They want to make sure they can do everything they can to get them back, but as far as exactly how that's going to happen, that's unknown, and we're still continuing to try and find that information. But from the families we are speaking to after they spoke to Gantz, they say it is comforting knowing that Israel is continuing to at least say they are doing everything they can to get all of these people back and back safely.
All right, Nicole, thank you very much. This is the scene in Tel Aviv right now. We are joined now by Kerry Lee Tal, member of Eshkol Regional Council. That's the part of Israel that was badly hit by Hamas. Thank you very much for joining us. Can you, let me start with this. What's happening? Are you still back there in the south? What's happening with the rockets all day long, or did you move to another part?
All of our communities have been evacuated. As you know, Eshkol is 32 communities that share a border with Gaza and Egypt. All our communities have been evacuated so the IDF can continue their job.
Okay.
And so we're all in evacuation, living from suitcases.
Can you describe the scope of the human toll there, the devastation there in your area?
Families have been torn apart. We have so many deaths. You look left, right, and center, funerals commencing, the rough shots in the security teams digging graves by hand. Services are battling to come into our region. The army is blockaded. It's a disaster. We have so many children missing, so many dead. It's a human crime.
What's happening with the families right now, the survivors?
We have managed to evacuate all our survivors, and we've put them in various hotels, whether it be in Eilat or the Dead Sea or Gush Etzion. We've separated. We've tried to keep our communities together. Cohesion is a very important part of living on the Gaza Strip. Keeping our families together. People are in mourning. People are devastated. Our communities have been hit incredibly hard. We have some communities where more than 50% of our residents are gone.
Do they get any psychological help?
Of course, as part of the Eshkol Regional Council and the non-profit organization, we have resilience centers set up in every single hotel. We are doing individual therapies, group therapies. We're hoping to start classrooms soon so the children, there's no short-term solution. So we need to put back education. We need to give these families some form of routine, some form of stability in this chaos.
You know, maybe it's too early to ask, I don't know, but will you be able to go back and rise up again and build your life again over there?
Our infrastructure is burnt and destroyed. Our families are torn apart, but our spirit will never be defeated. It's going to take some communities more than 4 months to get back. They don't have homes. Young people burnt alive, buildings destroyed. We have to re-establish these communities, and we have to give them some kind of security. Otherwise, we will not have these communities anymore. People are afraid to return. They were devastated. They were left alone, fighting, locked in bomb shelters, been burnt alive, been shot at, and no one there to help them.
Kerry Lita, I thank you very much and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Toda Rabah. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you very much. Amazing stories. This is the kind of thing, Owen, that people in Israel did not digest yet. Far from it.
No.
And people are seeing some of what has been happening there on television and on social media. And the stories, the brave stories. It's just the tip of the iceberg.
You know, Jacob, I haven't shared this yet, but I want people to understand what these places were like before all of this happened. You know, I've been to Kfar Aza, for example, one of the kibbutzim that was so badly hit many times, mostly for our channel, right, to report from there when there are flare-ups on the border.
Right.
But I also went there a different time. As you know, every February, the anemones, the kalaniot in Hebrew, these red flowers just come bursting out into blossom. It's the beginning of the spring, especially in that part of the country, right near the Israel-Gaza border. And one year, I think about a year and a half ago, I went with my family to go and see them at the height of the bloom. And we went to Kfar Aza on the way, because in the central square, if you will, of the kibbutz, I've been there many times, again, with our channel, just games for kids, and everyone was walking around. It's just a wonderful place, and known for having really close-knit, tough, resilient communities. It was close to the Gaza border, and everyone understood the dangers and the risks. But it was so pleasant, it was so nice, and it was all an illusion, it turns out. And that's what is so hard for people to understand, how places within our own country, within our own borders, within our own internationally recognized borders, can turn from places where people live and people thrive into places where people are massacred in a pogrom. You're right, the country hasn't yet begun to fully be able to take it all in. We're just starting.
Yeah, that's the spirit that we've been hearing all over the place, though it's very hard. People from around the world are stepping up and showing their support for Israel these days. I-24 News' Nicole Tzedek reports on that.
A nation of 9 million is reeling in pain. But amid all the heartache are major signs of humanity.
We've been so destroyed over the past few days, like literally, emotionally, and, you know, rather than sitting at home watching the news and hearing horrible things that are happening, it's like, at least here you feel active, you feel like you're actually helping, you're donating your time, you're donating actual donations, you're like working together, and it's just like, it's such a heartwarming feeling, and it's so nice to feel something so positive.
Hundreds of funds around the world have been set up to support Israel, as major corporations pledge millions of dollars in humanitarian relief.
I know you join me in absolutely having a broken heart for the victims in Israel. I'm angry, I'm sad, we've cried, and together our entire organization is praying for Israel.
While countless corporations are sending money for the fight, many individuals are joining the fight themselves, hopping on a prepaid flight to a country in a state of war. The Israeli national anthem blaring through the skies, a symbol of unity for a country that was seemingly divided 2 weeks ago.
All the infrastructure of the protests has been transformed once we had this horror event into helping in different settings. I took into under my wing to try to direct and try to build all this array that takes care of the absentees, on the kidnapped, on the missing people, on the people who are dead.
The anti-government movement now using their platform to garner support for families who have evacuated from Israel's southern and northern borders, and the soldiers who have jumped into action in those very same places. Each act of kindness from abroad and at home, serving as a reminder to the state of Israel that light will always outshine darkness.
Now stay tuned for more special coverage here on I-24 News with Khalaf Ben David after this short break. Have a good night from Tel Aviv.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Miles around to Speedland.
Let's get a really loud round of applause for all of them.
Shade upon your right hand. Hashem shall guard your going out and your coming in.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Je passe maintenant le micro.
Welcome to this special edition on I-24 News. I'm Kalev Ben-David, and I'm just going to go right to breaking news. We have sirens here in Tel Aviv. With us in studio, retired Brigadier General Zvika Chaimovich, former Israel Air Defense Forces commander. And we have Jonathan Regev, our defense correspondent. Jonathan, what's going on?
Just in the past 30, 40 minutes, various rocket alert sirens in central Israel. And the last one, we're hearing a report of a person being killed on the road, on road number 1.
A person, a fatality, is that confirmed?
No, not confirmed as a fatality. Someone injured, as far as we know. Injured, yes.
So let's be clear, injured.
Injured. If I said something else, then my mistake. Injured, a person injured on road number 1 from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. It seems as if Hamas is trying again. The sirens ignite. The rockets ignite sirens in a lot of communities, but it doesn't take a lot of rockets. You don't need to fire 30 rockets to ignite sirens in 30 different villages in such a
we're just hearing booms now. We are just hearing loud booms.
Yes, this, as far as I understand, coming from sirens that are again heard in areas a bit to the south of Tel Aviv, to the south we're
feeling a little vibration in the studio.
Yes, so to the south, and again to the south and to the east of where we are. Why to the east? It seems as if perhaps a speculation. Hamas may be looking again and again to target areas close to Ben Gurion Airport, just to a little bit to the southeast of Tel Aviv. That is why cities such as Holon, Rishon LeZion, for example, which are very close to the place where we are, they're experiencing a lot of sirens. Road number 1, when that person has been injured, I say again, is on the way to the airport, between Tel Aviv and the airport. These are places that are seeing more and more sirens. It seems as if they're targeting just a little bit to the east of Tel Aviv, but let's remember, the air distance is very short.
Well, we have in the studio one of Israel's experts in air defense systems and former director of the Arrow, David Sling.
I will not jump to conclusion that they are looking for Ben Gurion. Of course, Ben Gurion is a critical strategical asset from the enemy perspective and for us as well. I think that the Hamas working by kind of a fire plan since the last 11 days. The big polygon is the metropolitan Tel Aviv. If they will attack or bomb Tel Aviv, Rishon, Givatayim, Holon, really it doesn't matter from themselves. They don't have really the capabilities today to define exactly neighborhoods or the border between these cities. So the big polygon is the metropolitan. Whatever they will reach one of these targets or area, it will be a huge success from themselves.
Well, let me just ask you, Zvika, ahead in road number 1, of course, the main Jerusalem-Tel Aviv highway and the road to the airport, reports perhaps of a man wounded, perhaps in a car. Iron Dome, shouldn't it pick up a missile going to road number 1? Or is it's not considered an open area, is it?
First of all, it's an open area because it's in between.
Yeah, but there are cars traveling on the
cities. Because if we will define all the highways and all the roads, it means that we will cover all.
But this is the main highway. Israel. This was probably the main highway in the entire country.
Main highways like road number 6, road number 1, for sure, and other highways, they are part of the protecting plan.
Okay, they are
protect.
Absolutely. They should be.
Absolutely. But again, there is no hermetic solution. There is no 100% solution. For that reason, we are emphasized again and again, only a combination between the Iron Dome that you mentioned and the way that the civilian will behave and protect themselves and will evacuate themselves from the cars, outside from the cars. Don't continue to drive.
Don't drive. Get out of your car, lay flat on the ground.
Absolutely. This is the only way to minimize the damage.
All right. Well, hopefully the drivers are doing that. Zvika, Jonathan, stay with us. It is, of course, day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas. Now, the IDF continues to pound targets in the Gaza Strip. Those airstrikes taking out today one of the terror group's senior commanders, Ayman Nofel. This as residents heed the warnings to stream to the southern half of the Strip. Rockets also still flying from Gaza into Israel, as we just heard, a possible injury just in the last few minutes on road number 1. The sporadic fire also continuing across the Lebanon border. 4 Hezbollah infiltrators were killed by an IDF drone strike on that frontier, while 3 Israelis were moderately wounded by an anti-tank missile that was launched from Lebanon. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to Israel today by saying, quote, Hamas are the new Nazis, while U.S. President Joe Biden is ready for his visit here tomorrow. Now, the IDF continues to organize and train its forces ahead of the next stage of the conflict, a likely ground invasion of Gaza. Here's IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Herzl Halevi, speaking to the troops down south.
Everyone is going to do everything, including risking their lives, because this really is a war for the house. This is a war for the home, for the citizens, for our sovereignty, for our deterrence, and for our existence in future. And so we do everything. We need to reach a situation where there will be a victory in every meeting. If Hezbollah makes this mistake and attacks, destruction, destruction, destruction.
Well, let's go up to our correspondent Hamda Salhout on the Israel-Lebanon border. And today again, Hamda, that border, that frontier continues to remain another front in this conflict.
Right, Kalev. So several exchanges of fire happening between the Israeli side and Hezbollah. Hezbollah said today that 5 members of its armed group were killed after the Israeli military targeted them. The military said they found 4 individuals. They were surveilling them from a distance, looking at them approaching the fence, potentially to place an explosive device where they were then killed. Now, sources in the United States and in the Middle East are saying that Hezbollah is making preparations for a full-scale war with Israel. The Israeli military is saying if they choose to surprise Israel with an attack or escalate any of their military capabilities, the response will be devastating and will be deadly. The military continues to secure this area. A lot of reinforcements sent in here. The exchanges of fire are quiet for now, but earlier in the day, we also saw 2 rockets coming in, the Israeli military intercepting one and the second falling in a field as per interception protocol. So the military on high alert as the front here continues to expand.
All right, Hamda Salhout there on the Israel-Lebanon border. Thank you with that. Tzvika, after you were of David Sling, the Arrow. If Hezbollah gets in this war, is Israel ready and prepared for the missile onslaught, which will be of a much different type of level, grade, than even what we're experiencing now from Hamas?
It's a great question. First of all, I think that the fact that we are talking about Lebanon, Hezbollah, and the north part of Israel, the main meaning that we are dealing today with a multi-front conflict.
Right, clearly.
It's a war between Israel, the Hamas, and the Jihad in Gaza. It's kind of escalation between Israel and Hezbollah in the north. But on the ground, we are fighting in 2 different fronts. This is the meaning of your question and the situation that we just heard about. And from the Air Force and Air Defense Forces perspective, we are talking about a national perspective. A national perspective, it means that simultaneously, 24/7, today and the day before yesterday, we are protecting the north and the south today. It mentioned before that we were asking ourselves if the Hamas will surprise us. I'm not sure that the word surprise it's the right or the correct word to explain the situation now, because the IDF complete a very strong deployment on the north part of Israel as well as the south, and we are ready to respond. The Israel main interest is to keep the main effort with the Hamas and the secondary effort with Hamas. But look what's happened in the last few days. It's much more than escalation. Dozens of cases. Anti-tank missiles, ballistic missiles, rockets, terrorist troops in Israel. So it's much more than a daily operation or escalation. I think that once we will find the IDF maneuvering in Gaza, we will find Hezbollah more and more challenging the IDF troops in the north. So it's a very sensitive situation and days in the incoming days in the north. And I think that the IDF, and back to your question, the air defense forces are ready. For sure.
I want to jump out now to tell, as we said, just minutes ago, sirens in Tel Aviv. Reportedly, there was a rocket landing from Hamas. Let's go to our Nicole Tzedek. She is in central Tel Aviv, near the area of where IDF headquarters is located. And Nicole, Tel Aviv under fire again this evening.
Yes, Kalev. In fact, we had to run to a wall right in front of me and just take cover behind that wall. You have about a minute and 30 to get to a safe place here in Tel Aviv, yet sometimes it's difficult as these buildings are far away, yet we did see everyone rush towards a parking lot down below as well. And we saw right above our heads one of those Iron Dome missile defense systems intercepting the rocket from Gaza. And it's interesting because as you see the Iron Dome shoot into action above us, you see that red flare lighting up the sky. It takes about 15 seconds after that until you hear the boom, the explosion, and it shakes the ground below us here. So even as we were taking shelter, you can still feel the rumblings, even though the interception is happening so far above our heads. And this is the reality here in central Israel. It seems day after day, right about dinner time in central Israel is when we are seeing many of these rockets targeting the center. And so many families are preparing for that. They know to be in their safe place around this time. That's the sense that I'm getting when I'm speaking to people on the streets here in central Israel. Although it's pretty quiet for the most part, people are still going about their day-to-day life and know that at any minute we can receive another red alert, more sirens blaring through the air, and they have to run to a safe place, as I said, about a minute and 30 seconds to take shelter. And if not, get on the ground, cover the back of your head, and try and get near a more protected place like a brick wall or a staircase if possible.
And just a word behind you across the street, as I mentioned, you're near the IDF headquarters, the Kiryat. Clearly there's a sort of a demonstration of sorts there.
Exactly. In fact, this is the same place that just 2 weeks ago we saw those anti-government demonstrations. And now we're seeing demonstrations urging the government to do everything they can to get the 199, at least 199 confirmed hostages out of the Gaza Strip and back to their families. That's what we've been seeing here. Many people stationed out here really since this Saturday, about a week after the onset of this war. They've been out here. They're urging the government to do everything they can. And in fact, representatives for the families of those that have been taken hostage or kidnapped, a few of them met with some of the members of Israel's war cabinet earlier today, Benny Gantz as well as Gadi Eisenkot. They met with them, and after speaking to the families about what took place inside this meeting, they said that they are feeling reassured as the state of Israel continues to say that they are doing everything they can to make sure that these hostages are returned to their family and out of this of the Gaza Strip, out of the hands of these hostages. But it's becoming increasingly more difficult because not only are we seeing more and more troops mobilized to the south, we know that any day now there's going to be a ground invasion, but also it's now psychological war as Hamas is releasing. We saw they've already released one video of one of the hostages just yesterday, and the IDF expects that more of these videos of the hostages that they're currently holding could be released in coming days, and that is very, very difficult for the family members, the loved ones to see, because although they can see face to face that their loved one is momentarily safe, it's also gut-wrenching to see everything that they're going through.
Absolutely gut-wrenching. And Nicole Tzedek there in the streets of Tel Aviv. Thank you. With that, Jonathan, quickly, just any update on this most recent round of rocket fire in the Tel Aviv, the greater Tel Aviv?
The greater Tel Aviv area, nothing much so far. We heard this preliminary report of one person injured on road number 1, and not any more coming out of that. We'll wait for more information as it comes in.
All right. Now, as we mentioned, U.S. President Joe Biden is set to arrive in Israel tomorrow for a solidarity visit, after which he will head to Jordan for a 4-way summit hosted by King Abdullah and including the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Israel's National Security Advisor Tzachi Hanegbi spoke today about the staunch support that President Biden is providing Israel.
that the president, apart from his public remarks and apart from the calls that he directed to Iran and Hezbollah, which were not public, is telling all of those who think that if they want to join the war against the Israeli people, there will be American involvement. Israel will not be alone.
Well, let's go to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim in New York. And Mike, President Biden set to come not only just here, but also to Jordan, having those meetings with regional Arab leaders. And what is he hoping? What would the White House be hoping to accomplish on this trip?
Well, there are many, many things to accomplish here, but I think we can fit them all into two broader patterns. Number one is to show solidarity with Israel. This is the overarching theme, I believe, of Biden's trip, to make sure that that Israel knows, that the broader world knows that the Biden administration, the State Department, America as a whole has Israel's back. And I think it's really playing out not so prominently in the White House, which is critically important, but I think even more dramatically so right now, the incredible amount of bipartisan support within the halls of Congress, and sometimes that's not always the case, especially on the further left end of the spectrum when it comes to Israeli support. So I think that's number one. Number two is to start coming up with solutions specifically in the humanitarian realm in Gaza. I think Biden is overwhelmingly concerned with that aspect, not only just from a human rights and humanitarian standpoint, but also from a political standpoint. The worse it gets for Gazan civilians there, the less support that America and Israel will have, not just only within the halls of Congress, but in the broader Arab world, even the ones like the UAE and Bahrain that stepped out immediately in support of Israel and condemning Hamas. The longer that operation goes, the more damage it does, the more damaging it will be to the broader Israeli-American effort there to take out Hamas once and for all. So those are the two big, broad goals that Biden has coming in. A, show that there's an overwhelming support for Israel coming from Washington, and B, start coming up with solutions on the humanitarian front.
All right, Mike Wagenheim there in New York. Thank you for that. We're getting more alerts here in northern Israel. Perhaps this is more rocket fire from across the Lebanese border. Also in Rishon LeZion, that's a town just southeast of Tel Aviv. We'll update you on any information we have about that. Tzvika, a lot of talk about certainly for Israel, major gesture for President Biden to come here. There is some talk about whether this hug that he's giving to Israel is in some ways a bear hug, meaning also trying to restrain Israel somewhat in its operation in Gaza. You wrote an article that was earlier this year saying this operation, saying these operations really don't change anything fundamentally. Israel really has to change. The question is the United States, can the Israel stand up to U.S. pressure if it's going to start restraining Israel's hands in the Gaza Strip?
First of all, I think it's more than solidarity support by United States of America, and the fact that a few days after the event on Saturday, the President Biden decided to send the first troops, the first carrier to Israel, and then the second. I think.
Right. We should mention naval forces.
Yeah, naval forces, but
not boots on the ground, as they say.
Yeah, but it's boots on the Mediterranean Sea, but
boots on the sea.
On the sea, yeah. Right. But it's a huge meaning.
Sure.
And I think it's a very clear message.
Right.
Not only to the Hamas and to the Hezbollah. First of all, it's a direct message to Iran, but not only. On the big perspective picture, we are talking about the international arena because it's fully involved by Russia, by China, by Iran, and other candidates in this case. So the fact that the United States stand shoulder to shoulder to Israel and support Israel. By the way, the state of Israel can deal with simultaneously Hamas and Hezbollah. That's not the issue.
Okay.
The issue is the international message, the wild message to our arena, to the far east enemies, mainly Iran, but not only.
Right.
As the President Biden said, don't. So this is the main meaning of the United States support. I think it's very important because it's not only Israel business, Israel problem, because Iran and the Iran proxies threat not only Israel, they threat Europe, they threat U.S. interests in the region and not only. So this is, from my perspective, the main meaning that the United States stands shoulder to shoulder to Israel.
All right. Well, Jonathan, you prepared a report looking a little more closely at the threat posed by Hezbollah in this war, and of course its sponsor, Iran. Let's take a look at this report from our Jonathan Regev.
More than 150,000 rockets, at least 5,000 of them covering the entire Israeli state. Hundreds, if not more, of those rockets are precision-guided, meaning they will head right to their target, carrying amounts of explosives far bigger than anything coming from Gaza. This is what awaits the Israeli home front if a full-on war with Hezbollah erupts. Those on the battlefield itself will have a major challenge of their own. Hezbollah's elite units, known as Radwan Force, are made up of thousands of well-equipped fighters who also have plenty of battle experience gained on the Syrian front. Their plan, which was just executed by Hamas in the south, is to invade border communities and army bases, kill and kidnap as many civilians and soldiers, and create the same major panic seen on the Gaza border on that terrible Saturday morning. Where did all this giant arsenal come from? Those behind it are not doing a major effort hiding it.
Before coming here, I had the chance to meet with the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah.
Estimates say Iran transfers up to $700 million annually to Hezbollah, mostly in highly sophisticated weapon systems. These are exactly the weapons which Israel targets time and time again when they're in Syria before they head to Lebanon. Many of those systems are hit, but many others still go through. Other funding methods are drug trafficking, money laundering, and donations. The money keeps coming in, and until there will be a massive global move against it, that money will continue to flow, and Hezbollah will continue to act as the Iranian arm right on Israel's northern border.
And in fact, Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, weighed in again today on the Israel-Hamas conflict. Here's some of what he had to say.
If these crimes continue, the Muslims will become impatient, the resistance forces will become impatient, and no one will be able to stop them. They should know this. Don't expect others to not let such groups do such and such things. No one can stop them when they get impatient. This is a reality that exists.
Sounds like Hezbollah and Iran have, or Iran has put Hezbollah's finger on the trigger. The question is whether they're going to pull that, Jonathan.
We're calling it Hezbollah. Maybe we should just call it what it is. We'll call it Iran. It's the Iranian, it's the Lebanese branch of Iran. Let's call it this way. And this is far more than an Israeli problem. I totally agree with what was said here. And in order to eradicate this problem, it's not something that Israel, as mighty and powerful as it may be, this is not something that Israel can take away on its own. The fact that Iran is threatening Western interests all over the Middle East is not just an Israeli issue. The drug trafficking, the money laundering, and so on. This is far more than just an Israeli issue. And if the Western world does not come together, then this is a problem that will not go away.
Right. In fact, you wrote an article earlier this year also about building a regional, the importance of building a regional defense against Iran. The question is, making lemonade out of lemons, is this conflict, could it move in that potential direction? We know President Biden is coming. He's meeting, for example, with King Abdullah of Jordan and Sisi. The focus will be on the Gaza conflict, but perhaps also push the United States to be more active in building that alliance?
The war today, it's a war between coalitions. And the way that the United States with the President Biden, try to bring the area, mostly the Sunni neighbors, Jordan, Egypt you mentioned, Saudi Arabia as well, to build a strong coalition, united coalition against Iran. I think it's important, but in our case, it's not instead our war to destroy and kill the Hamas in Gaza. Don't confuse ourselves. It's very important to the day after. Today, we need to deal with the Hamas, hopefully because it's not our main interest, not with the Hezbollah, but if we need to, also simultaneously with the Hamas and Hezbollah. And the day after, bring that strong coalition fighting directly against Iran ambitious programs, the nuclear, but not only.
Right. Now, Tzvika, you said there was sirens in the north of Israel. Assumption maybe it was Hezbollah, but there is a report that Hamas has said that it has launched R-160 rockets towards Haifa. Does realistically Hamas have effective rockets that can reach as far as Haifa?
First of all, Haifa, it's only 40 kilometers from the border.
Okay.
So try to compare the...
I'm talking about Hamas, though.
Yeah. But let's take the map from the north and copy that for our situation in Gaza.
Okay.
Tel Aviv, Gaza, it's 75 kilometers. So the reference for the 40 kilometers, 70... Yes, Hamas have the capabilities in Lebanon. But again, everyone in south, and mainly in south part of Lebanon, cannot do nothing without Hezbollah permission. So the fact that the Hamas took the response for that act, it doesn't matter that Hezbollah it's not part of that action. Don't forget it.
Right.
Everything is under the Hezbollah control in south part of Lebanon.
All right, we are going out for a break. It'll only be a few minutes. Just to reiterate, we had the sirens go off in Tel Aviv about 27 minutes ago, a little longer than that. And there was a landing on road number 1, the main highway between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. They landed just right outside, I would say on the edge of the Tel Aviv city limits. Early indications, not confirmed, there was an injury, at least one injury from that rocket landfall. We'll update you as we get more information throughout this evening. Stay with us. We'll be back just in a few minutes with more of a continuing coverage of the Israel-Gaza war here on I-24 News.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Welcome back to I-24 News, our special broadcast. Jonathan, a quick update on this latest missile strike.
Yeah, so we spoke of road number 1 between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. There was an injury, not from a landfall. A driver left his car as he heard the sirens, as the drivers have to do. As he was leaving the car, he fell to a ditch, which is quite high, and got injured in his head. An injury, yes, not from landfall, but from the driver running away from his car.
All right, we are going to go now to the IDF spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari. Do we have that? All right, we'll bring you that, the IDF spokesperson. All right, are we going to Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesperson? So we'll have to go to that. Yep.
שר למלחמה, אני אתקן בקצרה אודות האירועים המבצעיים המרכזיים ותמונת המצב ואפשר שאלות.
About the latest situation in Gaza. In a joint operation of the IDF and the Israeli Security Agency, one of the head of Hamas was eliminated, Ayman Nofel. He was part of the military council of Hamas. As former head of the intelligence of Hamas, he was part of the crew that planned the kidnap of Gilad Shalit. He was in charge of the Nukhba terrorists who carried out the massacre and the party in Re'im in various communities in the Gaza border communities. Anyone involved in those operations will die. We call all of the Palestinian population to head south. Get out of Gaza for your own safety. Move to the south for your own safety. We will continue to strike any terrorist and any terror infrastructure. In the north, a short time ago, there was a siren in the Upper Galilee communities. Most probably, we intercepted a UAV. We will report definitely once checking is over. There were plenty of shooting incidents. In the morning, we killed a terrorist squad that tried to infiltrate to Israel. Throughout the day, there was anti-tank fire and gunfire, and in retaliation, we attacked Hezbollah targets. The chief of staff was up north. He spoke to commanders and soldiers and held an assessment with the head of the Northern Command. The chief of staff inspected the preparations and readiness of the forces in the north. Hezbollah is trying to deter our attention, but we are looking at Gaza. This is where our hostages are. Hezbollah is calling itself for years the defender of Lebanon, but is now becoming the defender of Hamas, ISIS, and the terrorists in Gaza. The head of CENTCOM, the American CENTCOM, General Michael Kurilla, who came here this morning, met the chief of staff, held a joint assessment throughout the day, and he will be here tomorrow when President Biden arrives. So far, we reported to the families of 302 soldiers who have died and 199 families of kidnapped. We hug all the families. in regard to the assessment of the Home Front Command, several areas have changed their instructions. Go into the websites and make sure you know about your area. This is how we conduct routine in times of war. If you keep up the instructions of the Home Front Command, lives will be saved, and this is how we can continue to conduct this war. A question a short time ago, there's a report in Gaza about an Israeli strike on a hospital with hundreds of people killed. General Lagari is saying before I came here, I checked about this incident. We don't know all the details. It's very difficult for us to know. This happened a very short time ago, and already they're saying hundreds and hundreds of people. We first want to know all of the details, and then we will let the people know. I don't know if this came from Air Force.
All right, we just heard Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesman, there speaking. He also mentioned this report about a hospital in the Gaza Strip, Daniel Hagari being hit. We'll follow up also on that story as well. Now, we have been bringing you, of course, stories of Israelis with loved ones either killed or reportedly taken hostage, of course, in that terrible attack on October 7th. Now, 21-year-old Maya Regev and her 18-year-old brother Itai went down to that Nova Music Festival just hours after returning to Israel from a trip abroad. The last that their parents, Ilan and Mirit, heard from them was a frantic phone call from Maya, which her parents have released. Let's take a listen to it. It is disturbing.
מה קורה? אבא ירובי! אבא ירובי! אבא ירובי! לא יודע, איפה את? לא יודעת, אבא הורג אותנו, פוצע גזע. מה, איפה אתם? יואו, ממי, תשלחי מיקום. תתחברו, תמצאו מקום, תתחברו. אבא, אני אוהבת אותך, אנחנו בתוך הרכב, אי אפשר לצאת. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, שלחי מיקום.
Well, joining us now are Ilan and Mirit Regev, the parents of Itai Maya, and thank you for joining us. Hearing that phone call is just heartbreaking. First of all, tell us a little about Itai and Maya.
Itai and Maya, they are love and to have a good time all the time. They want all the time. They go to the party. They love to dance. They have to go to restaurant. They want all the time. They want to do a good life.
They're good friends.
Yeah.
And they want they love people. And they love to hang out, to help others, and they go to the party to Peace of Love, to dance.
I understand. Ilan, let me ask you, when you heard that call, did you have any sense in your mind what could possibly be happening here? Because it was so unimaginable to so many of us, even hearing it, it sounded like something impossible to happen.
It sounds like hell. It sounds like hell. And before in the TV, I see the Hamas inside the Sderot, inside of Akim. I saw it and I see it and I can't believe what I see in my eyes. And after this, I hear this phone call and it's killed me. It's like hell. It's like hell. The first thing that I do, it's get in my car and drive straight ahead to the south to get into the party and bring my daughter and my son back. That's the first things that I thought. I don't care about nothing. Just to bring him fast home.
Right, and tell us about now, it sounds like there was possible injury there, but there is some evidence, possibly sign of life. What do you know about Itai and Maya and their whereabouts?
I know about Itai when I was in the hospital in Beersheba. My wife, Mirit, sent me a video, and I see it just now again.
Yeah.
That he been kidnapped. But all this time, I didn't know nothing about Maya. All the time, from the minute that I talked with Maya with the phone, I thought all the time that I'm going to bury two child. And it is like it's killed me. It's killed me. And when I see Tai, he's been kidnapped, it was released me a little bit.
Yeah.
So that I say this, that released me because I hope he's alive, and I think that Hamas need him and take care of him and don't do nothing to him.
Well, let me ask you, the Army released a figure that they know of 199 families that they've contacted. You're one of them. Have they talked to you, either the Army or the Israeli authorities?
Yes, the Israeli authorities come to me in Monday and tell me that Maya and the army, I'm sorry. The army came and tell me that they have been kidnapped. And from here, I just want that somebody, the government, anyone, bring us sign of life from our children and all the people and all the children was in Gaza.
Well, let me ask you, we're an international channel, so what is your message, using this forum, what is your message to the world, to the international community in the wake of having to deal with this tragedy?
I want from all the world. First of all, we want that do everything to bring us sign of life from our children and all the children been kidnapped. And second, I want to tell all the world, because it's happened in 9/11. It's happened here. We have the best army. We have the best intelligence hand, and it's happened here. So I want to tell the world, open your eyes. Yesterday in Belgium, two Swedish guys been killed.
Right, in Belgium, right.
In Belgium, from ISIS. And it's going to happen in all over the world. If you don't stop this, it's happened in Belgium, it's happened in France, it's happened in Germany, it's happened all over the world. So please, for you and for all of the countries, please do something with this. We don't want to see what's happened here, happened in Germany, in France. Please,
right,
stop it.
All right, Mirit and Ilan, of course, we wish you the best, and most important, we wish you the safe return of Itai and Maya, safe and sound back at home. Thank you for joining us and sharing with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heartbreaking to hear that story and those stories. The question is, the hostages on the military side, what Israel can do, how much of a calculation that has to be?
First of all, it's a very complicated, every case, every story complicated by itself, but here we are talking about almost or even more than 200 different cases. We don't have, not Israel and even not the Hamas, have the experience holding this such of people on the other side. It's make it much more complicated than before. We cannot compare it to the Gilad Shalit case in Gaza, or to the cases that we know in Lebanon, Goldwasser, Regev, Tenenbaum, and others. It's a totally different story because the huge number of the kidnapped and hostages that there are in Gaza. And the fact that we are in war and on the same time dealing with this almost 200 and even more people, soldiers, civilians, teenagers or elders in Gaza make it much more complicated. And we need to deal with that and manage that in two parallel pillars. We cannot mix, because if we will mix between them, we will stop our war and we will focus only on this issue. It's very hard to say, it's very complicated to act, but the only way is to deal with two parallel pillars and hopefully have some advantages once we will start the ground operation maneuvers with more intelligence and more clues how to reach part, most, or more, or hopefully all the 200 or more soldiers, people in Gaza. This is the only way. I cannot see any chance that the Hamas, because this is not the way that the Hamas is acting, will release not kids, not always, because this is not the way that ISIS and the Hamas is acting. I will be more than happy to find myself in a huge fault, but this is not the way that the Hamas is acting.
All right. Just to follow up on the comment that was made, we did hear a question to Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesman. There are reports out of Gaza of a hospital in the Gaza Strip being hit. We don't know who's responsible by that. Could be Israel, also could be a Hamas fire falling in Gaza. We don't know, but there are reports of casualties that could be in the hundreds. We'll just have to see when we get more confirmed information about that. Okay, that's the Al-Ahi hospital in Gaza.
If I may,
sure.
Don't forget that the Hamas using civilian facilities and properties as a military needs. Right. We know for sure, for example, let's take the Shifa hospital in Gaza. In a normal hospitals, the basements, they are for parking lots. In Shifa, they are for the Hamas tunnels and bunkers in Gaza. But they are using schools, they are using UNRWA facilities as a backyard for storage weapons or for launching points. This is the way that the Hamas is working. I'll not be surprised that if this report is true, it's by the Hamas itself and not by the IDF.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to get some confirmation.
Absolutely.
Now, some figures from the entertainment world have been speaking up and defending Israel in public and on social media, using their celebrity and their reach or their followings on such platforms as Instagram to counter disinformation on the conflict with Hamas. Now, one of these is Omer Khazan, a rising young Israeli actor who has starred in several popular TV shows here. He's now based in New York City, and he joins us from there. Omer, thank you for joining us. You're in New York, but you originally hail from Ashdod. I know a city that itself has been on the firing line of the rockets from the Gaza Strip. I mean, what are you hearing, if you still have family there, friends, hearing from there, and your thoughts about it?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having me right now. All my family and all my friends right now in Ashdod. We suffered from that so many years. Actually, I lost a friend, a good friend of mine from Ashdod a couple of days ago in the first day of the war. And I pray for them. I pray for my family. I pray for my friends. I pray for the hostages. I pray for the soldiers, for everyone. And I hope it's going to end very soon.
Right. Now you have, I see that, I saw on Instagram, you have hundreds of thousands of followers there. You're using that platform to advocate for Israel and put information. What kind of reactions, though, are you getting? There's certainly support, but of course, any public figure that puts himself out there in that arena of social media is also going to get some pretty heavy blowback, especially when it comes to Israel or Jewish issues.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really suffering from bad comments and bad people. They're trying to, to speak bad about me. But I support my country. I don't care from that because my country is the most important thing to me. My people, the army, the soldiers, all my friends are the most important thing for me. So I'm just trying to support, trying to talk with all the people that I know here, the states and every country in the world to support our country, to see what happened in our country. It's really important to support and to show everyone, all the world, what happened in Israel right now.
Right, and I saw you on one of the pictures. You were at that. There was a pro-Israel rally. I think it was in Times Square. But at the same time, you had counter rallies. You had people cheering or supporting not just the Palestinian cause. There have been even calls of support for Hamas in these rallies. Well, I mean, what's it like there in New York, which is actually the city with the largest Jewish population in the world, even bigger than the ones here, to see that kind of rally there in New York?
Yeah, it's making me sad. It's making me sad that there's some people that support terror. You know, that's not make sense for me. Like, you need to be a human being. You know, you need to be human. You need to stop to support the terror. It doesn't matter where or when. You need to stop support terror. And here, when you're doing the rally in New York, you see everyone is shouting on us and everyone trying to hit us and trying to throw rocks on us and stuff. And it doesn't make sense because we're just trying to pray our country, to support our country. We're just trying to live in peace, you know. We didn't do nothing. So I'm just trying to explain people here, especially here. This is the main city of the world. And as you said, it's the most Jewish population here in the States. So we're just trying to spread love, trying to support, and as you see right now, you're showing the protests from the other side. They just support terror, and it's making me so sad. Because right now there's people that hostages in Gaza, and there's people that right now fighting for their lives to survive what happened right now in Israel. So it makes me so sad.
All right, Omer Chazan,
It's broke my heart, for real.
From New York City. Thank you for joining us on I-24 News.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I just want to say, with reports coming out about this possible strike on the hospital, this is going to up the if there is, and we don't even know, and even if wouldn't even be Israel, you know that Israel was going to bear the blame for it. Tzvika, it's going to up the pressure, international pressure on Israel. There is a clock running to some degree, even though the government would like to, and the military would like to feel it has more latitude now. So the question is the air war. What point does the air war achieve the objectives it needs for Israel to move to the next stage, which would be a ground
First of all,
operation?
There are a few of clocks that working on the same time.
Okay.
In the international arena, it's one of them. The weather, it's another one. The public opinion, it's another one. So there are a few clocks above ourselves, above the IDF and the government, that they're moving on and they're part of all this campaign. I think that the international arena opinion, it's very important, but it's not the only issue. I really must say that that Israel declared a war against the Hamas. Nobody, and this is my expectation, nobody will take Israel an inch from this direction. We need the international arena support, but it's not a mandatory to continue our action in Gaza. That's for sure. And the huge challenge is to keep the international arena with us, with the solidarity, with the support, but at the same time to give us the full flexibility to do. We even didn't start, but we will start hopefully in the next days to complete our objectives in Gaza. This is the only way.
Okay.
This war will take time. It's not a question of days, of weeks.
Well, I'm not asking you to put a specific in terms of time. I'm just talking about the objectives of the air campaign specifically.
The air campaign, it's not enough to achieve
clearly
the goal that the government asked the IDF. To achieve that goal, to destroy the Hamas capabilities in Gaza, you must bring your troops to Gaza. This is the only way. The air strikes, they are part of this campaign. It's not the only. They are important. Previous
but achieve what specific goal that in order
First
to
of all,
lay the groundwork?
They are destroying the Hamas bunkers, headquarters, facilities, etc. They're preparing the area to the ground forces to get into Gaza, and they will escort the forces to Gaza. So the Air Force job or missions will not end once the ground maneuvering will start. Absolutely not. Okay. It's very important to prepare the area, to prepare the conditions that then the ground troops will start the next phase. This is the only way to achieve our goal, our objectives in this war in Gaza.
All right. Jonathan, I just want to ask you any updates that you've been seeing as we're coming to the end of this hour.
Yes, actually, at the beginning of the hour, reported of alerts in the northern border. Now the IDF is saying that following the initial report regarding sirens in the north, no target was identified infiltrating into Israeli airspace. We also heard Daniel Agari, the IDF spokesman, saying that there was a possible UAV infiltration. Now the army is saying no target was identified infiltrating Israeli airspace. This is a statement coming right this time.
All right, so what could that be? What set off those alarms?
First of all, false alarm. We have a lot of sensors, very sensitive environment sensors. That this is part of this situation, and unfortunately, in wartime or in a crisis time, it's create a huge mess on the ground. We need to minimize this false alarm, but it's part of the business, unfortunately.
All right. Just want to again just update some of the things over the past hour. We did have that about an hour ago, a strike on Highway Road number 1, the main Israel-Jerusalem highway. It was just outside, or just outside the Tel Aviv city limits. You're seeing some footage there. That is Road number 1 near the intersection with Road number 4 to Haifa, just at the entrance to the city. There was an injury there, but it was apparently not from the actual strike, but for someone reacting to the strike. Moderately wounded. He's been taken to hospital. We also, of course, we had those air raid sirens alerts in the north of Israel, and according to the IDF in its most recent reports, no target was identified infiltrating into Israeli airspace. And I do have to mention reports unconfirmed coming out of the Gaza Strip of a strike, an airstrike on a hospital there, Al-Achi Hospital. Reports coming out of the Gaza Strip of injuries. We don't have serious injuries, but we don't have any confirmed information on that, and we will bring you that as we have. I'd like to thank Tzvika Haimovich for coming into studio with us.
Thank you.
Jonathan Regev, stay with us. Please stay with us. We'll have more. We'll be back at the top of hour just in about 3 minutes with more of our continuing coverage of the war between Israel and Hamas. Stay with us.
Surprise, the transition to parenthood can be transformative for anyone with a new baby. But what kind of mark is it leaving on the brains of new parents?
There are dramatic physiological, hormonal, and neuronal changes in the body and the brain that accompanies parenthood.
Much like the changes that happen in the brain when picking up any new skill, like learning a new language or mastering a new musical instrument, the brain also changes when becoming a parent. It's what scientists call experience-induced brain plasticity. And Professor Adi Mizrahi is doing some of his own digging into this at the Hebrew University's Edmund and Lily Safra Center for Brain Sciences.
In a region of the brain called the amygdala, it becomes more sensitive in the mothers when they hear baby sounds.
In short, all these senses get a boost to help a mother interact with her baby. Smell and sound, two very strong stimuli, are the areas Professor Mizrahi is focused on in his lab. But does fatherhood have the same impact on the brain and bodies of men?
Levels of testosterone, which is the male hormone, which is correlated with male-like behaviors like aggressiveness and things of that sort, It goes down when the male becomes parents.
As Professor Mizrahi says, each and every one of us has a parent or two parents. Most of us will become parents one day. And as any new parent knows, having a baby provides opportunities for enrichment, learning, and stress experiences known to transform the adult brain.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
First step this council must take before any calls for aid, calm or restraint, is to designate Hamas as the murderous terror organization that it is.
No matter what the Zionist regime does, it cannot compensate and recover from the shameful failure it had.
Well, welcome to or back to this special edition on I-24 News. I'm Caleb Ben David, and yes, it is day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas. The IDF continuing to pound targets in the Gaza Strip. Those airstrikes taking out one of the terror group's senior commanders, Ayman Nofel, as residents heed the warning to stream to the southern half of the Strip. Reports of a hospital being hit in the Gaza Strip. We'll be updating those as we get them in. Rockets also still flying from Gaza into Israel, and we do have reports of a rocket strike-related injury on Highway Number 1 out of Tel Aviv just a little over an hour ago. The sporadic fire also continues across the Lebanon border. 4 Hezbollah infiltrators killed by an IDF drone on that frontier, while 3 Israelis were moderately wounded by an anti-tank missile launched from Lebanon. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcoming German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to Israel today by saying, quote, Hamas are the new Nazis, while U.S. President Joe Biden readies for his visit here tomorrow. Will also be visiting Jordan. Now, of course, we've been bringing you the personal stories of those thousands of Israelis who were killed, or the hundreds taken hostage into Gaza by Hamas. Now, one of them, 80-year-old Chaim Perry, was a peace activist who worked for coexistence. But on October 7th, he was kidnapped by Hamas terrorists from his home in Kibbutz near Oz, in an attack that also left dead a visiting stepchild, a British citizen, Danny Darlington, and also Danny's girlfriend, the German citizen, Carolyn Boll. Well, joining us is Leor Perry. It was his half-brother who was murdered, along with his girlfriend. And of course, his father was kidnapped. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Leo, first, tell us about your father.
Hi, good evening. My father, as you mentioned, was a 80-year-old farmer, basically, most of his life. Peace activist, an artist, loving family man, grandfather of 13 beautiful grandchildren. And as you said, he was always thrived for living in coexistence with our neighbors, including volunteering for Road to Recovery, a wonderful organization that drives sick people from Gaza to medical care in Israel. And sadly, he was abducted from his house Saturday morning.
But what do you know about that morning? Both also the fates of, it's your half-brother, I believe, and his partner.
Yeah. Well, early in the morning, when the bombing began, we all thought, I was here in Tel Aviv in my house, and we all followed the WhatsApp messages to see that they're okay. And slowly we realized that there's something different now is going on. This time, him and his wife were hiding in the mamad, in the safe room inside the house, and the terrorists tried to break through once, and he managed to back them off. But then he knew they will come back, so he hid his wife inside the safe room. And the second time they came, he simply went out, and she heard them tell him, "Don't do any trouble. We're not going to hurt you." And they took him away. And then she stayed there for more than 4 hours, hidden inside the safe room. With the door open, she could hear the other people coming in and trashing the house, breaking the windows, ruining the whole house. And eventually she was evacuated by the army many hours later.
Right, and have you had any sign of life for your father? And is he elderly? I mean, you know his condition. Does he need special treatment, medicine?
Yeah, he suffered a heart attack, a severe heart attack, around 7 or 8 years ago, and he's doing fine since. But he really depends on his medication, which he used to take daily. And we try to send a list of all the medications that all the elderly people from our kibbutz need. We send it through the Red Cross. So far, we don't know if it's reached the destination or not, but we do believe that it's a matter of life and death, because most of those people who were captured, including my father, of course, are sick, and they're all people who need medical care and daily care.
Right. Now, I want to know what your message is, both to the Israeli government, to your father, an Israeli citizen, but your half-brother, that's more, I think, on your mother's side, through the mother's side. Yes. He is a British citizen and resident. He was actually just visiting here, and his partner, Carolyn, a German citizen. We had the German chancellor here today, or he's here tonight even. So what is your message, both for the Israeli government, but also we're an international channel speaking to the world, the international community?
Well, my brother, he lived the last years, he lived in Berlin, and he came to Israel almost every year as a tourist. He loved to come here. He had friends in the kibbutz. He loved to visit our family. And he was there purely by chance. He was supposed to come to my house on Friday, and he said that he found some way to come on Saturday, so he wants to stay just one more day. And unfortunately, that was the worst day to stay in. And I've been talking to foreign news networks, and told them that the way I see it, the Israeli government, when they approached us, the families of the abductees, they weren't clear enough about the message, and I will try to shout it out, because for me, the foremost important thing now is to take care of the hostage situation before entering any ground attack in Gaza, which will definitely take its toll in ways we cannot imagine. There will be time for that, I'm sure, but now the most important thing is to put all of our efforts to release the hostages. They are not just hostages, they are civilians. They are babies and women and elderly. It is inhumane not to put it in the first priority in any government move, and it's not yet the message that we've been getting.
All right. We certainly hope for a safe return of your father, safe and sound to home. And of course, we join in your mourning for your half-brother, his companion. May their memory be a blessing. Lior Perry, thank you for joining us on I-24 News.
Thank you very much.
Well, as I just mentioned, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, happens to be visiting in Israel. He's even meeting with relatives of German citizens kidnapped and killed in the attack. Earlier, he did meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Here's a bit of what they both had to say at that meeting.
I must tell you, my friend, that the savagery that we witnessed perpetrated by the Hamas murderers coming out of Gaza were the worst crimes committed against Jews since the Holocaust. The decapitation of people, the shooting of little children with bound hands, the murder of children in front of their parents, the murder of parents in front of their children, the hiding of babies in the attic, and the murderers who came to the attic to murder the babies.
In this situation, the German government supports stands across the parties. It is very important for me that we today in Israel, in this difficult situation, to say this clearly. The German history that arises from the Holocaust, the responsibility that arises from it, makes it important to stand for the security of the state of Israel.
Well, still with us in studio, our defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev. Joining us is Dr. Emmanuel Navon, CEO of Elnet, international relations expert. And there are a couple of fronts on this conflict, Emmanuel. Of course, the military one, there is the international public, and then there is the diplomatic one, which has been very active. Olaf Scholz. We have President Biden coming tomorrow. I think it's been announced Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, also expected this week. But the question is, even with European citizens, as we just heard, killed in significant numbers or being held hostage in the attack, how much of a leeway does Israel have in the support from the United States, which is strong, but even from some of these European countries, which have been reluctant to support Israel in its military operations in Gaza?
Look, of course, the October 7 terrorist attack is so barbaric, so cruel, so horrible that all European leaders have been shocked, and their support for Israel is authentic and unprecedented. And, you know, we at Elnet have been working very hard to make sure that we get the support of all European
governments. Right, just explain that with the Israel-Europe relations specifically.
Right, we just had today a delegation of French parliamentarians who saw the horrors and the massacres in the south, who met with families of abducted family members. So far, the leadership in Europe mostly is really very supportive of Israel, mostly the most important countries. The question is what's going to happen with public opinion as images of victims appear on the TV screen throughout Europe.
Right, of Gazans.
Exactly. And again, I think that the message here has to be very clear, which is that the people today in Europe, in public opinion, like opinion makers, who are already accusing Israel of war crimes and making a parallel between the Palestinian and the Jewish victims as if they had been killed in the same circumstances. We have to ask them, where were you when your governments, your European governments, made about 70,000 civilian victims in Iraq fighting ISIS? And the message has to be very clear. Israel, as a democracy, is fighting and is going to fight according to the laws of war and according to international law. And civilian victims are going to be unavoidable the same way that they were unavoidable in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and other places. And that's the message I think we have to convey. We're trying our best to limit civilian casualties, but there's no other way to eliminate the threat of Hamas, and we can no longer continue to live with such a neighbor.
Right. Now, President Biden, due tomorrow, coming to Israel in a really extraordinary gesture of solidarity. Really, does the president go in a war zone? There were European leaders. There were leaders that went into Ukraine, of course. But other than that, certainly very rare. But he is also choosing to meet with Arab leaders, King Abdullah of Jordan, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt, Mahmoud Abbas in Amman. That's going to have a much different message coming from there. The question is how much of what he hears there will impact in Amman, will impact on his decisions going forward in terms of giving support for Israel to accomplish the mission that you just described.
I think, first of all, that President Biden will be remembered as one of the most courageous presidents in the history of the United States. I think that the stance that he took against Russia in Ukraine and against Iran and its backers in the present war in Israel shows that he understands what is at stake. It's the freedom, and it's assuming the leadership of the United States and the role of the United States as the leader of the free world. So this should be recognized. And I think that the fact that he's coming after sending two warships to the region is obviously a message to Hezbollah and to Iran. Don't mess with this war because the U.S. will get involved and will support Israel. So, and it's a message also to Iran because it's obvious to everyone that Iran was involved in this barbaric attack by Hamas against our civilians. And the threats are coming from Iran, and therefore the counter-threats have to come also from the United States. And therefore, the visit tomorrow of President Biden during a war is very significant and sends a very, very useful message to our enemies.
All right. We're going to jump down to the south of Israel up here. Klosh Handler, who was right near outside the town of Sderot there. Basically kind of a ghost town, as you reported last night. But of course, around that area, plenty of security forces gearing up, Pierre. And of course, those airstrikes continuing in the Gaza Strip.
Right. Sderot was, again, hard hit this afternoon, probably because of the targeted killing of Ayman Nofal, the central commander of the Izzadin al-Qassam terrorist military wing of Hamas. There were 12 direct impacts on buildings and cars, plus additional impacts on roads. 2 people were lightly wounded. There's only maybe 2,500 people still residing in the city, and the mayor is urging them to leave and urging the government to allow a budget such that the residents of Sderot can return only after the 14th of November and not next week as it has been budgeted up until now. Right now it's quiet if you ignore the drones and if you ignore the shooting from time to time that you hear that artillery shells directed at the Gaza Strip. Right now it's quiet, although there were rockets directed toward Ashkelon earlier a few minutes ago.
All right, Pierre Klosh Handler there in Sderot. Thank you for that. Well, we just spoke a few minutes ago with the son of one of the hundreds of hostages in being Israeli and other nationalities being held in Gaza. In fact, the Israeli military so far notified 199 families that they have loved ones who have been taken in by Hamas. And that may not be the final figure. Earlier today in Tel Aviv, representatives of the families gathered to again tell their story to the international media, especially the story of the hostage Maya Shem, who appeared in this video that was released yesterday by Hamas. Our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman, was there and he filed this report.
It has come to this. 10 days after her daughter was taken hostage to Gaza, the morning after Hamas put out a video of her, Mia Shem's mother sounded her voice in Tel Aviv Tuesday before a world of microphones and cameras.
I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg.
The video of Karen Shem's daughter Mia shows those signs of life. Beyond that, Israelis have seen it as Hamas propaganda, meant to wage psychological warfare.
We need to know now about the medical status of all the hostages, and we need to ensure that they get proper medical treatment.
In the meantime, families of those taken hostage have organized a forum to advocate for their loved ones. The hostages' cause has gained traction in Israel and beyond, both for humanitarian reasons and because so many of the hostages have foreign citizenship, including Mia, both Israeli and French. But it is Israel that may yet face the toughest question of all, the question of a prisoner exchange.
This is a terrible dilemma, and it will be in the minds of any person who will have to think of how to free these over 200 people, we don't have the final number yet, from 6-month-old babies to 87-year-old adults.
For now, though, the message is more general. Get the hostages home.
And we do have, which you will find that story of this hospital, the Al Ahli hospital that was hit in the Gaza Strip. The Hamas-controlled Palestinian Health Ministry is saying that hundreds were killed there. We, of course, have no confirmed information out of Gaza. We do have, though, Egypt already condemning the strike on the Gaza hospital, and they're going to be competing narratives here, or trying attention. The story we just saw, Israel trying to get out the story. These are these hostages, men, women, children, infants, almost being held in the Gaza Strip, and of course Hamas and the supporters putting out of the story, of which we have to say the civilian casualties, which there will be in this operation. Emmanuel.
As I said before, when you fight a murderous terrorist organization that hides itself behind civilians, that builds its military infrastructures in civilian areas, civilian casualties are unavoidable. But of course, we understand, we all realize and understand that the difference, of course, one of the differences between us and our enemies is that they try to make as many civilian casualties as they can. We try to avoid them. But they are unavoidable. And here I think we have, as I said before, and I think President Biden said it also in his speech last week, that what makes our strength is also not only our resolve, but the fact that we don't behave like our enemies. And fighting with a hand in our back is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. But again, we do not have to apologize when we try our best to limit casualties. For those casualties, Hamas should apologize for them. And as I said before, NATO forces made many, dozens of thousands of civilian casualties in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places. It's unavoidable if you want to defeat an enemy that is never going to disarm by itself, and it's never going to stop and try to killing us.
All right, then Jonathan, of course, though, there will be increasing pressure perhaps on Israel and also increasing pressure even internally to start this ground operation, both for the reasons I just described, but also for the situation of the hostages. We saw the first video of this Maya Shem released yesterday. I would expect we're going to see more. in the psychological warfare in the Gaza. And the question is, to what degree can the IDF get its troops ready up to par? We've heard some reports of equipment shortages and still training. Get ready for the next stage of this conflict, which is that ground invasion.
Unclear yet. I can tell you practically for sure. No source told me. No one told me. Just common sense. Up until 3 p.m. tomorrow, I don't see any ground invasion happening. Simply because President Biden is
obviously
here.
Yes. President Biden will be here.
After that, it's anyone's guess. And I can tell you that in a briefing this morning with the international IDF spokesman, Richard Hecht, he said we are preparing for the next stage. And that next stage doesn't necessarily have to be a ground invasion. What does that mean? I don't know. We simply don't know. We don't have the answers. It may happen tomorrow evening. It may happen the day after. We do not know. But Israel, of course, is in a major problem. On one hand, we heard the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, everyone saying, we will crush Hamas. You cannot crush Hamas from the air. You need to do it with a ground invasion. You send your grounds in, you put your forces in. Of course, you're putting them in danger. What about the hostages? You're putting them in danger as well. Major dilemmas here. That's without even mentioning the North. I really incredibly big dilemmas.
All right. Well, let's mention the North again, Emmanuel, because we have again fire across the Lebanon border with Hezbollah. There were 3 Israelis moderately injured, 4 Hezbollah operatives killed. We've played earlier a clip from the supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Khamenei, threatening Israel that it's ready to act if Israel moves on to the next or intensifies this conflict. We know those U.S. forces are there in the right off the coast. The 6th Fleet, the world's largest aircraft carrier, another one en route. But the question is that going to be enough to deter Hezbollah or even Iran itself taking a more active role in this conflict?
I think Iran realizes that after what it did, and of course we don't have a smoking gun and evidence that we can produce that it was directly involved in Hamas's attack, but it's obvious to everyone. I think that
it wasn't the training of Hamas and the funding of Hamas, but you mean in the actual launching of this operation?
And the funding, the technology, the training came from Iran, and Iran is not going to get away with that. Of course, right now we don't have a direct confrontation between Israel and Iran. We have confrontation by proxy, but Iran is simply not going to get away with what it did. And I personally believe that Khamenei is bluffing. And if he's not, Iran is going to pay a very heavy price for what it did. And if it really makes the terrible mistake of triggering another front against Israel in the north via Hezbollah, I think that, again, as you mentioned, the fact that we have the aircraft carriers, the largest U.S. aircraft carriers on our coast here.
It's one thing to have those carriers. It's another thing to actually use them.
Right, but I don't think that
the U.S. and another directly in a military conflict.
But the U.S. is the strongest power in the world, including military power, and it has no problem taking on Iran. And it's not only to send a message, it's also, in case of need, to use this formidable military power against the U.S.'s enemies and Israel's enemies in the region.
All right. Well, that certainly that power is there in that just right off the coast there. Dr. Emmanuel Navon, thank you for joining us. Jonathan Regev, I'm going to ask you to stay with us, and please stay with us. We will be back in about a little over 3 minutes' time with more of our continuing coverage day as we coming to the close of day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas. Stay with us.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Welcome back to this special edition on I-24 News, Israel at war with Hamas. Now, we mentioned earlier in the program that the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, is here in Israel. Earlier, he did hold talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This evening in Tel Aviv, he met with several families here who are German citizens and either have missing family members in the wake of the Hamas attack or have even indication that they've been taken hostage into Gaza or were killed in the attack. Pia Stachelbach is there. Pia, what was that meeting like between Olaf Scholz and some of these families?
Well, Kalev, that meeting itself has been close to press, but we've been able to speak to some of the families that were in there. They were quite moved when they came out there. They've been speaking for, I would say, about 45 minutes. They were interrupted by 2 rocket sirens here in Tel Aviv. However, that is the current situation here. Also, when Scholz earlier met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he also, both with the entire team, had to run to shelter here because of rocket sirens. Same thing happened here. We're talking about the families of 4 or 5 hostages that were taken into Gaza that have German citizenship, and people here really came together also in front of the German embassy here with signs, with posters, calling upon Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, to use his position in possible negotiations and a possible hostage exchange, because they're saying that they, as German citizens, might even have a bigger chance to make it out of the Gaza Strip alive if Olaf Scholz weighs in, uses Germany's negotiation power, possibly even enter negotiations with Hamas. They haven't been talking, as far as we know, about any political plan. What the goal of this meeting here was to really show that the Israeli families here that have German citizenship really rely on Germany here. They have been even saying that this is Germany's responsibility arising from the Holocaust to now care and really make a statement here and show that this ironclad commitment that Germany and German politicians on and on keep emphasizing, Germany's self-understanding, is connected to really ensuring Israel's safety, to now actually show that they can have an impact, making an effort in releasing these people. Now, Kalev, there is no number on how many German citizens have been abducted to the Gaza Strip. But what we've been hearing here is that we're talking at least about 14 or 15 hostages. Now, there are families who lost only 1 or 2 members of their families into the Gaza Strip as of now. But we've also been speaking to one man who had 6 of his family members abducted into the Gaza Strip. He was here also holding up the pictures, showing them to the Chancellor, to Olaf Scholz. When he was with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he said that he's making efforts, that efforts are being made. He's tomorrow continuing his travels to Egypt to meet there with the Egyptian President Sisi to really try and possibly enter some sort of conversation about a possible hostage exchange. What he also emphasized was during this press conference with Netanyahu that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is of great concern for Germany. Now, here, when he met with the families of the hostages, I can really say that he seemed to have taken a lot of time to really hear the individual stories. What is now going on behind me is a press conference. Those families who have entered the conversation with Olaf Scholz are now holding a press briefing. There's also a lot of German journalists who came here today. They're telling their story, and really we have to say that many of them are making large efforts to especially reach the German press, reach the German media, to raise awareness also within the German public, because they really rely on Olaf Scholz coming here, making really also a statement with his visit. So only a couple of days ago, the German foreign minister was here. We had the chance to speak to one family, the family of Shani Luke, who was only in the beginning of her 20s, was abducted during the music festival that she attended in the south. Kalev, let's take a listen to what they told us.
All unconfirmed information that we have is that she's seriously head injured and over the body also, and she's maybe taken care in a hospital in Gaza. We need to approve this. We need to search for her urgently, and we need to find her and take care of her.
I believe that the same way the world is asking for a humanitarian, some kind of humanitarian access to the Palestinians, Scholz can ask in return to have an immediate humanitarian access of the Red Cross to the hostages, especially and first and foremost the ones injured and wounded. It is the Red Cross's main goal. That is what they do. They go to visit hostages all over the world and supply medical care. We expect them to do so urgently. Since Shani, my niece, is a German citizen, I would ask and plead from Chancellor Scholz to do everything in his power and in his influence to make sure that Shani and the other hostages get medical help.
And you know, Pia, I just should know we earlier spoke with a young man whose half brother, Danny Darlington, was killed, and with him, that was in Kibbutz Nir Oz, was his girlfriend, a German citizen, Carolyn Bohl, who was just visiting in Israel. I mean, she just happened to be visiting here with her partner, happened to be in that kibbutz, killed on October 7th there. Pia Steckelbach here in Tel Aviv. Thank you for that. Now, anyone who has seen the pictures of the hostages or the people taken into Gaza, that Shani look, if you've seen that pretty horrific picture, for example, or even that Hamas video of the kidnapped Maya Shem, has to be concerned about the medical condition and treatment of the hostages in Gaza. We heard a young man talking about his father, his elderly father, needing medicine badly. Now, Professor Haggai Levine is an expert in public health. Now, we spoke with him frequently during the COVID crisis, but he has a new role in this crisis as head of the medical team for the hostages and missing families forum. Haggai, thank you for joining us. Sorry it's under these circumstances again. But tell us about what your particular role, your particular team is involved with.
Must tell you, Caleb, it's unimaginable tragedies. And think about the hostages, innocent civilians taken from home or from party, including 9 months old baby, 85 years old woman with dementia and Parkinson, 12 years old child with autism. So we at the medical team of the Families Forum try to give our part in ensuring that all the hostages return home safely and to keep their health. What we did, we met with the families. We met with the representative of the Red Cross, and I'm the liaison person for the Red Cross and in contact with them constantly. We collected the information from the families about the previous medical illnesses of them, and if they had any information about their injuries. And we compiled the scientific medical report, which we submitted to the Red Cross and all around the world. For the world to know, you can see behind me, each one is a tragedy, according to basic morality. According, what is here is crime against humanity, regardless of anything else. We need to ensure that all of them get medical treatment, and we need to ensure that the families get information about their beloved. It's really such a tragedy and so difficult for the families, and who could imagine what is going on with the hostages? Some of them need special drugs that are not available in Gaza.
Well, let me ask you about that, because we've spoken to in a couple of cases. I spoke to family members who their loved ones are being believed to be held hostage, and they talked about already providing medicine prescriptions to the Red Cross and the specific ones in the hopes that they would get to the hostages. Is there a sort of procedure for that?
The Red Cross is saying that that's not something they are, they have experience in that specific question, but we are ready. We collected the data on the drugs, and yes, we can bring the Red Cross the drugs. Of course, the current situation is very difficult. So the first thing to do, and now Hamas published this movie with Mia, and I met with Mia family today here in Tel Aviv. So what is Hamas must do? And we call all health professionals around the World Health Organization, of course, the Red Cross, and everyone that got a leverage on the Hamas, specifically the leaders of the countries, and specifically Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, to put a pressure on the Hamas to allow the very least that, to know what is the medical status, be examined by independent doctor, and to get information for the families. That's very basic. I must tell you, I have many Muslim friends, and actually some of the hostages are Muslim and Christian and people from many nationalities, not only Israelis. And my Muslim friend said, this is haram, according to the Sharia.
Right,
this is something that is not done in the Islamic religion law, because torturing hostages, and if you deny them from proper medical treatment, you torture them. This is something that is not done. So I call our viewers, please, if you know someone who knows someone, please deliver this message, regardless of anything else. Release the hostages now, and for the very least, tell us, the Hamas, tell us what is going on with them, and make sure that they get proper medical treatment.
All right, Professor Haggai Levine, thank you for joining us on I-24 News, and good luck in your new work.
Thank you. Just to say,
sure.
Think it's your sister or brother or grandmother or grandfather or son or daughter. That's real people that are in misery, suffering, and life-threatening condition now. Please help us get them back. Thank you.
All right, Haggai, thank you for joining us again on I-24 News. Jonathan, I want to go. There are some reports coming out in the Hebrew media. Again, what we know is there was an explosion of some kind, or at least it's being reported out of Gaza, at the Al-Ahli hospital. The Hamas-controlled health ministry is saying there are hundreds of casualties there. What are the reports we're hearing from, at least from the out of the Israeli media this evening?
So first, the Hamas health ministry, let's remember, the Gaza health ministry, that's Hamas, and then there are very good at spreading propaganda. So we have to be careful with everything they're saying. The only fact that we know is that there was an explosion in a hospital in Gaza and people have been killed. At the beginning it was said 500, 300, 200. I do not know. As it seems, and again, nothing is verified. Everything I'm saying now is unofficial, but out of reports and rumors. Israel is probably saying we did not act in that area. Therefore, this is not an Israeli act. There are also reports that Al Jazeera said that Israel told people to leave the hospital minutes before Israel fired. For that, Israel is saying loud and clear, this is a lie. This did not happen. We never told anyone to leave this hospital. As far as we're hearing, Israel did not act in that area. There are also videos surfacing, which I cannot verify at the minute, of a failed rocket launch by Hamas, which fell on the hospital.
Right, I've seen arguments on social media about whether this is a new video, old video.
Absolutely.
We don't have any confirmation.
Will that change the narrative on any side? The answer is absolutely not. If you support the Palestinian narrative, you will claim that this happened because of Israel, regardless of the question of if this happened because of Israel or because of a failed launch by Hamas. If you support the Israeli narrative, then you will say Hamas bombed their own hospitals. And as we probably know, the basement for that hospital, we just heard the guest here a few minutes ago saying that a normal hospital, the basement should serve as a parking lot. In Gaza, they serve as bunkers for rockets. People believe their narrative, and any action will probably not move them from their narrative. What we do know is that there was an explosion in a hospital in Gaza and people were killed. Israel probably not behind it.
All right. I'll just point out that we've had previous instances of, for example, of civilians being killed. A very famous, well-known one, I should say, of many members of one family being killed on a beachfront in Gaza. The Palestinians claimed it was artillery firing. There was a months-long investigation of it. The army then saying that wasn't the case and that could have been a misguided Hamas rocket. So this is going to be an argument that's going to go back and forth there, even though, of course, as we said here, fighting in these kind of particular circumstances, there are going to be civilian casualties simply because Hamas uses the civilian population of the Gaza Strip as basically as a shield, and often will fire rockets from sensitive areas like schools or hospitals.
And in their weakest places, in hospitals, in schools, in welfare places. This is exactly where they're hiding their missiles, understanding very well that if Israel comes in and attacks those places, because these are where this is the places where missiles and rockets are stored, then there will be hundreds and hundreds of civilian casualties. This probably is not the case this time. As it seems, Israel is not behind this attack, but we have to wait for more verified information.
All right. Okay. Well, this is one of the things, but this is going to put this will put, again, this is going to come up, whether right or wrong, certainly in the discussions that are going to be happening with President Biden, who's due here tomorrow, and Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's going to have to be added in the equation that the IDF makes as it looks at what its potential timetable is going to be to carry out its operation.
Yes, we've been speaking here in the studio that the international community, at least the leaders of the international community, are still supporting Israel, but that clock is already ticking, and we knew that if in the first few days Israel was still getting sympathy throughout the world because of the terrible atrocities and terrible images that came from the Israeli side, as soon as bombing begins in Gaza and eventually the numbers of dead people on the other side will rise and the civilians will be killed on the other side, then criticism will come upon Israel. Regardless of the question who's behind this, the criticism will most probably lay on one side, even if Hamas is the one that fired the rocket.
I don't want to go back to our Pierre Kloschendler down in Sderot, because Pierre, you've You more than any of us here at the station, I think you spent the most time down there in the south. You've been looking around at the military buildup that's been going on in that area. There's going to be increasing pressure. Some of this news we're hearing out of the Gaza Strip this evening on Israel, on its air operation. I mean, what is your impression of how ready or not is the IDF to move to the next phase of their operation, of their offensive against Hamas?
It's difficult to know. I don't think that we've seen the scale of deployment of ground forces on staging grounds around Gaza to such an extent that the ground operation is imminent. Benjamin Netanyahu spoke earlier about a few days, maybe a week. We know that many soldiers are still training. We know that soldiers still do not have all the equipment needed to enter the Gaza Strip, such as protective vests. We've seen a deployment, mostly of armored vehicles, in certain localities and fields near the Gaza Strip. We haven't seen infantry forces, for instance, those who will go and accompany the armored vehicle. So I don't think that it's imminent in terms of hours. I think it could be imminent in terms of days. Now, what's happened in the El Ahli hospital 2 hours ago has already some sort of influence here. There hasn't been any rocket alert on Sderot, and earlier on there were. We do not hear explosions emanating from the Gaza Strip that would suggest that the Israeli Air Force is bombing targets inside the Gaza Strip. Right now, we only rely on the Palestinian Ministry of Health, which is basically a Hamas ministry, and they mentioned 500 dead in that hospital. That would be a massacre. But the army is checking, and right now, 2 hours have passed, the army is still checking. They're checking thoroughly because if it was not an airstrike, remember a couple of hours ago, Israel was in the midst of a large-scale rocket alert in retaliation to the killing of one of the top 5 Hamas commanders in the Gaza Strip, Ayman Nofal, who was the commander of the Izzadin al-Qassam terrorist brigades in the central sector of the Gaza Strip. That provoked a lot of retaliation, including in Sderot, where there were 12 impacts, according to the municipality, 12 direct impacts on residential buildings, 2 residents, because there's still 2,500 residents in the city. 2 residents were lightly wounded, and the mayor has urged the residents to leave and has urged the government to budgetize the evacuation of all the residents of Sderot, not just for 1 week, as it is right now, but until the 14th of November. So right now there is a lull, it seems. For how long, we don't know. But it seems that what happened at the Al Ahli hospital, if it was a bombing or a rocket that was misfired and hit an ammunition depot nearby the hospital or on hospital ground, we don't know yet. The army, the Israeli army, is still checking at this moment, and the lull right now is continuing.
All right, Pierre Cloche-Handler there in Sderot. Thank you for that. We're going to look at another aspect of this conflict. The rabbinical leadership of Israel's ultra-Orthodox religious sector, which is known here as the Haredim, firmly opposed the community's young people doing military service, making its relations with the IDF and its soldiers sometimes a frequently tense one. But as Uri Shapira and Emily Francis report, Kikar HaShabbat, which is one of the leading Haredi media outlets, has launched an initiative to get its readers to assist IDF soldiers and residents of the South. south. Let's take a look at that.
In a small but packed room close to the entrance to Jerusalem, a new headquarters has been built. As opposed to other initiatives of civilian volunteers, this one is fully operated by ultra-Orthodox Jews, also known as Haredim.
Once the war started, Sunday came, I felt I can't do anything. I want to feel like I'm a part of it. I can't stay at home. So we decided to go down and bring another point of view. We went with my camera crew, with our team, and we wanted to follow the civil help of what's happening. People would start donating blood. People wanted to open operations of helping other people, and we saw that a lot of the systems here are just falling apart. Everyone was in shock. Nothing really worked, and we were starting to think, how can we help?
One of the leaders in this unit is journalist Yishai Cohen, a well-known figure in the Haredi world. He recruited his team of Kikar HaShabbat, one of the leading media outlets in the ultra-Orthodox community.
We recognize from the field that something happened to the Haredi sector, something that never happened before. Mothers and yeshiva students of the ultra-Orthodox world want to volunteer and help the soldiers. And I'm not talking about 25,000 ultra-Orthodox who asked to join the army. For example, I saw ultra-Orthodox students bringing food to the control center. They talked with some of the soldiers, including people from the anti-judicial reform protest. They argued with them, but they also worked together. At that moment, I said to myself that this dispute between us will continue. We won't agree with each other the day after the war, but this argument will look different.
According to an official in Kikar HaShabbat control unit, one of the wings here is dedicated to ultra-Orthodox people who want to join the fighting forces.
Everybody knows that this scenario that ultra-Orthodox men may have to protect the country is possible because they could be the ones left in Haredi cities or even in mixed cities. So we need to train them. We have 3 degrees of training: for non-armed men, for armed men who never used a weapon, and for those who want to start learning to carry a weapon and to protect their home, their community, and their cities.
Other missions consist of donations of food and supplies, deliveries, and helping people on the ground.
We have now over 4,000 volunteers that are active. Under it, we could see a pie chart of all the types of requests that we're getting and we're dealing with. We have logistical requests. We have visiting sick people, donating blood. It's all divided over here. And I'll just go down over here. You could see a map. All over Israel. We are the volunteers located in what cities and where the requests are.
According to Professor Nahumi Yaffe of Tel Aviv University, who is researching the ultra-Orthodox community, this may be a turning point in the complicated relations between secular and ultra-Orthodox Jews. A vast majority of ultra-Orthodox doesn't serve in the IDF.
The past is in the past. There is new horizons for the Haredi community as part of the Israeli civic society, and in Israel there is going to be some substantial changes, and we will see a different attitude of Haredim who want to be part of whatever it means to be citizens. So yes, to being part of the labor market, yes, for having a better schooling system, and eventually yes, for being part of the army.
This is not the only volunteer project in the Haredi society, and we could definitely see a transition in what once was considered a closed, remote community of Israel.
And just we're coming to the end of this particular broadcast, of my broadcast. There's a couple of updates. There are reports, a Palestinian official telling Reuters that Mahmoud Abbas will not take part in that summit with President Biden in Amman in Jordan tomorrow. This following this report of this hospital, explosion in this hospital in the Gaza Strip. We don't have confirmation on that, but this is definitely an announcement. Israel's National Security Headquarters has issued the highest travel warning possible for Israelis in Turkey basically it's called it's all Israelis staying in Turkey must leave as soon as possible, and also a travel warning to Morocco, also telling Israelis to go there to take increased precautions. That ends this particular broadcast. Stay with us, though. Eli Hochenberg will be following me with continued coverage of Israel's war against Hamas as day 11 draws to a close. Thanks for joining us.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Welcome to the special broadcast here on I-24 News. We continue our rolling coverage, day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas. Israel continues to ready its ground operation in the Gaza Strip while airstrikes against terror infrastructure persist. Hamas-controlled health ministry claiming this evening a strike hits a hospital. The IDF saying a preliminary investigation suggests it is a failed Hamas rocket launch. Hundreds reportedly killed. In the West Bank, rage protests are currently underway. Meanwhile, the diplomatic train continues. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz meeting Israeli Premier Benjamin Netanyahu today, who dubbed Hamas as the new Nazis. The National Security Council this hour warning all Israelis to leave Turkey immediately. The highest level of alert there as Israelis and Jews become targets worldwide. In a few hours, U.S. President Joe Biden will be arriving here on a whirlwind tour, sending message to both American enemies, Iran, and potential regional allies, Saudi Arabia, of what American friendship looks like. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas announcing this evening he will not participate in tomorrow's regional summit of Arab leaders with Biden. And as the war is nearing its next phase, maybe it's important to remind us all, what is it all about? It's not a war over territory or politics. It's a war over the human soul, a war against those who are trying to plant seeds of hate on all sides, a war against those who want to diminish faith in humanity. And we begin our broadcast by heading up north, checking the pulse there. I-24 News correspondent Hamda Salhout with the I-24 News team there. Hamda, there's poking, there's provocation. Question being, is Hezbollah pushing for more?
Well, Ellie, good evening. Sources are saying that Hezbollah is preparing militarily, moving arms, and really going to get involved in this conflict, but it's just a matter of when. Earlier today, it was reported that the White House has been discussing the possibility of using military force if Hezbollah joins the war. Now, the Israeli military said they are not interested in a second war happening on the northern border, but they said if Hezbollah does decide to escalate the situation that has already been ongoing, they will meet them with both deadly and brute force. Now, this area here where we are, most of it has been completely evacuated. The Israeli military yesterday urging people to evacuate, rather issuing an order for the evacuations of 28 different communities. We're talking about 10,000 people who are now staying in state-funded guest houses. So the tit-for-tat exchanges continue on the border today. Hezbollah saying that 5 members from the armed group were killed in that exchange of fire. The Israeli military retaliating, striking Hezbollah posts inside Lebanese territory. But for now, this evening, it seems to be all quiet on the northern front.
Yes, quiet doesn't mean calm whatsoever these days. All fronts on the highest alert possible. Hamda Salhout, I-24 News correspondent, thank you very much for this, Hamda. And joining us now in studio, defense and government commentator, Mr. Amir Oren. Mr. Oren, thank you so very much for joining us on this broadcast. Well, we do want to begin on the northern front. Diplomatic sources both here in the Middle East and in the U.S. are confirming that they're noticing Hezbollah's preparation of its military infrastructure, let it be rocket launchers, etc., but that the final nod will or will not arrive from Tehran.
The pattern that we have gotten used to in Hezbollah's campaigns against Israel was complete surprise. On October the 7th of all dates, in the year 2000, they launched an attack on a patrol in Jebel Rus, or Mount Dov in Israeli lingo, and killed and abducted the bodies of 3 soldiers. Then, in July of 2006, out of the blue, again, they killed and abducted the bodies of 2 soldiers. Escalation leading to a full-fledged war is not in their nature, because they know that Israel is already ready for that.
The element of surprise is inherent in their war tactic or war strategy.
Right. Also, it is not in their nature to do anything altruistically for someone else, such as Hamas. Hamas is Sunni, they are Shiite. Yes, they are beholden to the Iranians, and the Iranians don't want them to start anything now for fear that Netanyahu will step up the ladder, the lowest step being Hamas, the medium step Hezbollah, and then leapfrog to attacking the Iranian infrastructure. Rather than do that, for the Iranians, the best option is to have Israeli reservists, 350,000 of them, being on call for weeks on end, the Israeli economy grinding to a halt, universities yet to be opened, and all of that. War of attrition. They don't want a war of movement. This is rational. Now, if our rationale is wrong, we will see an escalation or miscalculation, all of that. But as of now, what the Hezbollah, Iranians, all of these guys want to see is Israel get bogged down in Gaza with 3 divisions or so that it...
Wearing itself down to an extent.
Not only that, but not having enough forces for an attack up north.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see Israel being in the Gaza Strip with its might, armor and the rest, infantry, before they ratchet up their campaign into war, if at all.
And yet, when it comes to the war of words, and words do mean something still nowadays, the supreme leader, the Iranian supreme leader, is warning that he might get impatient. This is how he's phrasing it. Let's take a listen.
If these crimes continue, the Muslims will become impatient, the resistance forces will become impatient, and no one will be able to stop them. They should know this. Don't expect others to not let such groups do such and such things. No one can stop them when they get impatient. This is a reality that exists.
And Amir, we do hear many pundits or commentators suggesting that Israel should be proactive on the northern front, not to wait to be attacked, but to pursue a preemptive attack. And we keep on saying the north is a different ballgame.
Those commentators have all one thing in common. They have no authority, no responsibility, and if Israel gets in trouble, they will have a new commentary to offer. But they will not pay the price, and neither will those soldiers who will lose their lives, or perhaps the entire country if Iran attacks it by ballistic missiles, and Hezbollah does, and all of that. So it's very easy to pontificate from one's armchair, but it's really the wrong advice to offer.
Humbleness, perhaps, is a good advice to everyone at this point.
Not only that, a war of choice is always wrong. Only if you feel that you must do it, that you have no other choice, this is the only option, then you go to war. But if you have several options to choose one from,
war is the wrong one.
As to quote Biden, don't.
The war that was forced and there was no choice in this respect is unfolding down south. So let's head there now. I-24 News correspondent Pierre Chandler standing by there. Pierre, it was an eventful day. Yet another one. Targeted assassinations of Hamas leaders continue. Still slow pace to an extent, but it's clear that this is high on Israel's agenda, dead men walking, so to speak, when it comes to Hamas leader. And meanwhile, this development in a Gaza hospital, Hamas-controlled health ministry reporting a strike there, the IDF, suggesting that its preliminary investigation is finding that it was Hamas's own failed rocket that hit the hospital. What can you tell us?
Well, I think that first of all, the Israeli army is checking the information emanating from, as you mentioned, the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health in Gaza. The Ministry of Health speaks of 500 dead that also need to be checked. If that is the case, obviously it's a massacre, whether it is from a misfired rocket on an ammunition depot that could be next to or underneath the El Ali hospital, or if it is an Israeli airstrike. Right now, the army, 2 hours or even more after the incident, is still checking thoroughly because its credibility is at stake, obviously, and it doesn't want to react and speak about pointing fingers at this moment without having the evidence. The government of Egypt has already pointed the finger, saying that this is an Israeli airstrike without really verifying what's going on. So it takes time. Right now, there's been a new flurry of rockets in the direction of the center of the city, of the country. Here, there is a lull in the rocket strikes on Sderot, for instance. There were quite a lot between 4 and 7 in the evening, 12 direct impact on residential buildings, 2 people lightly wounded, most of the population, 85%, something like 28,000 people have been evacuated, but there remain about 2,500 people that are still in the city of Sderot. The mayor, Alon Davidi, is urging the remaining citizens to leave the place, and at the same time urges the Israeli government to budgetize this evacuation until the 14th of November, and not for only a week as it's been budgetized until now. Again, that's what I can say at this moment.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Israelis from south and north are displaced in their own country, refugees to an extent. Definitely something that we will continue to address the coming days and the coming weeks, the coming months. I-24 News, Pierre Clichendler, thank you very much for this. Still with us here in studio, Amir Oren.
This is in parallel to what happens in Gaza.
Right. The term displaced, the term displaced is relevant to both sides of the divide. Amir, perhaps a brief comment on your end on this developing issue with the hospital.
Yes, it's really unclear why it takes so much time for the IDF to find out and then announce whether or not there was any Air Force activity
in that area.
In that area. If there was, another inquiry should focus on whether anything went wrong.
And also the upsetting question on whether it matters even.
It matters, but because it's not beyond Hamas to announce that Israel has done it, even if it was a failed launch. But we have seen in previous wars and campaigns that sometimes civilians try to hide below hospitals and the like in the false belief that they are safe there. And unfortunately, even without, of course, any intention on anyone's side, it happens. But if it did happen the way it is now being reported, this may change the entire course of the campaign.
Yes, and as we speak, the reports of rioting outside of the Israeli embassy in Amman and Jordan, where U.S. President Joe Biden is expected to
and in Ramallah, there are demonstrations.
Exactly. So
against Abu
the unnecessary, we're seeing now live pictures from Ramallah of these riots currently unfolding. The unneeded match to ignite an even greater fire. All right, we knew it was coming. We knew it's part of the viral game plan. Hamas releasing the first clip showing an Israeli hostage being held by the terror group in the Gaza Strip. As it said, some 200 to 250 captives are held by them, not even counting dozens others that might be held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Gazan civilians. The short video showing 21-year-old Mia Shem kidnapped by Hamas terrorists at the music festival in Reim, where over 260 peace-seeking youngsters were massacred on October 7th. The video obviously manipulated and orchestrated to benefit Hamas's interest. According to the New York Times, by the way, according to their metadata analysis, it was filmed about a week ago even. Mia's mother, who holds a French citizenship alongside this Israeli one, is begging, help me bring back my baby.
Yesterday, I saw my baby on television. I saw she's alive. I saw that she was. I heard before rumors that she was shot in the shoulder or in the leg. So I can see she was shot in her shoulder. I see she had an operation. She looks very terrified. She looks like she's in big pain. And I can see that she's saying what they tell her to say, but I can see that she's stable. I can see she needs medical care. I didn't know if she's dead or alive until yesterday. All I knew is that she might be kidnapped. I'm begging the world to bring my baby back home. She only went to a party, to a festival party, to have some fun. And now she's in Gaza. And she's not the only one. There are many children who went to this party. There are many babies and children and old people and Holocaust survivors that were kidnapped, that their houses were burned. This is a crime against humanity, and we should all gather and stop this terror and bring everybody back home.
Of course, Maya was filmed last week because she says I came here Saturday morning, not last Saturday. So obviously it was during her first week of captivity.
That's an important note here, but again, every single clue that we will not get is orchestrated according to a well-planned game plan here by Hamas. And we want now to take a listen to yet another dramatic recording from the Nova Music Festival, the same one where Mia Shem was at. To the minutes in which the young couple, Eden Zacharia and Ofek Kimchi, together with their friend Livnat, tried to call for help from the police or emergency services with non-stop gunfire in the background. Livnat was injured but survived. Eden and Ofek still listed as missing.
אוקיי, כרגע יש דימום, יש תענו לי, יש דימום, איפה הוא פצוע? הם באים לפה עכשיו. מי זה הם? הם באים לפה, הערבים. היורים? כן. אוקיי, תקשיבו, תעלו לרכב ותיסעו מעכשיו.
הרכב שלהם לא תקין, הרכב שלהם לא תקין.
הרכב לא תקין. אוקיי, יש לכם מקום להסתתר, מקום להיות שם? לא.
We want to turn now live to Ilan Zacharia, the uncle of missing Eden. Ilan, I'm sure that no matter how many times you've heard this recording, it is chilling every time anew. How are you holding up?
Thank you for your sympathy. It's very, very difficult. Very difficult. I'm here, on behalf of my brother. I'm speaking from his throat. He is unable to talk, so I'm taking the front in this case. He's devastated because of the situation. And we are hearing this recording every day, several times every day, and it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. Eden went to party with our friends on 6th of October, and in the 7th of October, the morning of the 7th of October, they were on their way home back from the party. They didn't really, wanted to stay. They exhausted the party. And 25 minutes after they left the party, around 25 minutes, they encountered the Hamas terrorists, these savages. and they shot at the car, the front windshield of the car. Eden was wounded, and so did Ofek. And their friend Livnat, in the back seat, she managed to somehow not get hit of anything because she was in the back. And she took the phone. She tried to call for help. She called the emergency services, trying to get anyone who could help her. She tried to work with the paramedic on the line to somehow point the ambulance directed to them using GPS through the phone, and she couldn't. She tried, but she couldn't. She moved to a different phone, trying to use a different phone, and all of a sudden they saw that the terrorists are getting closer and closer. And she went down quiet. She started whispering. Her name is Libby, by the way. And both Ofek and Libby started whispering, asking for help, police or someone who can come and help. And the police and the paramedic tried to guide her. Be quiet, crawl under the car, find a bush, get some cover somehow. And this is what Libby did. And Eden is still lying there in the car, wounded, perhaps bleeding, but still wounded.
Yes.
Ofek also, together with Libby, went out and they hid in the bush for a while, for around 2 hours. They lost sight of the car. And 2 hours afterwards, this is an amazing part, 2 hours afterwards, they moved to another bush, and then another 2 hours, 4 hours. They were hiding there in the bushes. And then, suffering from pain, Ofek decided to somehow call for help, and because he thought he heard the emergency people trying to help them, and he went out of the bush, and he got shot again by the same terrorists who were somehow lurking in the area. And this same gunfire, also hit Libby, which was there also in the bush, but she kept quiet. She lost fingers because of that. She was hit in the shoulder, but she kept quiet. She was sitting there.
Ilan, it's amazing. We're hearing all those stories, and it's striking how a decision in a split second was literally making the difference between a life to death here. That, as you've said, that they chose to leave early. They were already on their way out, so there was no right or wrong here. Everything was so chaotic that every decision led to a different hellish situation. And Ilan, we were speaking with another aching family member yesterday, whose sister is still defined missing, similarly to your Eden. And I keep on wondering, in this hell of a choice between horrible and more horrible, certainty or uncertainty at this point in time, what is preferable?
Depending who you're asking.
Yeah.
You're asking me. I don't want to hear the knock on the door.
Yeah.
Eden is an extremely smart, full of life woman that is taken after celebrating with our friends, celebrating life, celebrating freedom, celebrating, and it's amazing to see to what level these people can go down to. Kidnapping women, children, beheadings. I don't know where all of this is coming from. Where did all of this grew up? These people. I know I'm a father for three boys, 2 boys and a girl myself. I'm teaching my children to excel in school, to become better at everything that they do, to be contributors to the community, to the world, to be Nobel Prizers. Who grows his child to become such a terrible, horrific killer? Where is this coming from?
I don't know, Ilan.
Honestly, I don't know. There is a line in the sand here now. There is societies, there are nations, democratic, free nations, and there is this ISIS, Hamas. We cannot live together. It will not stay like that. We will make sure that it will not stay like that. We will come out of this misery, of these ashes, and we will strike back, just like we did in the past. We'll do it again, and we'll rise up. We are not going to give up. This is the only country we have. That's our home. We are not going anywhere. And what I'm asking from the Red Cross is to go to the kidnapped people, the live, the dead, and bring us the status, the situation. This is by law, international law. They have to give it. They have to do it.
Ilan, what can I tell you? As we've said at the beginning of the broadcast, it is a war against those who are trying to diminish faith in humanity, and the only response to that will be life. And all throughout our conversation now, we're seeing pictures of your niece, of Eden, smiling, loving, surrounded by dogs.
She loves dogs.
And hopefully she will be back with you sooner rather than later, with this big smile on her face. We're sending a big hug from here to you, to your brother, to the rest of the aching family. And yes, life will beat hatred and death. Thank you very much for speaking with us, Ilan. All right, and as war is everywhere, and everywhere is war at this point in time, everything is being weaponized. First and foremost, our extra limp, if you will, our phones, right? James Spiro, journalist and editor at CTAC, is joining us. James, thank you very much for joining us. So I would first like to talk about the hundreds, thousands of phones that belong to those who were slaughtered or kidnapped by Hamas, and Hamas is now using those phones, surprise, surprise, maliciously, obviously. What are the dangers here? What can they do with them, with those phones?
So Hamas has come into possession of hundreds, if not thousands, of mobile phones. Traditionally, mobile phones had password protections. In recent years, password protection has become facial recognitions or fingerprints. Now, that's all well and good if your phone gets stolen or lost or misplaced. But when the victim is kidnapped by these terrorists, and I will call them terrorists, I know that plenty of media around the world won't call Hamas terrorists, but I'm going to be calling them that from
There's
now
no
on.
other way.
When they, yeah, quite right. When they take these victims and their mobile phones, they can so easily access them. And the repercussions of this are extraordinary. So on a personal level, they can quite simply log into one of their victims' bank accounts, online banking. They have two-factor authentication. They can transfer money to themselves or anyone else overseas. They can play around with their utilities. On a broader level, they can access WhatsApp groups, social media groups, or emails or Slack messages from, if they work in tech, these can be high-tech companies that they can access sensitive information. They can access IDF groups, reservist groups. They can access army information. They can really get their eyes and their ears on knowledge that really shouldn't be anywhere near them. The third thing they can do, which I think is the most nefarious, is they can call and taunt the families of these victims. Now, we know that Hamas, when they went in and committed their atrocious crimes, we know that they filmed them and uploaded them onto social media platforms for their families to see. We are hearing reports that these family members are still receiving calls. Right. They don't even know if their loved ones are alive or dead, but they're still receiving calls. And I want to be as clear as I can on this. Hamas is committing physical torture on its victims and technological torture on the families of its victims. These are digital war crimes.
100% technological torture. This is the right way to put it. And meanwhile, cyber attacks and all other online malware maneuvers are as on as it gets. How can we secure ourselves? WhatsApp, those smart security cameras at home even, it is all exposed.
Yeah, so on one front, we shouldn't be doing anything different from what we're doing, what we should already have been doing. So that is using very strong passwords, two-factor authentication when you can. Don't click on any nefarious links or any foreign links that you maybe don't recognize. Those are all quite traditional ways to protect yourselves against cyber attacks. Sadly, the situation here is because of the sensitivity of the information that the victims are involved in, whether that's company messages, like I said, or emails or family group chats, the admins of these groups are in the absolutely terrible position where the safest thing they can do is remove the phone numbers of the dead or kidnapped or missing people from their family WhatsApp groups. Or their company Slacks, or any way that they can access information. The safest thing they can do is remove them. And I can think of no harder thing for a parent to do while their child is missing or dead than to remove them from a family group chat in the nature of security. It's just the level of cruelty to this really knows no bounds. And I think I share the sentiment with the rest of the country and the world by absolutely sharing disgust for what these people are capable of.
Yeah, James Spiro, everything is being utilized in this vile attack on Israel and Israelis, Israeli civilians.
And the world, by the way, because it's 40 nationals. You know, more than 200 people have been kidnapped, and it's from 40 different countries around the world. This is a global outrage. At least it should be.
Light versus darkness, good versus evil. The line could not be any clearer. Thank you very much, James Spiro, editor and journalist at CTech. Thank you very much for this. We want to cross now to IDF spokesperson Olivier Rafovich. We know that initial investigation of the IDF suggests that this attack, this strike rather, that hit the hospital in Gaza, Hamas-controlled health ministry reporting hundreds might have been killed there. The IDF investigation is suggesting it was Hamas's own failed rocket launch that triggered this attack, this explosion. What can you tell us?
Good evening. First of all, Hamas is not at all any reliable source of information. We talk about a terrorist group lying all the time, trying to influence the public opinion all the time. So we have to be more than careful when Hamas people speak about what's going on. That's number one. Number two, the Israeli army, the IDF and the Israeli Air Force are not targeting in any way the Gazan hospital. It's not a target in any sense and in any way. Number three, we are now checking very seriously, very accurately, the possibility of what we call failed launching of missiles. The last conflict, 1/3 of the missiles launched by the terrorist group fall within the Gaza Strip, killing people, killing also children. And every time, actually, they were accusing the Israeli army to be responsible for the killing. So this time, I would say, in the middle of this war situation, where Hamas is actually trying to make people, make the community, world community, make them forget the massacre that they committed 10 days ago, I would say, and I would convey a clear message to all the information and journalist group in the world. Let's be very careful before you give any information. Hamas is not reliable for now. And I also want to say that they are actually playing with their own Palestinian lives during all these days of conflict. So more than that, when we say many times that we ask the people to evacuate from the north part of Gaza City to the south, they actually try to block, and they block many people in order to make them remain a human shield. So altogether, we are trying now to provide material, and when we have everything, we will release it to the world press.
Colonel Olivier Rafovich, thank you very much for joining us. Amir Oren is still with us here in the studio. Colonel Rafovich mentioned the pleas of the IDF for Gazan residents of the northern part of the Strip to move south, something that Egypt immediately voiced an uproar against. And today it is getting clearer. Not Egypt, not Jordan are willing to accept even one Palestinian from the Gaza Strip.
Yes, we have known it for many years. Even when Egypt had military rule over Gaza, it wouldn't annex it. It wouldn't give the Palestinians
control it, yes, but not
equal rights, and it doesn't want them in northern Sinai, nor does Jordan, which has a majority of Palestinians in the East Bank. Now, regarding the either accident or incident at the hospital, the Israeli military is almost totally reliable. It does not lie. It may not always know the facts, but the information it gives out is as accurate as they can verify. But be it as it may, this particular action will help shorten the war.
Yes, and security sources telling our very own I-24 News and Middle East correspondent Ariel Lasser on this hour that the explosion indeed at the hospital was caused by a failed rocket launched by Hamas and not as a result of any Israeli airstrike of sorts. But all of this, Amir Oren, is happening short hours before the American president is arriving here.
It has already clouded the visit because the Palestinian President Abbas cancelled his participation at the conference, at the summit, and Biden will be hard-pressed to let Israel launch the ground campaign, even if it takes place after he leaves Israel. So there will be pressure to get some sort of compromise, some sort of a deal which will not satisfy Israel. Israelis will not get the emotional satisfaction of taking revenge upon the perpetrators.
A deal with Hamas?
A deal to include Qatar or Turkey taking the Hamas leadership and perhaps some of the fighters over to exile, the way Yasser Arafat had to leave Beirut in 1982.
So, and you're talking on such a framework of a deal that
what else
that will nix the need of a ground operation?
Yes, but it doesn't mean that Israel will cancel its military plans altogether. When it is all over, Israel will probably take a slice of the Gaza Strip up north, a slice in the south between Khan Yunis and Rafah, and perhaps broaden the so-called security perimeter, which is next to the failed obstacle, the wall.
So we were hearing some voices suggesting that the warm American embrace might turn out to be a bear hug to an extent, holding Israeli back from pursuing an extensive action on the ground. And
definitely. It's unprecedented to see a U.S. Secretary of State participate in a war cabinet session and approve or disapprove military plans, but this is the hole Israel got itself into.
So speaking of, let's take a listen to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who had to rush to shelter today as part of his yet another visit here in Israel, and as Amir Oren was saying, participating in a 9-hour-long war cabinet session here in Israel. Let's take a listen.
First, the President will reaffirm the United States' solidarity with Israel and our ironclad commitment to its security. President Biden will again make clear, as he's done unequivocally since Hamas's slaughter of more than 1,400 people, including at least 30 Americans, that Israel has the right and indeed the duty to defend its people from Hamas and other terrorists and to prevent future attacks. The President will hear from Israel what it needs to defend its people as we continue to work with Congress to meet those needs. Second, President Biden will underscore our crystal clear message to any actor, state or non-state, trying to take advantage of this crisis to attack Israel. Don't.
And before we say hello to our 24 News senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, joining us from New York. As we speak, an official IDF spokesperson confirmation that, according to analysis of the IDF, it was a PIJ, a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that hit the hospital in Gaza that, according to Hamas, is resulting in hundreds of killed. We are, of course, keeping an eye on this developing story. Mike Wagenheim, no boots on the ground, but feet on the ground, very much so. Before we talk tomorrow, let's try to recap today. What can we say on Blinken's effort here in the region?
Well, whatever progress he might have made might have gone up in smoke with the bombing of the hospital there in Gaza. It's triggered tensions. It's triggered anger, obviously, on the streets of Amman. We're seeing protests in Ramallah as well. I really don't see, and this is nothing official coming from the State Department, with Mahmoud Abbas already backing out of the summit tomorrow in Amman. I don't see how this thing goes forward, the second part of his trip, meeting with King Abdullah and President Sisi in Amman. I think that part is going to be taken off the docket, which leaves a lot now to question, what is the purpose of coming at this point. So much was tied to trying to strike a balance in terms of showing support and solidarity with Israel, and also allaying Arab concerns and incorporating them into a solution here to the problem. Now he will come to Israel, and where do you go from there, other than 5 hours on the ground and back to Washington again? So this becomes very problematic at this point in time. Tony Blinken has been shuttling all over the region. He was in Jordan earlier today. We just learned many of his staff that have accompanied him are still in Amman right now, monitoring the situation as we see Jordanians storming the Israeli embassy there. He's now back in Israel, meeting once again. But obviously the developments of the last couple of hours really throw a whole lot of wrenches into the works here in terms of President Biden's upcoming visit.
So this perhaps brings us to a more basic question, Mike. What is the goal of this visit, a goal that is now perhaps changing?
I think this was always twofold in broader terms. Obviously, there are many subsections to this trip, but in terms of broader terms, number one, show solidarity with Israel, show that Washington and the Biden admin in particular has Israel's back, that the support is bipartisan. And number two, and I'm not sure that this is a distant number two, try to get the ball rolling on a humanitarian solution, which is what Tony Blinken and Benjamin Netanyahu agreed to before the announcement of Biden's visit. Not just something in theory, but really hammer out details of what a humanitarian solution might look like here, not just in 2-3 weeks, but right now. I think that's the key for Biden. Don't leave until there's something down on paper. And I think if you're looking for a C, Biden is apparently going to meet with the War Cabinet to understand exactly what Israel's military objectives are and how they're going to go about it here. And I think that's a component that might get lost a little bit here. Biden almost seems like he timed out this trip to put the brakes on an Israeli military operation to better understand what might be coming up down the road here, especially with a building U.S. presence in the region here. So I think that will be critical to really understand how things move forward from the time he takes off for Washington to the coming days and weeks.
And Mike, briefly before we let you go, talk to us just a bit about what's going on Capitol Hill, and also when we're talking about the American public, is the administration stance representing the street or the corridors of Capitol Hill?
I think for the most part, and I think what's going on Capitol Hill right now is promising in the short term. There really appears to be incredible bipartisan support right now for Israel. 99 out of 100 senators, including all 51 on the Democratic side, signed a resolution in support of Israel today and condemning Hamas. There's bipartisan support in terms of condemning Iran and possibly freezing the $6 billion in oil revenue that was recently transferred to Qatar. Every resolution, every bill you look at really seems to have pretty broad bipartisan support. That's always the case, though, it seems, at the beginning of a military operation. As time drags along and more casualties are racked up, that support, especially on the left, tends to dwindle. I think that's what Biden is most concerned about, which is why the high emphasis on the humanitarian situation.
I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent Mike Wagenheim from New York. Thank you very much for this. Mike, obviously keeping close tabs on the Biden visit here tomorrow. Amir Oren, if the American objectives might be changing now due to the events on the ground, can we identify the Israeli objectives of this visit?
The Israeli objectives are subject to American approval, and the American objective is to contain, restrain, and maintain their policy in the Middle East. But once heart goes to Joe Biden, poor Joe Biden, who will tomorrow have to meet with Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, members of the war cabinet.
Of the expanded war cabinet. Perhaps he will meet only the top 5, 6. How many are they? Amir Oren, defense and government analyst, thank you very much,
thank you very much
for joining us on this broadcast. And the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, was here today as part of this diplomatic train that doesn't stop. But in Europe, the return of Islamist terrorism to all European nations. This is the alarm sounded today by French President Emmanuel Macron. But is anyone listening? Joe Brown with more.
Terror in the Middle East, spilling over into terror into Europe, and a chilling sense of déjà vu from recent history. In Brussels on Monday night, 2 Swedish nationals were killed and 1 other was injured after a gunman opened fire in the Belgian capital ahead of the European Soccer Championship qualifying match between Belgium and Sweden. The perpetrator, a 45-year-old Tunisian immigrant who was previously flagged by authorities as being radicalized, was killed by police the following morning. He said in a video posted online that he had killed people, quote, in the name of God, whilst the Belgian government announced where his allegiances may have been.
The man claimed to be inspired by the Islamic State. In the same statement, the Swedish nationality of the victims was mentioned as the possible motive for the attack.
This comes a few days after a teacher was stabbed to death in the northern French city of Arras by a former pupil who allegedly shouted Allahu Akbar, the Arabic phrase for God is great, while carrying out his attack. French President Emmanuel Macron has called for immediate action to stop the spread of Islamic extremism, whilst members of his cabinet have drawn parallels between what is happening in Europe and the Middle East.
The atmosphere of jihadism, or of a decision to act, has been evident since last Saturday. I myself spoke of it several times before the Arras attack. A certain rejoicing is taking place among the targets that we monitor in radical Islam. And we think, like other Western intelligence services, that these messages, this praise of terrorism, this very clear will to be able to commit anti-Semitic acts under the pretext of anti-Zionism, make it easier for jihadis to act.
Islamic extremism in Europe has settled down since the ISIS-inspired spike in the mid-2010s. But now, with the situation between Israel and Hamas, the world is holding its breath, hoping that the past is not a blueprint for the future.
I want to turn now to senior researcher at the International Institute for Counterterrorism, Dr. Michael Barak, head of the research and global jihad and Palestinian terrorism. Thank you very much, Dr. Barak, for joining us. So, unfortunately, Europe is way too familiar with Islamist terror. But the question being, is there understanding that this is the same terror that Israel is now facing?
Al-Qaeda and ISIS for more than 10 years have calling for lone wolf attacks in the West. This is not something new. It's Al-Qaeda, ISIS, are disseminating propaganda material in different languages, German, Spanish, English, French, etc., trying to recruit Muslims who have been radicalized, who lived in the West, who try to target European and also Jewish and Christian targets. So this is not something new, but when we have a conflict which is portrayed in the Middle East, conflicts in the Middle East that are being portrayed as a religious conflict, like Hamas is doing and ISIS and Al-Qaeda, this is accelerate more radicalization and the motivation of radicalized Muslims who live in the West to engage in radical terrorist attacks. The events that we saw in Brussels, I'm not sure that this event is linked to Israel and Gaza conflict, but we see definitely an attempt by ISIS, especially by Al-Qaeda, to accelerate the motivation to target the Western and the Jewish targets in the West.
You know, Dr. Barak, we keep on saying that even when Hamas's military and governing capabilities are eliminated here in the Gaza Strip, the Hamas ideology is not going anywhere. Right. Can it find a place in Europe?
Hamas has managed to establish strongholds also in Europe and the United States. Let's remember that the one that is helping also to Hamas to strengthen these strongholds is Iran and Hezbollah. The international community was concerned about ISIS in the last few years, and in the meantime, Iran has established and cultivated these strongholds in South Africa and Europe. And this is something that the international community should engage and deal with, because these centers that Iran has established is being used by Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran in order to disseminate radical ideologies. In ICT institutions where I work, we published a very important document about a not familiar organization, international organization, which is called El Tajamu, which is an umbrella for Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, communist organization, and even academic people who are teaching in the West, like in Australia and United States. All of them are part of this axis. It doesn't matter now if you are fighter or not, but this axis, which managed to penetrate this organization, Tajamu, that is active also in the academy, the international community should do something very urgent about it.
And to that point exactly, Dr. Barak, briefly, if you can, before we let you go, there is indeed an anomaly, as you've put it, when it comes to modern European politics, the right versus the left, the right more pro-Israel, the left more anti-Israel, obviously more complex than that, the European street even more so. But in the EU, till this day, struggles to get a united message on Hamas's vicious attack. So how does it all play in the European political landscape?
So again, Hamas is not only a danger to Israel, but also a danger to the West. We see that this conflict is also been is been in the West. Of course, there is, again, it's very complicated thing now to explain, but we see alliance between Hamas to the Red, which is radical lefts who justify Hamas brutal attacks. And this is something that Europe and the United States should wake up about this alliance and do something about it.
Yeah, Jews, Israelis are always first. They're never the last, right? Dr. Michael Barak, Head of Research at Global Jihad and Palestinian Terrorism at the ICT. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba is one of the main medical centers receiving the wounded of the October 7th massacre, obviously entering crisis mode. But what the doctors there saw those past days, never thought they would ever. See Ori Shapira with more.
Soroka Hospital in Beersheba seems quiet now, more than a week after the horrific slaughter Hamas perpetrated in southern Israel. On Saturday, October 7th, the situation was completely different.
Around 8:10 a.m., we were told of a mass casualties incident. The meaning of that is that we had to call all the units in the hospital. I texted all my staff and said, "This is war." This message saved us because we had everyone we needed. We managed to treat 670 people. And what is more amazing is that in the first 18 hours, we treated 600 patients. Here in the trauma room, there are usually 6 beds. And sometimes when there is pressure, we can set 12 beds. On Saturday, we managed to treat 120 patients in severe condition.
Physicians say that one of the biggest challenges they had